The manhwa showcased various aspirational paths within the virtual reality game New World, including becoming a legendary commander, a wealthy magnate, or even a king. Each option accompanied by lavish imagery emphasizing the game's immersive nature and the potential for limitless possibilities. A final image depicted a crown, symbolizing the ultimate achievement of kingship within the game. An advertisement for New World appeared, highlighting its sensational features and encouraging players to sign up to receive their VR capsules. A man, captivated by the advertisement, clenched his fist, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He muttered to himself, considering the possibility of achieving his lifelong dream within this virtual world. A motivational poster in a gym proclaims, "Under Armour gives you power."
Master Huang Waram. Two men exercise on treadmills. One asks the other, "What? You're planning on opening a flower shop in Jano?" One man replies, "Hey, could you just keep your own little bit? What if my father ever hears us?"
The other man reassures him, "Don't worry, the director left a while ago." The first man reflects, "If I even uttered the first letter of the word florist in front of my father, he'd be enraged." The second man continues, "But still, even if you forget about your father.
I mean, why don't you just continue doing what your father taught you?"
The first man smiles wryly, "Most people have trouble even looking at your face."
Remember that time? When you were in high school?
The second man's expression darkens.
He says, "Ah."
The scene opens on a fitness center.
A sign reads high schooler. An unnamed man barges into the fitness center, demanding to see the manager. He is met with resistance from two employees.
The man persists, his frustration growing. He forcefully removes the employee's headphones and demands to speak with the manager again.
The manager arrives, appearing imposing. He is clearly annoyed.
The manager and the unnamed man have a tense exchange. The manager is dismissive and condescending. The unnamed man's friend tries to calm him down, but he is clearly agitated. The friend expresses concern about the consequences of his actions. At a fitness center, a man, agitated and defiant, argued with the manager about his tuition loan. His friend, worried and concerned, tried to calm him down. The manager, irritated and dismissive, remained unconcerned.
The man's friend suggested they go to a VR cafe.
The man, still agitated, agreed to go to the VR cafe with his friend.
They entered a capsule-style gaming station, following the instructions to set the spawn point to Chroma.
The friend, having played before, offered some tips. The man, however, was confused, having accidentally chosen the Lux Forest as his starting point, a notoriously difficult area for new players. His friend warned him about the dangers of this choice, explaining that it's impossible to reset your character once spawned.
The man was distraught, realizing his mistake.
The friend suggested respawning, but the man was hesitant. The friend pointed out the extreme difficulty of the Lux Forest, especially for new players, and the near impossibility of completing the beginner quests there. The friend emphasized that starting in Lux was not an option, and that it would take millions of work to get a high-ranking player to help them escape. The unnamed man, experiencing virtual reality for the first time, murmured in awe, "So this is what VR feels like, huh?" He selected a server in starting point, completing his ID setup as Alcia. A system message welcomed him to New World. Alcia materialized in the Lux Forest, the paradise of elves, his initial awe quickly replaced by a sense of wonder at his surroundings.
He tested the in-game messaging system, attempting to contact a friend named Wansig after logging in. Wansig received a message from someone with the ID Muscleman, expressing surprise at Alcia's chosen ID and commenting on its incongruity with his appearance. Alcia, annoyed by the message from Muscleman, explained his current location at the Chroma starting hall and his inability to see Wansig. Wansig, noticing Alcia's comment about server lag, immediately corrected him, stating that lag doesn't exist in New World and advising him to start in Chroma instead of Lux Forest to avoid potential delays. The unnamed man, having successfully navigated the initial game hurdle, felt a surge of relief. Finally, now I can start, he thought, pleased with his decision to heed his friend's advice and begin in Chroma. His self-satisfaction was short-lived.
He surveyed his surroundings, noting the relative lack of other players. Looks like the forums were right. There aren't a lot of players here, but there are tons of flowers, he mused, a hint of unease creeping in. He decided to practice his movements, testing his skills in the quiet solitude. As he moved, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, silently observing him. The cloaked figure approached, their voice a low murmur. Another sacrifice has arrived. The cloaked figure extended an invitation, "Hey! Would you like to join our association? The Global Lux Association." Before the unnamed man could respond, the cloaked figure attacked, catching him off guard. The man stumbled, surprised by the sudden assault. He managed to regain his footing, but the cloaked figure pressed their advantage, continuing the attack. "Did I keep you waiting? Then let's begin." The unnamed man, still reeling from the surprise attack, found himself struggling against the cloaked figure's relentless assault. The cloaked figure, however, suddenly apologized and fled, leaving the unnamed man bewildered. An unnamed man, his expression a mixture of determination and amusement, approached a flower shop, declaring, "Flower shop, here I come." A vibrant display of blue flowers cascaded down, petals falling like gentle rain. The man inhaled deeply, his senses captivated by the fragrance. He commented on the lack of pollen and the overall pleasant atmosphere. He marveled at the beauty, questioning if this was heaven, quickly correcting himself to note it wasn't hell. A system notification appeared, indicating that he had acquired the flower inspect skill. He expressed surprise and then delight as he realized the skill's potential. The skill's level increased to 5, granting him the ability to identify the names of observed flowers. He was extremely satisfied, feeling the skill was made for him. A series of system notifications appeared before the unnamed man's eyes, announcing that he had earned the titles Innocent Observer and Do You Like Flowers? His movement speed near flowers would increase, and his affinity with flowers had also increased. He also unlocked Alcia's Plant Journal, a tool to store all information he found about plants. The unnamed man, upon seeing the notifications, muttered to himself, This is exactly what I wanted." He let out a triumphant roar, overwhelmed with excitement. Another system message appeared, indicating that another player, known as May, had joined the game. Meanwhile, May, a pink-haired woman, was exploring the Lux Forest. She mentioned that she had heard there were elves in the area, and while it might be tough, she was determined to befriend them. Her determination was fueled by a vision of herself making friends with a group of elves. While exploring, May spotted what appeared to be an elf, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "Ah! Is that an elf? Are there elves here?" May, deep in the Lux Forest, encountered an unnerving sight. A man, laughing maniacally, lurked nearby. 5 minutes later, shaken, she logged onto the New World forums. Posting a message detailing her unsettling encounter and expressing her fears about whether she'd been tricked into a dangerous situation. Other players responded, with one suggesting that she follow the road to find the elves she sought. May, visibly stressed, stared at her phone, processing the information. The man sat in the Lux Forest, pulling out an encyclopedia. He mused, "Let's have a look at the encyclopedia." He opened the book and touched a page, thoughtfully tapping his fingers. A notification appeared. He had discovered the K-Felt's flower and the winter cherry vine, both level 1 entries. He exclaimed, "Oh." The man noted, "So this is how it's being recorded. It gives me satisfaction when I fill it up. I need to look around the forest more." He closed the encyclopedia and looked up into the canopy, saying, "Shall we go?" Further into the forest, 2 more notifications appeared. He had found the Gypsophila elegans and the white clover flower, both level 1 entries. The unnamed man, curious and determined, added several newly discovered plants to his encyclopedia. Wondering aloud if he had ventured too deep into the forest, he noticed dandelion spores floating in the air and followed their path, which led him to a breathtaking sight, a vast field of effled flowers. Amongst the vibrant blooms, he spotted a single, unbloomed flower bud. Realizing it was the only one that hadn't fully blossomed, As he examined the unique bud, a wave of memories washed over him.
A poignant reminder of his middle school days and a classmate, Hwang Jae-ho, who, like the flower, never fully bloomed. A man knelt before a small, wilting flower, his expression a mixture of concern and remembrance. He murmured, "Don't worry." He then proceeded to tend to the plant, watering it, playing classical music nearby, and offering words of encouragement. His efforts bore fruit as the flower finally bloomed, a vibrant pink hue contrasting with the somber setting. Relief washed over him as he stated, "You were doing your best." "I'm relieved." Suddenly, his foot came down hard on the newly bloomed flower, crushing it. The man's face registered shock and horror. A moment later, another man approached, his words laced with accusation. "Hey, you're the bully in class 3 who grows poisonous plants on the flower bed, right? I need to see you." The first man's face hardened, his anger evident as he was called out for his actions. The narrator observes, "Judging by the look on your face, the rumors are true about you growing poisonous mushrooms. You are so scr-, implying a strong negative judgment." A final panel shows a stark black and white image with text overlay. "That day, the flower cried, Jae-ho cried, the bully cried," setting a somber tone. The man reflects, "I failed that day," but adds with determination, "But this time I'll succeed." He is shown tending to a different, vibrant blue flower, which is described as spreading its spores like other flowers. A notification appeared before the unnamed man. He had discovered the Epelt's flower that never blooms. He questioned the flower's nature, noting it was simply an Epelt's flower, and pondering its inability to bloom. The man resolved to use a skill learned from his father, referring to it as the tenacity of a man who never loses, even though his opponent was a flower. He began his attempt to make the flower bloom. An hour passed. He observed that the flower was different from other Epelt's flowers, possibly a new kind. He concluded that simply staring wouldn't help and decided to gather more information, heading to the starting village. Jae-ho, 3 hours into the game, ran through the forest, his expression determined. The text on the panel reads, 3 hours into the game, Jae-ho finally started playing like normal. He arrived at the small elves' shelter in Trium Village. So this is the elf's village, he thought. Jae-ho reflected on the Lux Forest's reputation for hostility towards humans, muttering, "Still, this is just a game, so there's no way." 2 elves appeared, confronting Jae-ho. One of them shouted, "Stop right there. You are not allowed to step foot into the village." Jae-ho, startled, responded, "Oh. No. I just," realizing his mistake. The elves, convinced Jae-ho was a monster, declared, "Are you stupid? There's no way you would be able to communicate with a monster." "You're right." Jae-ho, having intruded upon the elf village, was immediately set upon by several villagers. One yelled, "Just attack that monster," while another shouted, "Die, you dirty monster." The monster, as the villagers called him, was enraged, his face contorting in fury. Another villager warned, "Look out. The monster's face is getting distorted." Jae-ho, however, reacted swiftly, dodging a blow with surprising agility. The sound of a punch echoed, bang. He reflected on his skills, noting, "I can just weave that punch like that, it to dodge." He then recalled his father's teachings, compared to what I learned from my father. His father's voice echoed in his mind, urging him on, "Go down more. Don't you lower your guard. Jae-ho. You will. It is not just about the spirit that never loses. Become a fighter." With a powerful movement, Jae-ho sent his opponent sprawling. The sound of impact was a muffled UGH. Jae-ho's thoughts turned to the nature of combat in this new world. In the new world, the stats are all secondary roles. He continued his internal monologue, "Even if you have high skills, without battle senses, you cannot dodge or hit anything. If that's the case, even if it's a high-level attack, I can still dodge it with my senses and then counterattack. That's what I can call." Jae-ho effortlessly dodged a flurry of blows from the elf villagers, his superior combat skills evident as he countered with a swift, powerful punch, sending one of them sprawling. He noted that his attack had reached its limit,
and he was ready to end the confrontation. The elf villagers, surprised by his strength, expressed their disbelief that such a powerful being could exist in their forest. Jeho, irritated by their accusations, revealed his true identity: an immortal, a player in the new world where death holds no power. The elves reacted with shock and disbelief at his claim. The elves questioned the validity of his claim, demanding proof of his immortality. Jeho, slightly annoyed, pondered their request. One of the elves noticed the scent of Epelt's flower on Jeho's clothes, a scent only found after strenuous activity. This triggered a system notification, confirming Jeho's status as an immortal and granting him a slight buff. Jeho, surprised by the system's response, clarified that he had no intention of fighting them, he was only interested in learning more about the Epelt's flower. The elves, still slightly suspicious, questioned his intense curiosity about the common Epelt's flower, ending the scene. Two elves whispered amongst themselves, expressing suspicion of Jeho's intentions. While Jeho, maintaining a calm demeanor, revealed a piece of cryptic information: the existence of a flower known as the Epelt's flower that will never bloom. His revelation caused the elves to flinch, their initial skepticism giving way to confusion and alarm, as they reacted with a mixture of shock and disbelief to his words. Suddenly, a system message appeared, indicating that Jeho had survived a battle against a foe far stronger than himself, resulting in an increase in his reputation. A system notification appeared before the player, detailing warnings about a dangerous area and offering a recovery potion as a tutorial quest reward. Meanwhile, another new player, having just started the game, received a warning about the potential side effects of excessive gaming. She encountered a hostile entity, but thankfully, it turned out to be neither a monster nor a non-player character, NPC. The player's only remaining task was to complete the tutorial quest in the elf village and try to befriend the elves. She didn't expect the quest to begin so soon. The tutorial quest required her to greet 10 elves within 20 minutes. She found the task simple. She prepared to greet the entire village. A black-haired elf appeared, causing a nearby individual to exclaim, "That's it. A black-haired hot potato. 300 points." Ramion, a pink-haired girl, cheerfully invited someone to eat ramen. The black-haired elf ignored Ramion, causing her to wonder if he was having a bad day. Ramion entered a place filled with elves, exclaiming at their sheer number. Upon passing by two elves, Ramion received a system notification indicating that her favorability rating had decreased due to their discomfort around her. This happened again with another elf, further lowering her favorability rating. Ramion's favorability rating reached its bottom, and she was warned of potential attack. She began to cry, feeling as expected. A hooded figure approached, explaining that they were an association that helps players in Lux. Ramion, confused, asked what a pipe was. Ramion, confused and distressed, stumbled backward as the hooded figure turned, their face still obscured by shadow. A gasp escaping her lips as she registered the intensity in their eyes. "Ack," she exclaimed, fear gripping her. Meanwhile, three elves, a flute-playing elf, a muscular man, and a green-haired elf, appeared, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and amusement. They seemed to be observing Ramion from a distance. Ramion, still shaken, recounted her recent encounter. "I saw that flower." "No, wait, he was a player," she muttered, piecing together the events. She continued, "I got summoned to the village after I mentioned the Epelt's never blooms." The muscular elf, seemingly the leader, led Ramion away, leaving her wondering, did I do something wrong? What exactly is that flower about? They ascended a long staircase, the rhythmic step-step of their boots echoing in the quiet forest. Arriving at a majestic tree, its branches reaching towards the sky. "This is the place of Trium's elder," one of the elves announced. Ramion, apprehensive, muttered to himself, "If I want to avoid an attack, I have to persuade them." He then explained to the three elves how deeply he loved flowers and his desire to open a flower shop. His passionate speech worked like a spell on the elves, captivating their attention. Ramion continued his heartfelt appeal, expressing his loneliness and the desire for companionship, culminating in a dramatic flourish. A message appeared, confirming that his sincerity had touched the elves' hearts, who recognized his inner beauty.
Overwhelmed with emotion, the elves expressed their admiration, declaring his heart as beautiful as a flower. The elven elder, Alcia, approached, intrigued by Ramion's knowledge of the Epheal's never blooms.
Alcia, impressed by his sincerity, questioned him about his knowledge of the legendary flower.
A notification appeared before Ramion. Job change quest is about to start now. Will you continue? An elf pondered the notification, reading, Job change quest: the Epheal's flower that never blooms is a flower that is deeply rooted to the elven legends. After listening about the legends from Eldar, please safely blossom the Epheal's flower that never blooms. The notification detailed the quest's reward, success condition, blooming the Epheal's flower that never blooms. Reward, change of job to spirit gardener. An elf explained, yes.
All the elves respect him.
Teenlight the spirit gardener.
He is the person who made the Lux Forest.
Ramion, questioning, thought, Teen, light?
The narration continued, in the beginning, this place was a wasteland, but he cultivated it into a forest. He helped us wandering elves to settle here. He sadly returned to Mother Nature 200 years ago.
Unlike us, he was human.
But this place, Lux Forest, was his last rest stop.
However, he left his will here.
In the first seed planted in this desolate land.
Ramion realized, that's right. If you can pass the test he has prepared, you would be the new spirit gardener, who will also be the hope of all the wandering elves on this continent.
Ramion, still processing the weight of his decision, listened intently as one of the elves continued to explain the legend of Teenlight and the role of the spirit gardener. A slight tremor in her voice betraying the profound significance of the task before him. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. A sudden, unexpected question forming in his mind.
He blurted out, can I open a flower shop if I became a spirit gardener?
The elf, visibly startled by his question, could only manage a surprised, pardon? Ramion, flustered by his own boldness, stammered, it's a really important matter for me. The elf, after a moment of stunned silence, chuckled, of course, it's possible.
Another elf chimed in, Sir Teenlight also mentioned that before.
The final elf, her voice laced with a hint of amusement, added, he was just too deeply in love with flowers.
One of the elves explained that the previous spirit gardener was similar to Ramion,
and that this was likely why he was chosen to inherit the will of the previous spirit gardener.
The elf sensed Ramion's sincerity and the lingering fragrance of nature around him.
Ramion, still unsure of himself, considered the possibility of becoming the spirit gardener, but ultimately decided to accept the challenge. The narrative focuses on a production company with numerous divisions. One of the most important is the observation team, currently monitoring a significant event. Team leader Lee Hyunho urgently arrives, stating the situation is critical. He and his colleague observe a job change request on their screens, a spirit gardener quest. The colleague questions the nature of a spirit gardener, unsure of its significance. But Hyunho reveals that it's more significant than they initially thought. It's related to the air class. The narrative introduces a new world with 3 player class grades: normal, rare, and unique. Every player begins at normal, but their class changes based on playstyle. However, a higher class, the legendary class, exists, though no one has achieved it yet. Attaining this class is difficult, but success would make one a famous legend of the new world. A specific grade, the Spirit Gardener, skips the long process of class advancement. An NPC explains that information about this quest is unavailable, as it is a tutorial quest for Sir Alcia.
Lee Hyunho examines a blue Ephelt's flower.
The plant observation skill provides limited information, so he decides to observe the flower's growth process.
He hypothesizes that since Ephelt's flowers bloom all over the fields, they should be able to grow anywhere. He tests this theory, and after 2 weeks, confirms that it takes about 2 weeks for an Ephelt's flower to bloom.
Lee Hyunho observed the Ephelt's flower, noting that its growth was slower than he anticipated. A system notification appeared, indicating that his plant observation skill had reached level 10. He realized that the skill level increase had also raised the observation progress of the Ephelt's flower. Another notification appeared, informing him that he could now identify the condition of the observed plant. Lee Hyenho, intrigued, used his new ability to assess the flower's condition. The system revealed that the Epelt's flower was frightened due to his presence. He was amazed by this new capability, realizing the implications of being able to sense the emotions of plants. Suddenly, another person appeared nearby, startling Lee Hyenho. Lee Hyenho, visibly nervous, greeted the newcomer, who seemed equally surprised by his presence. Lee Hyenho, overwhelmed by his newfound ability, exclaimed, No, I feel like I'm acting like an idiot right now." But he continued, driven by a sense of caution, but just in case. His newly acquired skill revealed that plants possess consciousness and emotions, unlike humans. The skill told him that plants seem to have their own consciousness and emotions. So it's no different from humans. He nervously greeted the NPC, "Nice to meet you. I'm Huang Jie." No, Alila." Lee Hyenho worried about being seen talking to a plant, even though someone might think I'm going mad if they see me talking to you. "Let's get along well from now on." The NPC responded curtly, "You crazy bastard." 2 months later, at Waram Gym, Lee Hyenho was seen working out. What do you think? A bastard who plays the game goes to a flower shop? Or a mad bastard who's been trying to hold a conversation with a flower for about 2 months? He reflects on his actions, "Then you must have been crazier than I thought." Lee Hyenho reflected on his progress, stating that obsession suited him better than devotion. He then recounted his conversation with a plant, mentioning that he hadn't just talked to it. The Epelt flower seemingly liked to bathe in morning dew and drink water from the reed, prompting his companion to ask what he had said. Lee Hyenho revealed that he had learned new skills thanks to his elves, and that his skills had leveled up considerably. His companion, curious about his character's level after several months, prompted him to reveal it. But Lee Hyenho simply responded that it was a secret. A notification appeared, announcing that Sir Alcia, level 4, had entered a new world. Lee Hyenho, intrigued, observed. As a series of notifications appeared, detailing his newly acquired skills, plant observation, level 31, allowing him to identify plant names, harvest levels, conditions, and filling his eyes with affection towards the plant he observed, granting a 5% growth buff, Florist, level 23, further buffing plant growth by 6.9%, and Landscaper, level 12, allowing him to roughly identify the nutritive condition of the plant he observed. Another notification appeared, indicating that his skill, Elven Reed Performance, level 8, had been leveled up, granting a 4% growth buff to plants within a 3-meter radius, limited to 1 performance per day. Lee Hyenho, amused, commented that Wansik would be shocked to see his level. Lee Hyenho, having successfully interacted with the plants, prepared to continue his story, promising to tell the tale of his father. Lee Hyenho spent a pleasant time with the Epelt's flower, playing a tune on his flute. Then, he prepared to leave, bidding farewell to the flower and promising to return the next day. As Lee Hyenho departed, the Epelt's flower, which never blooms, expressed sadness at his leaving. Lee Hyenho paused, slightly confused. Suddenly, the flower began to bloom, its petals unfurling in a radiant display. Lee Hyenho watched in astonishment as the Epelt's flower bloomed, its luminescence illuminating the night. The glowing flower continued to bloom, its light intensifying. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, it released a bright light ball, startling Lee Hyenho. Lee Hyenho observed the light ball, noting its unusual properties and wondering about its nature. It seemed to possess a life of its own. Lee Hyenho, astonished, held a glowing orb in his hands. A chime resonated, announcing the completion of a quest. A system message appeared, informing him that he had completed the Spirit Gardener quest from Teenlight and could now change his class to Spirit Gardener. The system prompted him to confirm the class change. Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course." A brilliant light enveloped him as he accepted the class change. The light intensified, a beam of energy piercing his chest, and he transformed into a Spirit Gardener. Another chime confirmed the class change, indicating he had obtained the Spirit of Life, a sacred tree seed, and new skills. He looked down, a look of wonder on his face. Examining his hands, marveling at the transformation,
He murmured, "Oh."
Lee Hyunho questioned the completion of his class change quest, stating that he didn't feel any different. A system message then appeared, confirming that the Spirit Gardener skills had been passed down to him. The message detailed 2 new skills: Converse with Spirit, allowing him to talk to the Spirit of Life, and Rapid Growth, enabling him to increase plant growth by 100%.
Lee Hyunho clenched his fists, a determined look on his face.
He then reflected on why he plays this game.
Lee Hyunho felt a gentle warmth emanating from within his chest, a faint, rhythmic pulsing that resonated with a newfound energy.
The innate skills of the former Spirit Gardener, now a part of him.
A notification appeared, indicating that the Spirit of Life could now communicate.
Though it admitted to feeling a little shy. The Spirit of Life then revealed that Hyunho had received a sacred tree seed. A myth-grade item of unknown usage, covered in a thick shell and emitting a delicate scent.
Hyunho was both surprised and perplexed by its size.
Wondering how such a large seed could have come from such a small flower. Another notification appeared, indicating that while his existing skills remained largely unchanged, the Spirit of Life had significantly increased his skill efficiency. Hyunho realized that something had indeed changed, despite the initial impression that only his class had been altered. A festive celebration erupted among the elves, a new Spirit Gardener had been born, and the joyous revelry was in full swing.
Shouts of "let's dance" and "party all night long" filled the air.
Meanwhile, Lee Hyunho observed the scene from a distance, a puzzled expression on his face.
He mused internally, "Why are those elves more excited than me?" Hidden within the bushes, a group from the Global Lux Association, GLA, watched the celebration.
They whispered amongst themselves, their words revealing their surprise at the newcomer's recent quest completion.
One member questioned, "What kind of quest did he clear?"
Another member offered a humorous theory, maybe the elves just got scared by his barbaric face. A third member agreed, his face is indeed scary.
A young woman with pink hair, also a GLA member, pondered, will those elves even get scared by his face? Besides, that man.
Lee Hyunho, still somewhat bewildered by the elves' unrestrained joy, knelt before a small, glowing blue flower. He murmured to himself, none of the people here will believe that, though. Meanwhile, a group of individuals, including the current chairman of the GCA, whose identity remains shrouded in mystery, huddled together.
Ho ho!
We got no choice then, one of them stated, before the chairman declared, I have a plan.
We'll just have to investigate him secretly.
The chairman's intense gaze, filled with a chilling determination, was revealed. He declared, for our survival in Lux Forest.
The chairman's subordinates, their faces a mixture of apprehension and determination, responded in unison, yes, chairman.
One of the subordinates, a young woman with pink hair, stared intently at something off-panel, her expression filled with a mixture of concern and curiosity.
Elsewhere, an elf expressed her thoughts on Lee Hyunho, he might actually be a warm person despite his looks.
The scene shifted to a lively elven celebration, complete with a bonfire and music.
An elf exclaimed, "Yuwa, congratulations! You really did it!"
Another elf, responding to the congratulations, stated, well, I did it because I wanted to.
She then added with a playful smile, ho ho ho. You answered just like a true Spirit Gardener.
Lee Hyunho, still slightly confused, questioned the elf about the true identity of the Spirit Gardener. The elf responded that there wasn't much information available about them in this world. The elf then proceeded to explain a significant portion of the continent's history, starting with their once beautiful homeland, the Lazellan Forest. Detailing how they lived peacefully under the protection of their sacred tree, their place of worship. Until the Scorched War 300 years prior, which brought them to the brink of extinction. The sacred tree sacrificed itself to save them. After the war, the Lazellan Forest withered, and the elves were scattered across the world. The Scorched War, a conflict that destroyed the forest, is described. Initially, humans and elves coexisted peacefully. But that peace was shattered when humans allied with evil forces. An elf, her expression somber, addressed Lee Hyunho, revealing that he was the last person to commune with the sacred tree as the spirit gardener. But now, that role would fall to him. A system notification appeared, announcing a class quest to fulfill the unfulfilled promise to the sacred tree, a promise that the previous spirit gardener, Teenlight, could not keep. The quest's success hinged on reviving the sacred tree. Failure meant its perishing and the extinction of the elves. Lee Hyunho, surprised, received the seed of the sacred tree from the elf. The elf explained that the sacred tree had entrusted everything to him, the new spirit gardener. The elf continued, explaining that this decision had long been made by the sacred tree itself, and that they could do nothing about it. Lee Hyunho, however, expressed his uncertainty about how to cultivate the seed. The elves reassured him, stating that their guidance would be provided. Finally, an elf presented Lee Hyunho with a pendant, signifying the support of all the elves on the continent in his quest. Lee Hyunho received a legendary necklace, the Proof of Pink Lover necklace, from the elves. A system notification confirmed its legendary grade and its unique ability to prevent hostility from the elves while worn. He expressed his gratitude, slightly shy about wearing the necklace, but the elf reassured him that it suited him well. Lee Hyunho felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he admired the necklace's delicate beauty. News of Lee Hyunho's success reached the worldwide company's New World observation team. Whispers of surprise and speculation filled the room. Colleagues questioned who had bet against his success, highlighting the unexpected length of his stay in the forest. Their supervisor reminded the team of their strict observation-only mandate, emphasizing the importance of discretion and the consequences of leaking information. Members of the worldwide company observation team discussed Lee Hyunho's recent accomplishment. One member remarked on his tenacity in overcoming the challenges of the quest, while another highlighted his remarkable performance, concluding that his success likely foreshadows significant future achievements. An elf asked Lee Hyunho if he was leaving already. Lee Hyunho replied that he wished to stay longer, but felt it was best to start his journey as soon as possible. The elves thanked him and presented him with gifts: a well-made elven bow, 30 wooden arrows, and a well-made elven rapier. He expressed gratitude, stating he would care for them well. The elves expressed their hopes of seeing the sacred tree again someday, as they bid farewell to Lee Hyunho. The elves, their faces filled with a mixture of hope and sadness, watched Lee Hyunho depart. Lee Hyunho received a system notification. He had acquired the title of Idol of Elves, ensuring the elves' favor. He reassured the elves, stating, don't worry. An elf, witnessing the scene, expressed disbelief at an elf giving a weapon to a human. Another elf commented that such an action was to be expected. A third elf urged their leader to stop watching and to move out. Lee Hyunho reflected on his agreement with the elves, noting his tendency to follow the mood. He wondered what he should do to open his flower shop. He considered the quest to revive the sacred tree and the survival of the elves, deeming it not too difficult. He questioned the necessity of reviving the burnt Lazellan forest. He learned from Eldar that the Lazellan forest was now demon territory, a dangerous place even for high-ranking adventurers. He saw a sign reading "Welcome to the Lazellan forest." Lee Hyunho brainstormed, ultimately deciding to open his shop near where the sacred tree might grow. Lee Hyunho, still planning his flower shop near the sacred tree, consulted the Spirit of Life for guidance. But the spirit's memory proved unreliable, initially offering a false lead. Undeterred, Lee Hyunho decided to begin preparations for his shop's foundation, starting with observations of the surrounding area. Only to be immediately confronted by a level 25 luxe brown bear. The bear attacked, but Lee Hyunho, startled, managed to momentarily scare it off, forcing the bear to retreat. The Spirit of Life later revealed that the bear's retreat was likely due to Lee Hyunho's intimidating expression. Despite this, Lee Hyunho remained apprehensive about the dangers of the Lazellan forest. Lee Hyunho, apprehensive but determined, found himself facing a luxe brown bear. The bear lunged, its claws slashing at him. But Hyunho reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the bear reeling, creating an opening. He considered his options, muttering to himself that he was much faster than the bear, but at only level 8, victory wasn't guaranteed. Hyenho reasoned that if he could dodge attacks from elves, he should be able to dodge this bear's attacks.
He accessed his inventory
and retrieved his elven rapier. He dashed towards the bear, shouting, "I'm coming for you." The bear swiped at Hyenho, inflicting 98 points of damage and causing a bone fracture, decreasing his agility by 10%. The bear laughed triumphantly. Hyenho, realizing the elven rapier was ineffective, lamented that it had been thrown somewhere and that he wasn't skilled enough with the bow and arrow. With a grim determination, Hyenho resolved to use a different strategy. Lee Hyenho, clenching his fists, defiantly challenged the luxe brown bear, "Bring it on, you damn bear." He launched a series of powerful attacks against the bear, landing a blow that caused 7 points of damage, followed by another that inflicted 10 more points of damage. The force of the bear's counterattack sent Hyenho sprawling. He managed to land one final blow, dealing 14 points of damage before he was forced to retreat, a system message appearing, "Your fatigue has increased by 15% due to your rapid movement." Hyenho, panting and injured, muttered to himself, the damage I deal are so little. If this continues, I'll tire out first, I need to try something else." A sudden realization dawned on him as he examined a newly acquired item, "That's it." Observers watched in amazement as Lee Hyenho faced a luxe brown bear with his bare hands. Concerned onlookers discussed the gravity of the situation, noting his low level and the bear's strength. One suggested seeking help, while another countered that they must rely on their own strength for survival. A different perspective emerged, suggesting a peaceful approach, recalling Lee Hyenho's gentle nature while playing his pipe. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, drawing everyone's attention. Lee Hyenho, seemingly having heard something, looked intently. A sacred tree seed, a myth-grade item, was revealed, its usage unknown. Lee Hyenho grabbed the seed, and with a powerful throw, he struck the luxe brown bear. A young woman, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, stared at something unseen. She whispered, barely audible, Monster. No, devil?" 3 cloaked figures, 2 young and 1 older, stood amidst a dark forest. The older figure, their face obscured, spoke, their voice laced with a nervous chuckle. So, my plan was to watch the 9 o'clock news." One of the younger figures, a girl with teal hair, giggled, "I have to watch the 9 o'clock news. I'll get going first." The other young figure, a girl with pink hair, responded, "Can't be helped if you have somewhere you need to be." The teal-haired girl nodded, "Right. Keeping yourself updated on the happenings is definitely important." The older figure turned to the pink-haired girl, asking, "What about you, May?" May hesitated, then replied, "Please go back first, I'm still." She trailed off, her expression troubled. "The innocent side of him that I saw. I'll try to believe it." A triumphant hue. "I won," escaped the man's lips as a defeated bear disappeared from view. He received a system notification, announcing that he had acquired additional damage whenever he used his left hand, and the title Bare Hands Fighter. He mused, "I got a strange title." The man reviewed his updated stats: level 10 Alcia, successor grade, strength 42, intelligence 9, agility 30, stamina 21, mana 12, and used stat points 81, attack damage 1624. He reflected on his stamina, remembering fatigue-related advice from Wansik and noting that he had invested stat points into stamina instead of strength. He clenched his fists, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he moved through the undergrowth. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. Another bear appeared before him. The bear charged, and the man, despite his initial surprise, braced himself, shouting it didn't die. "Bring it on!" A pink-haired girl, witnessing the scene from a distance, trembled in fear, muttering apologies and pleas for the man to stop. The man, seemingly preoccupied with the approaching bear, did not notice her. The pink-haired girl shrieked, her eyes wide with terror, as the man, still recovering from his recent battle, looked at her with a mixture of annoyance and confusion. She stammered an apology, her words jumbled and unclear. The man seemed to be trying to process her sudden outburst. She then nervously attempted to make conversation, mentioning that she too was from Lux Forest.
The man, still visibly shaken, gave a curt, non-committal response.
Her attempts at conversation continued, but her anxiety was palpable. She felt increasingly awkward and self-conscious, her internal monologue revealing her growing fear that she was coming across as strange. She boldly asked if he planned to leave the forest, and if she could accompany him. The man, clearly still processing the events of his recent fight, appeared to be considering her request. The girl's internal monologue revealed her intense anxiety and self-doubt, while the man remained silent, his expression unreadable. She felt doomed. She looked down, her shoulders slumped in defeat. A moment of reflection led her to a new conclusion. The man checked his inventory, revealing a newly acquired well-made elven bow and arrows. He decided to use them. The man, annoyed but cautious, explained that he would be more effective fighting with his bare hands than with useless equipment. The pink-haired girl, anxious yet determined, hesitantly asked if she could accompany him, expressing concern that he might betray her. He initially seemed startled by her question, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. But quickly recovered, dismissing her worries with a smirk and a playful comment. The girl, relieved but still wary, laughed nervously. The man then stated that he needed to check something first, before agreeing to let her accompany him for a few days in the forest. After a brief pause, he offered a curt, yet seemingly amicable, "Let's get along well." 4 hours later, the man was observed muttering to himself, seemingly engrossed in observing various plants and flowers. The girl, watching him, found his behavior peculiar, questioning his ability to overpower a bear earlier. She pondered his strange behavior, noting his intense focus on the details of the natural world. Realizing that he viewed the monster as a nuisance rather than a threat, and that his actions were aimed at protecting the flowers. She silently acknowledged her misjudgment of him, while he remained oblivious, wondering about her unusual behavior. The man paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considered the girl's words. He chuckled, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips as he mused about his appearance. The girl, meanwhile, continued to observe him, her initial skepticism slowly giving way to curiosity. She inquired about their next meeting, her tone betraying a hint of eagerness. He responded with a specific time and date, his voice calm and collected. A moment of awkwardness ensued as they both realized they shared a common nationality. The girl, Alcia, then asked for his name, her curiosity piqued. He hesitated, before revealing his name, Huang Jeho. Jeho's father, Huang Waram, questioned his son's decision to play a game inside a coffin, expressing concern about the other gym members' opinions. He further emphasized his worries, asking what would happen if Jeho lost his muscles in the game. To which Jeho simply responded with father. Jeho explained that his mother had strongly opposed his desire to become a fighter, but he wondered if he could achieve that goal in the virtual world of the game. He revealed that the game, New World, is played by the entire world and might let him become the fighter he always wanted to be. Jeho stated that the game's ultimate goal is to become the #1 player, a goal similar to his ambition to become a champion fighter. He confessed that this was his reason for playing the game. His father, surprised, called him a brat. Jeho, his voice barely a whisper, called out to his father. He expressed his surprise at his father's reaction, admitting he hadn't expected such a response. While Huang Waram, his face etched with worry, internally mused about his son's unexpected declaration and the potential dangers of the game New World. A man, possibly a player in a game, wondered aloud if this was the famous Lux Forest, a paradise for noble elves. A bulletin board displayed a message from someone regretting their decision to start in Lux Forest and asking for help to escape. Another player, a level 134 rare class Twilight Knight from the Worcester Prime Guild, explained that Lux Forest was dangerous because of the high-level monsters surrounding it and how easy it was to accidentally enter the danger zones. The knight also mentioned that his abilities helped him reach level 134 without dying once, earning him the Die Hard title, which increases defense by 40% but is removed upon death. A different player approached the knight, recognizing him as a famed noble elf from the forest. The knight revealed that he had come to escort someone named John Nos. John Nos appeared, telling the knight to leave since he was celebrating something joyous. John Nos, joyous and eager for private celebration, urgently requested a high-level knight to leave him be.
The knight, slightly perplexed but ultimately amused by Janos's insistence, complied.
Level 10 Alcia logged into the new world.
She was relieved to have avoided being caught up in yesterday's game,
and encountered another player, who greeted her with a cheerful good afternoon. Alcia responded politely, noting that he seemed to have logged in around the same time.
She then asked him for assistance, addressing him as Alcia.
Alcia's in-game achievement notification popped up. Her progress in documenting the Lux forest flowers reached 50%, increasing her favorability with the elves and boosting her observation skills. Meanwhile, she continued her plant observations, her curiosity piqued. A nearby player, noticing her actions, approached cautiously. He politely inquired about her reason for playing the game, surprised to see her focusing on such a niche activity so early on. Alcia, slightly flustered, explained that she enjoyed observing flowers, prompting the player to realize her unusual dedication. The player, intrigued by her unique approach, asked if she liked flowers, causing Alcia to blush and confirm her fondness. The player, taken aback by her honest response, paused, unsure how to proceed. Alcia, emboldened by his reaction, confidently admitted her love for flowers, causing the player to visibly react in surprise and awe. Alcia, her face etched with worry, clutched at the level 10 player's arm. Did my question offend him? She wondered, her eyes wide with apprehension. The level 10 player, however, simply responded with a thoughtful, "Really love flowers." Alcia, taken aback, quickly clarified, "I'm not lying. No, I meant that I wanted to open my own flower shop here." The level 10 player's eyebrows rose slightly at the mention of a flower shop, but he nodded in understanding. "Yup. I'm gonna make my own flower garden," he stated, a hint of determination in his voice. Alcia's eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't expect him to say that." A thought struck her. I guess it makes sense for him to use Alcia for his name now. Wait, I got it. So, this is how he won over those elves. Alcia's eyes gleamed with newfound understanding. If I try to follow his path, those elves will come to like me as well, she exclaimed, a delighted grin spreading across her face. As she excitedly declared, "Wait for me, elves," the level 10 player simply shook his head and muttered, "She's really strange." Alcia and the level 10 player stood in a clearing when a loud bang echoed through the trees, causing Alcia to question the source of the noise, while the level 10 player turned towards the sound and suggested they investigate together. A heavily armored knight, Worcester, a level 134 Twilight Knight from the Prime Guild, crashed through the undergrowth. Clearly struggling and overwhelmed, muttering about things not going as planned, and expressing disbelief at the strength of his opponents. Suddenly, another figure, John Nos, appeared, attacking Worcester. John Nos, fueled by aggression, launched a brutal attack on Worcester, sending him sprawling. Worcester, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the assault, cried out in pain as John Nos seized his shield, commenting on its quality. "You have quite a nice shield, huh?" John Nos sneered. But his words were cut short as Worcester attempted a desperate counterattack. The wielder of the shield, however, proved too strong. John Nos easily deflected the blow, deeming Worcester weak before delivering a swift, powerful strike that sent Worcester reeling, coughing up blood as John Nos continued his relentless assault. Another kick sent Worcester crashing to the ground, leaving him battered and bruised. John Nos, unimpressed, noted Worcester's stubbornness, as Worcester, desperate, considered his options. He had been severely injured, almost all his HP drained by the previous blows, leaving him with only one choice, to use a health potion, buying himself only 3 seconds to stall. He knew this was a last resort, a desperate gamble with no other options left. As the potion glowed, Worcester, severely wounded from his fight with John Nos, attempted to activate his Twilight's Wall skill. But a system message appeared, indicating that his mana had been completely depleted. His desperate attempt to defend himself failed, leaving him vulnerable. Worcester's eyes widened in shock and fear as he realized his predicament. A menacing figure appeared before him, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. The figure's sudden appearance and Wooster's pained expression highlighted the unexpected turn of events. John Nose confronted a blonde-haired player, his expression a mixture of surprise and disdain. He questioned the player's identity, noting the shape of his ears and his seemingly novice equipment. Commenting on the player's seemingly weak gear, but also expressing a sense of unease at the player's intense gaze. John Nose's unease grew as he felt a palpable threat emanating from the player. He questioned the player's audacity, accusing him of callously trampling flowers. The player, taken aback, stammered about flowers. John Nose, impatient, pushed the player, initiating a fight. The player, clearly outmatched, attempted to defend himself. But John Nose swiftly overpowered him, delivering a decisive blow that ended the fight. John Nose declared the player's death, leaving him defeated and injured. John Nose unleashed a powerful punch, connecting squarely with Wooster's jaw, sending the armored knight sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact was clearly felt. Another blow followed swiftly, a brutal uppercut that sent Wooster reeling. Wooster, desperate, attempted to block John Nose's next attack, but the blow was too swift. The force of the impact causing a surge of blue energy to erupt from his body as he muttered, "Damn you." John Nose sneered, "Puny little insect." He continued his assault, unfazed by Wooster's desperate attempts to defend himself. "An attack from a big guy like you won't even tickle me. Stop bugging me." With a swift, precise movement, John Nose sidestepped Wooster's clumsy attack. John Nose's opponent, a blue-skinned warrior in ornate golden armor, launched himself into the air with a powerful jump, his sword held high. John Nose, unfazed, smirked, declaring, "I only need one hit to finish you." The armored warrior descended, his blade arcing towards John Nose amidst a flurry of falling petals. But John Nose, with surprising speed, sidestepped the attack, muttering, "Damn this slippery bastard." John Nose's mana was recovering. He observed, "I admit that you have pretty good swordsmanship. Once my mana is fully recovered, I'll kill him in one go." He then countered, "But you're slicing them into halves now?" John Nose's expression hardened. "I'm not going easy on you anymore." John Nose unleashed a flurry of blows, catching his opponent off guard. Wooster, his mana depleted and body battered, groaned in pain as John Nose loomed over him. "You arrogant bastard, that will be the last time you'll be able to hit me." John Nose, his mana replenished, smirked. "My mana's almost back to full already." He launched himself at Wooster with a battle cry, "Die! You bastard!" Wooster, desperate, raised his shield in a last-ditch defense as John Nose's attack bore down. A system message appeared, "Skill, March." The force of the blow sent a shockwave through the arena, dust and debris flying everywhere. John Nose paused, momentarily confused. "Ha!" Alcia, witnessing the scene, rushed to Wooster's side, concerned. "Sire Alcia, are you all right?" she asked, as Wooster coughed up blood. John Nose's attack had a devastating, unforeseen effect. Wooster's armor shattered, and he was paralyzed. Wooster's armor crumbled, and he felt a searing pain. "My armor is breaking into pieces. I can't move my body either. What is this?" A system message appeared, "Due to the sudden ambush, you have fallen into a paralyzed state." Wooster cursed, his face contorted in agony. Fuck. John Nose unleashed a flurry of blows, forcing Wooster into a desperate defensive maneuver. Wooster, his eyes wide with shock, barely managed to dodge the onslaught. John Nose's attack continued, a relentless barrage of strikes that left Wooster reeling. Alcia, witnessing Wooster's plight, equipped the sacred tree seed, myth grade. "Once my burning fist has been lit, it has to keep burning, until the fire has burned out." John Nose declared, his resolve unwavering. He continued his assault, his blows relentless and powerful, finally leaving Wooster completely incapacitated on the ground. Wooster, his face contorted in pain, cried out, Stop," as John Nose unleashed a brutal barrage of attacks, each blow landing with bone-jarring impact. Wooster staggered, barely able to utter a plea. Desperation etched across his features as John Nose's relentless assault continued.
finally culminating in a devastating blow that sent Wooster sprawling to the ground, defeated and groaning, "No. System message, Wooster has died. He lost one level and the skilled bulwark of the Twilight. He will be disconnected in 10 minutes and can relog at Lynn Castle after 10 hours. Wooster's body dissolved into particles of light, disappearing completely. System message, John Knows killed a player. His evil reputation increased. He leveled up twice and received the title Honor Wrecker. Additional damage will be given to opponents with high fame or high evil reputation." Alcia approached John Knows, concern evident in her voice as she asked, "Are you alright?" A detailed description of the bulwark of the Twilight Shield is displayed. Its stats are listed: grade, legendary, growth type, usage condition, 280 strength, defense power, 320, set bonus, plus 180. The inscription reads, "This shield belongs to the Knight of Twilight who has protected the Great Holy Empire, Gracia till his end." A final note adds, "The consciousness of the Knight of Twilight has been sealed in here." John Knows, holding the shield, comments to Alcia, "It looks like a really good item." Alcia replies, "Seems so." John Knows, still holding the shield, thanks Alcia. Confused, Alcia asks why he's thanking her. John Knows explains that he was only trying to scare Wooster, who was planning to rampage through their village. He adds that Wooster deserved it for trampling all the flowers. John Knows notices Alcia's companion and comments that she frightens him. Alcia, surprised, realizes he noticed her. Alcia explains that her companion helps her with her research. John Knows notes that it's typical for Sir Teenlight to bring his assistant everywhere. John Knows asks Alcia to take good care of the shield. He then notices Alcia's companion again, and she is startled by his attention. A system message appears: "The elven starts to think of you a very little favorably." Alcia's companion is flustered by the elf's attention. Alcia and John Knows end their conversation, and Alcia's companion expresses her surprise that the elf seemed to like her. Alcia's assistant, brimming with excitement, blurted out a proposition to John Knows: "Hire me as your assistant." John Knows, taken aback by the unexpected offer, questioned the assistant's request, his expression a mixture of surprise and confusion. "As an assistant?" John Knows, a man of sturdy build and stern features, looked at Alcia's assistant with a questioning expression. "My assistant?" he asked, his brow furrowed in slight confusion. Alcia's assistant, brimming with excitement, responded enthusiastically, "Yes. Your assistant. I really want to do it." She explained that this was a good opportunity to get acquainted with the elves. John Knows, after a moment of hesitation, conceded, "Alright then. You can be my assistant." A golden notification appeared before Alcia's assistant, detailing an advancement quest. The requirements were simple: the spirit gardener's permission. The reward? Advancement to assistant of the spirit gardener. A smaller notification followed, stating, "Note, you are now a property of the spirit gardener." Alcia's assistant, slightly bewildered, wondered aloud, "Did I transform or something?" May, Alcia's assistant, struck a charming pose, eliciting excited reactions from a group of elves. She declared, "All the elves will notice me now." John Knows, witnessing the scene, reacted with a mixture of bewilderment and annoyance, muttering, "What the hell?" He then stated, "Either way, once we leave the woods, we'll go our separate ways." A notification appeared, informing John Knows that May had been appointed as his assistant, specifically as the spirit gardener's assistant. He was also informed that he could summon her at any time and that a plant encyclopedia had been shared with her. John Knows reacted with a questioning, "What?" John Knows pondered the implications of May being his property, and the ability to summon her. He tested the system by calling for his assistant, and May appeared with a surprised expression. May was suddenly teleported to John Knows, exclaiming, "Yua!" She then fell to the ground, prompting John Knows to ask, "Yua, are you all right?" John Knows, seemingly unconcerned, casually asked May if she was a spirit gardener, noting that she had advanced without an assistant. May, as surprised, questioned what a spirit gardener was, and John Knows explained that it was a new class. John hesitated, revealing his reluctance to involve May in his dangerous class quest, explaining that a spirit gardener is simply a special type of florist.
May looked up, then John stated that she could speak comfortably with him now.
May, beaming, declared herself his assistant. May reflected that listening to John's use honorifics was suffocating.
A game notification appeared, informing John that he was under a ghost state of death caused by death in the Lux Forest. He had lost 1 level and items, with 5 minutes until forced shutdown. John, lying defeated on the ground, lamented the loss of his shield and his coveted Die Hard title. As a system message appeared, informing him that he would be sent to a previous checkpoint after waiting to respawn.
He was urged to move to a safer location before the system shut down. A message arrived from Bamboo, the Prime Guild Master. John frantically contacted Bamboo, his guild leader, desperately exclaiming, "Guild leader! Bamboo, sir! Can you hear me? Sir, I messed up." Bamboo received the message and inquired, "What? What's wrong? Why do you sound so alarmed?"
John, sighing, began to explain the events that transpired. A new character, Wooster, appeared, already aware of John's predicament. John revealed that he hadn't been killed by a mob, but by another player. Wooster, with a sigh, surmised that John had dropped the class quest items. Wooster, communicating with John explained that his death was unusual, a problem for geniuses who die unexpectedly. People who have never died before don't know how to cope with it. Wooster pressed John, asking if he remembered his opponent. John replied that he didn't. Wooster continued, noting that John wouldn't know his opponent's ID, but perhaps he could recall something about their personality. John hesitantly described his opponent as brutal and high-level. John ended the conversation with Wooster, deciding to log out and take a break. John then spoke with Bamboo, his guild leader. He explained that he would find out who killed him and that if anyone high-level wanted to go to the Lux Forest, there was a faster way than getting a bus driver. John also mentioned that Gilwan was in the middle of completing a quest in the Lux Forest, and he would check on him as well. Bamboo simply replied okay. The conversation ended. A timer showed 8 minutes until forced shutdown. Elsewhere, Wooster, having witnessed John's death, was incredulous. He couldn't believe that John had been killed by a newbie. Wooster, enraged, vowed revenge, stating that he wouldn't forgive the player who pretended to be a newbie to let his guard down. Wooster, having been forcefully logged off after his in-game death, received a system message informing him that he would be able to reconnect after a respawn waiting period. Meanwhile, the message also indicated that Jaeho was at home. The panel shows Jaeho's house in the present day, after his logout. Jaeho sat at the dinner table with his father. His father, startled by Jaeho's sudden passion for something, asked him how things were going. He wondered when Jaeho would return to his usual self. His father suggested that Jaeho should focus on martial arts instead of spending so much time playing games, noting that it would be better to fight like a warrior than an angel. He also advised Jaeho to take care of his body. Jaeho, somewhat annoyed, questioned his father's insistence on him taking up martial arts. His father, in response, stated that he had bought something for Jaeho, which was in his room. Jaeho's father revealed the purchase, a New World capsule, a device used to play the game. Jaeho was surprised. Jaeho's father explained the high cost of the New World capsule, questioning where he got the money, especially since they hadn't paid back their gym loan. He revealed that it didn't cost that much and that his motivation was to help Jaeho become a world champion, believing this was the best way to do it right. Jaeho's father then hesitantly explained to his son that his mother, Yoonhye, would be covering for him when she returned home. Yoonhye, Jaeho's mother, angrily confronted her husband, misunderstanding the situation and believing he was trying to sell their son without any excuse. Jaeho, witnessing the argument from behind a door, observed the heated exchange. His father called out to him, Jaeho. Jaeho remained hidden, silently observing. The door closed, ending the scene. Jaeho's father, face contorted in a mixture of frustration and anger, muttered under his breath, "That brat. His wife, Yunhai, responded sharply from another room, "Don't you dare try to ask for help." Jae-ho, witnessing the escalating argument, clenched his fists, a silent vow forming in his mind, "I won't forget your sacrifice, father." Later, alone with his thoughts, Jae-ho reflected on his father's actions, a wry smile playing on his lips as he mused, "Opening a flower shop is no big deal, as long as I don't get caught, that is."
It's a bit nerve-wracking though.
A notification appeared on screen, announcing that Alcia's plant encyclopedia, specifically the section on flowers of the Lux Forest, had reached 95% completion. A man, presumably the protagonist, muttered to himself, expressing surprise that only 5% remained. The man and a woman, presumably his companion, discussed the remaining 5% of undiscovered flowers in the Lux Forest. He noted the difficulty in finding new species, but she pointed out one remaining unexplored location, a mountain peak. The woman expressed disbelief that there could still be undiscovered plants on the mountain peak, but the man insisted they investigate this last possibility. A wide shot revealed a large, imposing mountain peak in the distance, suggesting the final, unexplored area of the Lux Forest. The man and woman discussed the challenges of climbing the mountain, acknowledging the lack of plants on the summit but remaining determined to explore the possibility of undiscovered flora. The woman decided to prepare tools for the climb while she continued filling her observation percentage. The protagonist, intent on scaling the mountain peak, bid farewell to his companion, Alcai, stating he would seek out the necessary tools from the elves.
Alcai, however, had other plans.
She swiftly grabbed his coat and stopped him, suggesting he leave the task of acquiring tools to her. Slightly annoyed, the protagonist questioned her, addressing her as Sir Spirit Gardener. In a swift, decisive movement, the protagonist struck Alcai, knocking her to the ground. The impact caused a small rock to crumble, revealing a well-made elven climbing axe, perfectly suited for the task ahead. The protagonist grasped the axe, a satisfied expression on his face. The axe, a gift from the elves, was imbued with their blessings, making it ideal for rock climbing. He tested the axe on a nearby rock face, finding it to be exactly what he needed. He then began his ascent, utilizing the rope and safety pins he had also acquired from the elves. The protagonist continued his climb, finding the elven tools to be incredibly helpful in his ascent. The protagonist, nearing the summit, questioned if he was reaching the peak. His ascent proving more challenging than anticipated as he struggled to maintain his grip. A strenuous climb leaving him breathless and exhausted. Having reached what appeared to be the summit, the protagonist noted the lack of anything but rocks. A message from May arrived, inquiring about Alcia's findings. The protagonist reported that there was nothing. Considering his options, the protagonist decided to search for what he needed while descending. He acknowledged the increased danger of descending compared to ascending, but decided to treat it as sightseeing. As he began his descent, a notification appeared, indicating that his fatigue level had reached 90%. Exhausted from his climb, the protagonist paused, noting that 3 hours had already passed. He was clearly tiring. A notification from his Spirit of Life system appeared, warning him to take a break. He decided to rest for a bit. Finding a suitable spot to secure himself, he began his descent. He commented that he would be hanging there for a while, planning to secure his safety pin first. However, as he attempted to do so, he slipped, causing a small rockfall. He cried out in surprise, but managed to catch himself, relieved that his safety pin remained intact. However, this was short-lived, as the pin began to creak and crack under the strain, ultimately breaking. A system message confirmed the destruction of the safety pin. Multiple system messages popped up, repeatedly stating that the safety pin had been destroyed. The protagonist groaned in distress. The protagonist, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, strained against the rope. A desperate pull on the frayed fibers resulted in a sharp, sickening snap. Strong rope has snapped. A system message appeared, followed by a gasp of shock from the protagonist. Ah! His eyes widened in terror as he plummeted downwards, uttering a cry of "EU" as he fell.
then EUAA.
A desperate, tumbling fall punctuated by a series of pained cries as he hurtled towards the ground below.
You have died. The system message appeared, stark against the black background. A level was deducted as a death penalty,
leaving the protagonist disoriented and questioning his own demise. Am I dead? He wondered, a mixture of fear and confusion clouding his thoughts. He found himself in an ethereal space, a stark contrast to his previous experience. The system announced, "You have discovered the hidden Teen Light's conscious, revealing a new, unexpected location."
His confusion deepened. Where is this place? Wasn't I dead?
Also, what's this? He questioned, gazing upon a massive, luminous flower. The system then revealed that he had discovered an unblossomed spirit candle, a unique plant with a significant history. Further system messages flooded his vision. Alcia's plant encyclopedia Flowers of the Lux Forest has reached a 100% completion rate. He had achieved maximum favorability with the elves of the Lux Forest, earning the title of veteran botanist. Overwhelmed by this sudden influx of information, he could only marvel at the sheer size of the flower before him. "It's so big," he breathed, his thoughts trailing off as he processed the implications of his survival and newfound status. "I could only find the last flower after death," he mused. Approaching cautiously, he decided to examine the colossal bloom. "Well, let me take a look first." He reached out, his fingers brushing against the petals. The system pinged again, revealing a new skill, plant botanist, and noting the flower's immense size. 2 final system messages appeared, confirming that the unblossomed spirit candle could detect the fragrance of nature and the familiar body odor of elves from him. A notification appeared before the protagonist. "The unblossomed spirit candle is reminded of Teen Light through you." He uttered a confused wah dash, his eyes wide with surprise. As he found himself propelled towards a radiant flower bud, a wave of energy lifting him, and into a breathtaking miniature world contained within the bud itself. "That's a mini world inside the flower bud," he exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. The protagonist stood within a vibrant landscape, a waterfall cascading down into a crystal-clear river. Another notification appeared: "You are the first one to discover Bloria, the world of the flower spirits. Reputation risen, you have earned the title of the one who receives the spirit's love. This means all the spirits will love you." He looked around, observing shimmering particles of light. Are these beads of light spirits? He wondered aloud, his curiosity piqued. A new notification appeared: "Class Quest, the world of flower spirits, Bloria, can only exist within the sacred tree." However, after the sacrifice of his soul along with Teen Light hid the spirit candle deep within the sacred tree, Bloria in it. On the very same day, he made a promise to let the flower bloom again beside a new sacred tree. And you, the new spirit gardener, is obliged to fulfill that promise. Conditions for success: Bloria's full bloom sealed within the spirit candle. Conditions for failure: sacred tree's eternal destruction. He muttered to himself, a second-class quest already. That's burdensome. But at least it's something related to flowers. The flower bud began to close, and the protagonist exclaimed, "Is it closing again?" A notification appeared before the protagonist, detailing the item essence of Bloira, a myth-grade spirit candle's seed. It's a seal containing Bloira, the world of flower spirits. He pondered its use, questioning if it was the key to something, though unsure of its application. The protagonist reflected on the many hidden things in this new world. A system message appeared, announcing that the respawn timer had passed and the protagonist had been sent back to the nearest checkpoint, Lux Forest Trian Village. A whooshing sound accompanied his reappearance. Alcia, a young woman with pink hair, reacted with alarm, calling out to the protagonist, "Sir." "Alcia." Alcia inquired about what had happened, mentioning that she had heard the encyclopedia was completed. The protagonist, after a moment, explained that he had died after falling off a cliff. Alcia expressed surprise at his death, asking if it hurt a lot. The protagonist confirmed his death, stating that he had fallen with a thud, crack, and crash. He continued, explaining that he had discovered the last flower in his ghost state, hidden with spirits. Alcia reacted with a tremble,
repeating the word spirits in a questioning tone.
Alcia, agitated, exclaimed about encountering first elves and now spirits in this fantasy world where innocent creatures live, expressing a burning passion for the adventure. She added that she thought she heard it as desire. The protagonist received a blow to his leg. Despite not completing the encyclopedia, the protagonist announced that their goal of discovering all the flowers had reached 100%, declaring there was no reason to stay any longer.
This surprised Alcia.
The protagonist confirmed they meant leaving the Lux Forest, a fact Alcia had previously mentioned. Alcia, in awe, revealed that she had reached a level where she could ask an elf for mountain climbing tools. However, the protagonist stated that he couldn't be satisfied with just that, expressing his desire to continue his journey, and Alcia, agreeing, stated that if she followed him, something greater would be waiting for them.
Alcia giggled, picturing a romantic encounter with an elf.
The protagonist, however, quickly dismissed the idea, stating it was unnecessary.
Alcia continued to chuckle softly to herself as the protagonist looked on, slightly perplexed by her amusement.
Near the Lux Forest's entrance, two figures, Wooster and Bamboo, discussed the possibility of a certain individual still being within the forest's boundaries. Wooster, a level 133 Twilight Knight, and Bamboo, a level 274 guild leader, both members of the Prime Guild, exchanged information. Bamboo noted that the Lux Forest was ideal for quickly silencing someone, and Wooster agreed, adding that there was a chance the target was a professional player.
Bamboo pointed out that no elves would leave the forest from this point onward.
As Wooster and Bamboo continued their conversation, a figure appeared in the distance, causing Wooster to alert Bamboo to prepare for battle. Bamboo immediately readied himself, acknowledging the warning.
Wooster, wielding his weapon, cautiously approached the approaching figures.
The protagonist, his face etched with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, muttered that. A sudden realization dawning on him as he spotted a familiar figure. He recognized the man who had stolen his shield. His recognition solidified into a burning rage. That bastard, he thought, his eyes blazing with fury. The thief, cloaked in shadows, moved with unnatural speed, a dark aura emanating from him.
Wooster and Bamboo, alerted to the presence of the approaching figure, braced themselves for combat.
The protagonist's eyes widened as he witnessed the sheer power radiating from the thief's body. Wooster and Bamboo, visibly shaken by the thief's overwhelming aura, stumbled back, uttering a pained groan. The protagonist, despite his apprehension, stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he watched the thief pass by. A commanding presence emanated from the protagonist, a force of absolute power radiating from his entire body.
The protagonist, eyes wide with shock, stumbled backward.
As the thief transformed before him, revealing a monstrous tiger-like form. "He's a beast," the protagonist exclaimed in terror. The monstrous figure, a whirlwind of teal energy, vanished in a flash, leaving the protagonist shaken. Later, the protagonist, Wooster, and Bamboo found themselves being watched by a group of people.
Bamboo nervously asked, "Why are those people looking at us so seriously?" Alcia, wiping sand from her eyes, replied, "Who knows? It looks like they're going to fight us or something. One of them looks familiar too, but I don't remember anymore."
Wooster, noticing a particularly large figure in the distance, whispered, "He's huge as a bus." Wooster, agitated, turned to the protagonist.
"What are you doing? Why did you just stare at him earlier?" The protagonist responded, "In any way, it's going to be stagnant water to be thankful for more than the least." PFF. Is that possible in New World?
I'm not sure, but I don't think we need to instigate him and cause a fight we don't want for now.
Then what about my items?
The protagonist, still shaken from recent events, relayed a message. "For now, I'll put up a guild notice about the hidden expert everyone needs to look out for." After passing through the grassland outside the forest, the desert feels like a lie.
Alcia agreed, questioning their next move. "I agree. Where are we supposed to even go from now on?"
The Life Spirit's guidance was clear. The Life Spirit told me of a place called Elysia. For now, our destination is Elysia. The protagonist, however, voiced a concern. "I don't think that area shows up in New World's bulletin board though." Despite the uncertainty, they pressed on. First, let's get out of this endless desert. Alcia readily agreed, okay. Suddenly, Alcia spotted something in the distance and exclaimed, huh? Sir Alcia. There. It was an oasis. Hopeful, the protagonist suggested, there might be a village nearby. Let's go. Alcia responded affirmatively, yes. They began to run towards the oasis. But a sudden, strong gust of wind startled them. Alcia cried out, Kaya. Sir Alcia? A sand whirlpool suddenly appeared, swallowing the protagonist whole. Alcia watched in horror as he cried out, Uaak. The protagonist struggled against the powerful force pulling him under, exclaiming, damn it. I can't get. His arm disappeared into the swirling sands as a system message appeared, a strong force that you are unable to resist is sucking you in. Another system message appeared, you have discovered a hidden dungeon entrance. The whirlpool abruptly ceased. Alcia stared at the empty space where it once was. A system message appeared for Alcia, the other party is unable to communicate. She muttered to herself, I can't even communicate with him. Alone in the vast desert, Alcia turned and asked herself, I'm alone? Alcia watched in disbelief as the sand swirled around the protagonist, pulling him down into the earth. Simply gone in two, she wondered, her face etched with worry. A system notification pinged, announcing that the protagonist's reputation had risen due to the discovery of a hidden dungeon. The protagonist found himself in a wide, echoing hall, the sand still clinging to him. Where, he thought, surveying his surroundings. He noticed a strange, viscous flow of sand emanating from a nearby wall. A series of dull thuds echoed through the hall. What's that sound? He wondered, his brow furrowing. The sound seemed to be coming from a nearby door. Coming from the door, he realized, his eyes widening. With a loud bang, the door burst open, revealing a group of armed attackers charging towards him. Attack, they shouted in unison, their weapons raised high. A man, his face contorted in a mixture of surprise and anger, reacted to a sudden, unseen event. He exclaimed, huh? Who the hell are they? His voice laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. As a voice boomed from off-panel, bring the tyrant Brezel down. An alert blared, announcing the attack of Kopai's rebel forces. The protagonist reacted with surprise, muttering, what? Rebel soldiers charged, shouting, attack. Bring the tyrant Brezel down, let's get back our hometown. The protagonist, taken aback, reacted with a pained grunt, huh? Cook. A surge of purple energy enveloped the protagonist as he glared at an approaching soldier. A pause in the action was noted. The soldier, visibly trembling, questioned, who? Who the hell is he? Is he Brezel's new subordinate? He, and his face, doesn't look like an ordinary guy. Ugh. The protagonist, unleashing a booming laugh, taunted the soldiers, wahaha. You foolish people. You still haven't let go of your lingering feelings, huh? One soldier gasps. Brezel, as the protagonist continued to confront them, you bastard. Damn bastard, this time I'm going to drag you out of the throne and put an end to this curse. Confronted by rebel soldiers, the protagonist was challenged with the words, fufufu, no matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape the eternal rule of my body. A sudden quest appeared, revealing that Brezel, the king of Kopai, had devastated his kingdom through greed, leading to a meaningless war. The protagonist, being the first to intrude on this loop, was given a choice, to help the rebels or Brezel. The protagonist questioned the sudden appearance of this quest. A rebel soldier explained that Brezel was the tyrant who had taken everything from their land, pleading for the protagonist's strength. Another quest notification appeared, offering two choices, help the rebels defeat Brezel or help Brezel defeat the rebels. If the protagonist chose to help the rebels, a mysterious voice offered to share its power, promising to punish those who oppose them. If the protagonist chose to help Brezel, the reward would be to become the guardian of the hourglass. The protagonist grappled with the difficult choice, pondering the consequences of each decision. Samantha, a level 121 sand sculptor of the Prime Guild, expressed her frustration at her team's inconsiderate actions. They had abandoned her in the perma-desert to search for the Guardian of the Hourglass, leaving her to complete the quest alone. She scoffed at the notion that Wooster, a fellow adventurer, deserved his fate for showing off. A communication ping from Kruisang arrived, inquiring about her progress after a month in the desert and asking if she had found anything about the Guardian of the Hourglass. Samantha, having found nothing but sand, reported her lack of progress. She then encountered a level 30 exploration sand golem. And after a brief interaction, she ordered the rest of her team to report back to her. Samantha, while searching the perma-desert, encountered a group of exploration sand golems. One of which addressed her directly, reporting the discovery of a strange human. Startled, Samantha reacted defensively, prompting the golem to activate its imitate function, transforming into a near-perfect copy of Samantha. Samantha, surprised by the golem's ability, questioned the creature's location, discovering it was under the quicksand. Realizing it was the entrance to the infamous secret dungeon, she commanded the golem to lead the way. Elsewhere, a man clenched his fist, rallying his companions, preparing to take down Brezel. Two men, one bearded and one clean-shaven, conversed. The bearded man thanked an unseen stranger, while the other expressed his dislike for the current situation, noting Brezel's expression and the fact that he looks like a warrior, which makes him uneasy. The clean-shaven man then declared, "You foolish fool! I'll show you the might of Brezel." His words were followed by a sudden upheaval. The ground beneath them began to rise. The earth erupted violently, revealing a large chasm and a group of soldiers looking down into it. Cracks spread across the ground as a colossal golden figure emerged from the depths. More cracks appeared on the golem's golden surface as it continued to rise. The bearded man, recognizing the creature, shouted, "It's the golden sand golem! Stay in line!" The golden sand golem stood before the soldiers, its imposing figure filling the newly formed chasm. A colossal, golden hand emerged from the sand, dwarfing the two armored soldiers below. One soldier cried out, "Dodge it," as the other reassured him, "Don't worry. After all, we turned to sand upon death, only to be resurrected by Brezel's curse, doomed to repeat this endless war." The golden hand crushed them, as the narration explained their cyclical fate, to die and be reborn endlessly in this conflict. Another impact echoed as the golden sand golem, level 230, appeared, its presence shaking the very ground. The unnamed man watched in horror, unable to ignore the soldiers' deaths. The bearded man, observing the scene, declared, "This won't do." He pondered, "Where should I go to break the loop?" A bearded soldier urgently warned the unnamed man, "Stranger, Brezel is on the other side of the wall." He continued, explaining that once one crosses the mirage, there would be trouble. The unnamed man, confused, questioned this. The unnamed man saw a colossal golden sand golem emerge from the wall, causing chaos and destruction as soldiers desperately tried to flee. He realized the only escape route was through the hole the golem had created, a dangerous but necessary path. With a determined leap, the unnamed man jumped towards the hole, his resolve unwavering. He plunged into the darkness below, the bearded soldier watching in disbelief and shouting, "Enno, why would you go there? That idiot!" The image showed a large hole in the ground, the result of the golem's destructive power. The unnamed man plummeted into the chasm, a whooshing sound accompanying his descent. The impact lessened by a tidal effect, falling with wings. He landed heavily, but unharmed, and pushed himself up. His vision still blurry from the fall. He could vaguely make out his surroundings. Recognizing the location as Brezel's secret warehouse, a fact confirmed by a system notification. A creeping sound caught his attention. He turned to see two undead figures, skeletal knights, approaching him. Level 85 fallen knights of a ruined country. The unnamed man, assessing the undead knights, acknowledges their superior strength but remains resolute. He thinks to himself, believing that successfully overcoming this challenge will significantly increase his level.
The unnamed man launched a series of rapid strikes against the undead knight, his punches connecting with bone and decaying flesh. The impact sending the knight reeling back with a resounding hit. The man, utilizing the power of the sacred tree seed, delivered another blow, the divine energy causing additional damage to the undead knight. He swiftly dodged a counterattack. The unnamed man hurled the sacred tree seed at an undead knight, the impact sending the knight sprawling. A system notification appeared: "You have leveled up." He commented that fighting undead was slow and boring, but easy levels were hard to refuse. He also noted that the sacred tree seed's power was unexpectedly effective against the undead. More undead knights surrounded him, screeching menacingly. He felt a sudden pain, his vision blurring. The knights attacked again, their movements faster than before. He realized that they were being consumed by a curse. A large, cursed undead knight emerged from the shadows, its form decaying and grotesque. The unnamed man faced a formidable foe, a colossal undead knight, level 135, its instincts the only remnant of its former self. The sheer size of the awakened captain of the royal guard dwarfed the man, who muttered in awe, "He's huge." Overwhelmed by the knight's level, the man questioned his ability to fight, while the knight's voice echoed the story of Brezel, a tyrant blinded by greed. Brezel, in his selfish pursuit of wealth and eternal life, committed a forbidden sin, sacrificing his people with his own hands, a transgression that cursed him. The knight's words revealed the truth about the ongoing battle. The people fighting were citizens trapped in a time loop, forced to fight endlessly to escape the curse of repeating time. The unnamed man, until recently, had also been protecting this place, but something changed. The knight sensed a life force within the man, a force that awakened it. It was the spirit of life. The knight, recognizing the source of its awakening, proposed a deal: it would cease fighting in exchange for the man's assistance in awakening other cursed undead. The unnamed man, his brow furrowed in thought, heard a notification chime. A request? A quest notification appeared: linked quest, the captain of the royal guard, who protects Brezel's secret warehouse, wishes to end the repeating curse. Enter the heart of the dungeon together with him. The undead knight stated, "It's this way." The heart? The unnamed man and the undead knight approached a large, ornate door. The knight touched the door, and it creaked open, revealing a vast chamber filled with piles of gold coins. The unnamed man exclaimed, "This is a massive amount of treasure." The undead knight explained, "What lies beneath Kopel is a near infinite amount of dormant gold mines. Back then, the kingdom was greatly prosperous using the mines, but Brezel, the former ruler of Kopel, refused to give all of his treasures to his successors, and he offered up the souls of his people to the demons. That's the reason why Kopel became an empty desert with endless sandstorms." The knight continued, "However, even Brezel had no choice but to make a deal with the demons, despite knowing it to be a disadvantageous one, due to his anxiousness regarding the threats to his power and authority." The undead knights suggested a final solution: entering a cave within a treasure warehouse. They explained that this was the only way to potentially end the curse. A small and cramped space, filled with an immense pile of gold. The unnamed man, initially curious, felt a sense of unease as he entered. The knights warned him, their guidance ending at the cave's entrance. His future, they implied, rested solely on his own actions. After flipping an hourglass within, everything would return to its original state. Hesitant but resolute, the man proceeded into the darkness. "Well, okay, I'll go in now," he declared, his voice betraying a mix of apprehension and determination. Finding the cave surprisingly small and cramped, he continued onward, muttering to himself, until he spotted something unexpected. A heavy wooden door. A sense of mystery and foreboding filled the air as he cautiously approached, pushing it open with a creak, revealing a passage beyond. The man stepped through, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, and found himself in a vast cavern, dominated by a colossal, glowing red orb at the far end. A large, intricate symbol was etched into the ground before him. The unnamed man stood before a large magic circle, a floating chunk of light hovering in its center. He questioned aloud if this was the hourglass the captain had mentioned. And then he spotted a hidden door.
He pulled the door open, revealing a passage beyond. Stepping through, he felt a sudden buzzing sensation. A searing pain shot through his body as red energy pulsed outwards, accompanied by system messages indicating that the curse of the dead was directly attacking his soul, reducing his recovery rate by 90%, and that his health was rapidly decreasing.
He exclaimed in pain, "What the?"
Another system message appeared, revealing that he was resisting the curse through the power of the Spirit of Life. The unnamed man, surprised, questioned the Spirit of Life, asking if it was helping him. The unnamed man, still reeling from his encounter in the hidden passage, receives a series of system notifications. First, he acquires the life-charging passive skill, followed by the curse resistance passive skill, granting him significant protection against impure forces.
He marvels at the new passives, realizing their potential,
and notes that the Spirit of Life's passive skill is also active, further enhancing his powers.
He considers his next move.
The unnamed man faces a formidable foe, a skeletal warrior, emanating an aura of death and decay.
The creature lets out a guttural growl.
He uses a legendary recovery item, the apple covered in morning dew, to bolster his defenses against the curse. The item significantly increases his recovery rate. Next, he consumes another legendary recovery item, the elven spinach pie, further enhancing his curse resistance and sending a portion of the damage back to the source. Finally, he drinks a blue macagali made by spirits, a beverage that fully recovers any physical damage caused by a curse upon death.
He grimaces, clearly in pain, as he drinks.
The unnamed man, severely injured but resolute, activated a recovery item. A shimmering hourglass appeared, its sand swirling with arcane energy. As the item's power surged through him, he felt a wave of revitalization. A surge of energy that pushed back against the encroaching curse of the dead.
He desperately willed the hourglass to work faster, muttering more. A flash of light engulfed him as the hourglass emptied, and he collapsed, exhausted but alive. He clutched a small, ornate vial.
A system notification appeared, Kopi seal has been broken. He examined the vial, a grim determination etched on his face.
So the seal is broken. What happens now, he wondered. The unnamed man gasped, a tremor shaking the ground beneath his feet. He looked around in confusion. A low rumble growing into a deafening roar. An earthquake, he wondered, but the sound was unlike any quake he'd ever experienced. No, it's different.
Something is coming, he realized, a wave of dread washing over him as the ground began to shift and crack. The sound of rushing water growing louder with each passing second. "This is the sound of water," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. As earth around him gave way, revealing a massive chasm filled with surging water. "No way, was this cave?" he muttered, staring in shock at the impossible sight before him. Dust and bone fragments fell from the skeletal figure's hand as it crumbled to dust. The unnamed man watched, questioning if what he saw was real. As the skeletal warrior disintegrated before him, its final words a whispered "Thank you, stranger." The skeletal remains vanished completely. The unnamed man, astonished, watched as a fissure opened in the cave ceiling. A torrent of water erupted, transforming the cave into a rushing canal. He scrambled away from the surging water. The unnamed man, caught in the sudden deluge, cried out in alarm, "Damn it! I'm going to be swept away." He desperately tried to escape the rising waters, thinking, "I need to get out." Making a dash for higher ground, but the current was too strong. The force of the water pulling him under. As the cave transformed into a raging river, carrying him along with debris and gold coins. He gasped for air, struggling against the powerful current. A system message appeared, "You have acquired the title of I Can See the Dragon King's Palace. Diving ability increases." Despite the perilous situation, a surge of determination filled him as he declared, "This isn't the end." The unnamed man, propelled by an unseen force, was violently thrust into the churning waters. He struggled against the relentless current. The word drown looming large above him as he gasped for air, his body sinking beneath the waves. His hand reaching desperately towards the surface, a silent plea against the encroaching darkness.
A system message appeared: you are underwater.
Decrease in strength due to the lack of oxygen. His strength ebbed as he struggled to breathe.
A powerful surge of water erupted, bursting through a wall.
He was violently expelled from the water, gasping for breath and spitting out water. Disoriented, he looked around, muttering, "The wall must have collapsed, but where am I?" A surge of anger washed over him as he shouted, "You bastard!" The unnamed man's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. A metallic ding echoed through the chamber as a system message appeared: "You have discovered the chamber of Kopiai's king."
A booming voice filled the air: "How have you managed to get your hands on it?"
The man, startled, could only stammer, "Be Breeza." A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, its form vaguely humanoid but monstrous. The man's fear intensified as he recognized the figure, muttering, "That dude.
I won't forgive you."
The figure revealed itself to be a skeletal king, crowned and robed, its voice a chilling shriek, "You bastard!
Who dare you?"
The man observed the king, his thoughts racing. Isn't he an undead? I suppose it's one of the curses he received after making the deal with the demon. The unnamed man, terrified, found himself in the throne room of Kopiai's king, an undead monarch. The king, seated upon his throne, observed the man with a chilling gaze. The king, addressing the unnamed man, stated that it was not too late for him to hand over whatever he possessed, promising to spare his life. And then, rising from his throne, he approached the unnamed man menacingly. Confused, the unnamed man wondered aloud where the item had gone, suspecting it might have fallen into a nearby canal. To his surprise, the unnamed man discovered the item, the hourglass of the standstill desert, had somehow appeared in his inventory. He questioned why he should surrender it to the king, only to be met with the king's furious outburst, revealing his desperate need for the hourglass. The king lunged at the unnamed man, demanding the hourglass. The unnamed man, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, struck back. Kopiai's king, enraged, lunged forward with his sword, a powerful gust of wind accompanying the swing. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling outwards.
As the unnamed man watched, his expression one of grim determination.
He realized that touching the hourglass had restarted the flow of time, and the effects were immediate. The unnamed man's thoughts turned to Brezel, whose weakening state was a direct consequence of time's restoration. He wondered if Brezel would be able to continue fighting.
Kopiai's king paused momentarily, his attack momentarily thwarted.
He seemed to question whether the unnamed man was still a worthy opponent. Then, with a ferocious roar, he resumed his assault. The unnamed man barely managed to dodge the king's swift strikes. A flurry of blows narrowly missing their mark as the unnamed man moved with surprising agility. The clash of steel echoed through the air. Kopiai's king, despite his initial surprise, pressed his attack, his movements growing more aggressive. He was confident that the unnamed man wouldn't be able to evade his blows indefinitely. The king's fury intensified, his voice echoing with a chilling threat, "You slippery bastard! You won't be able to dodge any longer."
Kopiai's king unleashed a bone-chilling curse upon the unnamed man, the spectral energy searing into his flesh.
"Suffer! Receive the curse of the dead," the king hissed, his voice echoing with malevolent glee. The unnamed man recoiled, his body racked with pain as the curse took hold. A system message flashed before his eyes: negative forces beyond the ability of curse resistance causes a debuff.
Movement has slowed.
Attack hit rate has decreased. "Quack," he gasped, his level visibly dropping. His eyes darted around, desperately searching for a solution. He spotted a small sapling amidst the rubble. "A sapling," he muttered, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. With a surge of determination, he activated a new skill, Speed Growth. The skill description read, "Enhances targeted plants for 100% growth rate." The sapling responded instantly, its branches and leaves expanding at an incredible rate. Time itself seemed to accelerate around the rapidly growing plant. The plant's growth overwhelmed Kopiai's king, ensnaring him in its rapidly expanding tendrils. The unnamed man had mastered the rapid mutation growth skill, increasing the plant's growth rate by 500% and evolving it into a larger form that continued for 20 seconds. Kopiai's king struggled against the plant's grasp, his movements severely restricted. "Cook," he groaned, clearly surprised by the sudden turn of events. The unnamed man watched, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. I did it," he exclaimed, realizing the plant's potential to stop Kopiai's king's movements. Kopiai's king, ensnared by the rapidly growing plant, scoffed, "Do you think that I'll be beaten with such a shallow trick?" The unnamed man, however, remained calm, activating the hourglass of the standstill desert. He commanded, "Hourglass, quicker!" The sands within the hourglass flowed faster, slowing time around Kopiai's king, allowing the plant to further constrict the king, who roared in frustration, "You bastard! This little." The unnamed man observed, "I can see your ribs." Kopiai's king shrieked, I said don't look. Don't stare at me." The unnamed man smirked, "It worked." As the effects of the hourglass intensified, Kopiai's king began to crumble. Survival attack succeeded. A non-combat attack resulted in a downgrade of experience value. The unnamed man leveled up multiple times. "And I leveled up a lot too," he exclaimed, surprised by the unexpected gains. Another system message appeared. "HM?" The unnamed man pondered the new message, a curious expression on his face. The great devil Kalito smiled, a subtle detail in the background. "What's this?" he questioned, noticing something on the ground. He guessed it was nothing. That's used by Brezel." A golden crown lay before him, its presence radiating power. A system message confirmed its identity and purpose. "It's a fancy crown which was used by Brezel. Upon wearing the crown, you would be crowned the new king of Kopiai." The unnamed man stared at the crown, a mixture of surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. "Kopiai's new king," he mused, contemplating the implications of this unexpected development. A young woman, digging frantically in the sand, muttered to herself, wondering where Sir Alcia had gone. A sudden tremor shook the ground, causing her to cry out in alarm. As a sand golem emerged from the earth, startling her further. She exclaimed, "Is this a golem?" The golem loomed over her, prompting her to ask, Who are you?" Observing the golem, she thought, "This is strange. Looks like I need to check it out myself." She then activated her sand movement skill. The sand shifted and swirled around her, revealing another woman trapped within the golem. The trapped woman cried out in distress as the first woman exclaimed, "There's a person inside." The unnamed woman, having just freed the trapped woman from the sand golem, expressed her surprise at the newcomer's inexperience. She questioned the trapped woman, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Meanwhile, another woman, Leo, observed the scene, whispering to herself about the other woman's tacky leopard print outfit. Two legendary items were revealed, the hourglass of the standstill desert and Brezel's crown. The hourglass, a contract with a demon, summons mirage soldiers and a golden golem. The crown, upon being worn, would make the wearer the new king of Kopiai, but carries the risk of incurring the hostility of other nations due to Kopiai's infamous history of collusion with demons. A man examined the items, noting the potential dangers of the crown and the hourglass. He considered discarding the crown, but decided there must be another way to use it. He then noticed a significant amount of water gushing into the area. The man realized that the water's appearance was likely connected to the hourglass's power, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he made a connection to the spirit gardener Teenlight and the Lux Forest. The man, holding a golden hourglass, pondered the spirit of life's instructions to journey to Elysia to cultivate a sacred tree. But his extensive search yielded no results. He realized that he must create Elysia himself. He declared his intention to cultivate his own garden in the desert, a bold plan that even the spirit of life found audacious, prompting him to place a golden crown upon his head. A brilliant light erupted as he donned the crown, and system messages announced that he had become the first player to qualify as king, gaining the title the first king and a significant increase in reputation. Simultaneously, he also acquired the title Tyrant's Successor, resulting in a substantial boost to his notoriety.
The man, now crowned, contemplated his new titles, king or tyrant.
The newly crowned king, still grappling with his newfound power and uncertain future, dismissed concerns about his notoriety. He stated there was no need to spread rumors. Attempting to summon his mirage soldiers, a skill he had recently acquired. However, a system message appeared, informing him that his current level was too low to summon more than 2 soldiers, and that the water-covered floor prevented further summons. Undeterred, the king attempted to summon a golden golem. But another system message appeared, this time stating that his mana was insufficient for the summon. He acknowledged the limitations, recognizing the need to increase his level and mana to utilize his full potential. He resolved to find a way out of his current predicament. Elsewhere, a woman reported to another that her friend had fallen into quicksand. The second woman, clearly irritated, questioned what the first woman had been doing while left alone. Woman 1, distressed, explained to Woman 2 that her friend had fallen into quicksand. Woman 2, unconvinced, questioned Woman 1's actions, suspecting negligence. A sudden vibration startled them both. Woman 2 drew her knife, demanding an explanation. Woman 1, equally surprised, claimed ignorance as they both sank further into the quicksand. A warning of an approaching threat emerged from the ground. A man, Alcia, appeared, seemingly emerging from the quicksand itself, his arrival marked by a system notification. Alcia stood, covered in quicksand, as Woman 1 gasped in shock and recognition. Jeho, a slightly shy man, felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he reflected on recent events. Meanwhile, Woman 1, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Sir Alcia! You're safe!" She had just witnessed Alcia's dramatic emergence from the quicksand. Woman 1's relief was short-lived, however, as Woman 2's suspicion flared. "That man is," she muttered, her gaze fixed on Jeho. Woman 2's suspicion grew as she observed Jeho's attire. "I know, right? Who wears a leopard print tank top nowadays?" she thought. Alcia, still shaken from her ordeal, stared at Jeho, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. She whispered, "He's no joke in person, especially his face." Alcia's shock intensified as she processed a detail about Jeho's appearance. That," she stammered, her voice rising in alarm. Alcia's eyes widened in recognition. "Don't tell me," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Jeho, completely bewildered, could only ask, what? Jeho pondered aloud, questioning the nature of his quest. He had been tasked with choosing between 2 options presented by Brezel, but he had already killed Brezel. Alcia reacted with disbelief and outrage, her unique class promotion activating. Jeho, unfazed, revealed a shocking truth: he was now the king of Kopii, having replaced Brezel. Alcia, stunned by this revelation, could only utter a single word, "Ah." Alcia's internal monologue revealed her confusion. Her promotion quest was now tied to Jeho, the new king, and she was to be promoted by him. A system message confirmed the change in the class quest. Brezel, the former king, had disappeared, and a new king had emerged. Winning his trust would lead to a reward. Alcia contemplated the implications of this new quest, realizing that winning Jeho's trust was the key to her promotion. Alcia, trembling, confronted Jeho, questioning his intentions and asking if he was going to attack her. Alcia, kneeling before Jeho, exclaimed, "Your Majesty." Jeho, wearing a crown, looked surprised, questioning, "Huh?" She continued, offering her congratulations on his new kingship. Jeho, internally questioning the situation, muttered, "What's wrong with this woman?" Meanwhile, Alcia, gritting her teeth, thought, damn it. This is the only way." 2 women, Woman 1 and Woman 2, also knelt before Jeho, expressing their congratulations. Alcia, frustrated, muttered, "I know, why? Not you too, May." Jeho, bewildered, questioned, "What have things come down to?" He wondered if it was a mirage, but confirmed, "No, I can clearly see it with my eyes." Observing Samanda and others in the distance, he suspected a betrayal, questioning, "No way, by any chance, did Samanda betray us?
We can't be sure of that. But, with Samanda's class, she can easily handle 3 people at once." Jaeho's coronation caused a stir among his court. One man, witnessing the new king, whispered, my shield, cry, expressing both surprise and concern. Another added, "Indeed. He's scary," highlighting Jaeho's intimidating aura. The scene shifted to reveal 2 women reacting to Jaeho's coronation.
One, visibly nervous, exclaimed, "That player," her voice laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief. 2 women approached Jaeho, the newly crowned king. One, boldly dressed in leopard print, declared her purpose: she was on a quest related to the Kopiai king. Jaeho responded with a suggestion to speak more comfortably. But she interrupted, demanding arrest. The king ordered a true parade, causing the woman to flinch and apologize for her outburst. While the other woman, more timid, inquired about Jaeho's ascension to the throne and the future of his flower shop. Jaeho explained that his current actions were merely preparations for his business. Jaeho showed the women his crown, explaining that he needed it to open his flower shop. The leopard print woman questioned the logic of opening a flower shop in a desert, while the other woman expressed confusion about his plans. Jaeho, with a smirk, revealed his true intentions. The 2 women stood behind Jaeho, looking apprehensive as he stood before them, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. A sound of water dripping echoed in the background. The sound of water dripping continued, emphasizing the quiet tension. Jaeho, the newly crowned king, observed the water returning to the parched land. He noted that the curse on the land seemed to be lifting after Brezel's death. As groundwater began to flow again, starting from the place where he had arrived. Woman 2, witnessing the returning water, exclaimed that it seemed to be turning into an oasis. Woman 1, initially apprehensive, agreed. Jaeho, having planned this, declared his intention to make the wasteland bloom again. A system notification appeared, revealing the item in Jaeho's possession, an Epelt spore, a seed easily blown away. Woman 1 and Woman 2 watched as Jaeho planted the seed. And with a magical flourish, the seed sprouted and bloomed into a vibrant blue flower. Woman 1, her eyes wide with astonishment, questioned the nature of the skill Jaeho had just used, wondering about his class. Woman 2 echoed her sentiment, expressing disbelief and wondering what Jaeho was planning. The word world domination floated in her mind. Jaeho, a confident smirk playing on his lips, revealed his plan: to plant the Epelt spore, just like the teen light, to begin his flower shop. He declared that the Epelt's flower would begin there, for his flower shop. A man explained that to summon free laborers using the hourglass he obtained from the dungeon, he needed to become king. The condition for using this successor of the throne of Kopiai skill was to be king. He continued, explaining that he lacked sufficient mana to use the skill, so he invested all points from killing Brezel into mana. A woman reacted with surprise to this revelation. A man with a beard, surrounded by 3 other soldiers, appeared, seemingly summoned. The text above them read, "Summoning the soldiers of Kopiai sealed in the hourglass, and there are 4 people who can be summoned with the current mana level, but..." The soldiers gasped, disoriented. One soldier questioned, "Is this place? I thought I was put to sleep forever." Another soldier added, "So it's about 4 people now. Well, nice. YUA." A third soldier exclaimed, "That mean, crazy stranger. Did you summon us?" The man who summoned them smirked, confirming, "That's right." One of the soldiers reacted angrily, yelling, "Why you bastard? You're just as greedy as Brezel. Why did you?" Another soldier demanded, "What do you plan on making us do after waking us from eternal rest?" The summoner responded, "Ah. That's terrible. As expected, you wish to play as you please." He then instructed them, "Do something for me." The soldiers reacted with confusion and apprehension, questioning his intentions. One soldier asked, "Start a fire? Make a meal? What kind of job are you planning to give us?" The man revealed his plan with a sinister laugh, "I'm going to open a flower shop here."
The soldiers looked on in disbelief as the man's plan was revealed.
A system message appeared: LV-45 Mirage soldiers. The soldiers, now acting as laborers, began to dig and prepare the ground for the flower shop, following the summoner's instructions. Level 50 sand golems, summoned by Jeho, waddled into a swampy area. The spores he planted were intended to create a flower garden. Samanda, kneeling in the desert, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. She pondered Jeho's unusual plan. Meanwhile, two men discussed Jeho's actions. One commented on his unexpected approach to promotion, while the other noted his apparent incongruity with the flower-related task. Samanda, communicating with someone named Worcester, attempted to unblock him from a list. Gaining Jeho's trust and securing a promotion were her current priorities. She confirmed that Worcester was still blocked and decided to unblock him. Worcester immediately contacted Samanda, demanding an explanation for the delay and expressing anger at being blocked. Samanda apologized, reflecting on her past behavior and the people she had previously ignored when they needed help. Samanda, furious, declared that she was determined to get her promotion, no matter what it took. A man, likely her superior, offered a word of praise, stating that she had worked hard. Samanda, now on patrol, reported that all was clear. The man explained that golems were digging to maintain groundwater flow, and spirits were scattering flower seeds. Samanda expressed relief, but the man revealed that the project would take 2 months to fully moisturize the area. Two women reacted to the news, one seemed pleased, while the other appeared shocked and frozen. The man stated his intention to return to the Lux Forest to seek advice on growing the garden. He also instructed the other woman to keep an eye on Samanda while he was away, noting her high level. Samanda, while patrolling, pondered the implications of a 2-month project, muttering to herself, digging the ground for 2 months. If it's for the rare class title then. She continued her patrol, her thoughts turning to the man who assigned her the task, but where the hell did he go after giving me work? Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed through the desert, causing Samanda to stop and look around warily. What? Something's coming. Samanda's eyes widened in surprise and excitement as she considered the possibility of support from the guild. Is it some support from the guild? If that's the case, then we could just steal the crown. However, her expression shifted to confusion as she realized the approaching figures were not what she expected. Ha! The spirit gardener announcing his arrival. A group of elves from the Lux Forest carried the spirit gardener in a palanquin, their joyful expressions contrasting with Samanda's growing unease. A man with a pink flower necklace watched them approach with a knowing smile. Samanda's shock was evident as she processed the unexpected sight. Elves from the Lux Forest? But why are they together with that guy? A woman with fiery red hair and leopard print armor stared in disbelief. Who the hell is he? How? Two elves apologized for bringing the spirit gardener to the desert, explaining that they couldn't refuse his offer of help to find underground water. One elf marveled at the spirit gardener's reputation among their people. One elf explained that as time passed, water spirits would appear, naturally improving the desert. The other elf noted that some people nearby were dead. He observed that the dead were already accounted for in a contract, with hourly wages already planned. The elves expressed their amazement at his resourcefulness and praised him as an admirable spirit gardener. The elves mentioned hearing countless stories about the spirit gardener's reputation and his ability to restore the livelihood of those who had lost it. They noted that he was just like them and gave him a high five. The red-haired woman watched, commenting on his remarkable reputation among the elves and his unique approach to problem-solving. The red-haired woman and the blonde elf were surprised to see a pink-haired woman approach. The blonde elf greeted her, noting that she was also there to assist. Woman 2 arrived at the scene, her expression one of alarm. What's with them, she wondered, witnessing the joyous celebration of the elves. Meanwhile, two elves discussed plans for a flower shop, one suggesting they seek advice from the spirit gardener. The other agreed, stating they had already checked the site. They continued their conversation, finalizing the details for the shop's design and construction. One elf expressed confidence in the spirit gardener's ability to create a satisfactory shop. The elves enthusiastically celebrated their plans, preparing to return to the Lux Forest to gather tools. They bid each other farewell, promising to meet again in a few days.
Woman 2 watched the scene unfold, increasingly perplexed. "Something's strange," she muttered, sensing an unusual atmosphere.
The narration begins with a description of the Brown Bear Guild, known for their reckless behavior in the game, including thoughtless player killing, looting, controlling dungeons, and ill-mannered actions such as racism.
Despite their negative reputation, their influence allowed them to seize control of the city.
The scene shifts to the Idaran Castle, where a coronation is about to commence. Players and NPCs have gathered to witness this significant event. The Brown Bear Guild's presence is noted, despite varied opinions on their actions. Croaking, the guild leader, is approached and questioned about his role. Croaking reveals that he is no longer the guild leader, raising a glass of wine to celebrate the new world's first king.
He addresses the crowd, announcing his intention to claim the throne of Idaran. Croaking declares himself the new king of Idaran.
Croaking, standing atop the castle walls, declared, "And from here on, Idaran shall be renamed as Brown Bear Kingdom."
He erupted in laughter, "Wahahaha! Woo 0000000.
I'm the first king." A system notification appeared, ding. "You have declared to the world that you have become the king of the Brown Bear Kingdom. You are the second king who has been born as one of the players in New World."
A moment of stunned silence followed the announcement.
As the reality of the situation sank in,
whispers rippled through the crowd. "He isn't the first king? Then who? It almost made history, what even?"
Croaking, seemingly unfazed, remained impassive. A final thought bubble appeared. Suddenly, a shout cut through the air, "The first bastard!"
Immediately, a furious, bald man, his face contorted in rage, roared silently, his mouth agape in a silent scream. His unspoken words echoing in the void, "Find him and bring him to me." Two men discussed the recent events surrounding the Brown Bear Kingdom's disgraced coronation.
One expressed relief, stating, "Yes, those brown bear jerks, I feel so relieved."
The other, less informed, inquired, "Who? About what?"
One man, engrossed in a weightlifting exercise, explained that he'd been too busy playing the game to notice the news. His friend scolded him for his lack of awareness of the recent controversy surrounding the Brown Bear Guild and the first king of players. The conversation continued, revealing details about the Brown Bear Guild's origins and its rapid growth, fueled by racism, but ultimately becoming the largest guild in the game. Two players, one informed and one not, discussed the recent events. One player commented on Croaking's appearance, noting that he must be a great guy. The other player mused that if Croaking had declared himself king of a global country, the global alert would have been broadcast all over the world. A player, Alcia, logged onto the new world. Another player exclaimed, surprised, that it was Alcia. Alcia questioned what was right, while another player excitedly repeated the word right. Then, the second player shouted that Alcia was the first king. One player denied that Alcia was the king, stating that there would be a huge uproar if that were the case. The other player pondered this, noting that wearing a crown doesn't always mean being a king, and that Ms. Samanda was being a bit weird too. The first player dismissed the thought, and a tingling sensation was felt by the first player. His expression changed, and he turned to face a new character. The new character, Samanda, addressed the first player as Your Majesty. Another player, observing Samanda, recognized her and expressed surprise. Samanda and the other player discussed the situation, with Samanda expressing relief that whatever happened to those browncoat jerks was a good thing. Two figures, a man and a woman, engaged in a hushed conversation. The man, seemingly concerned, urged silence, hoping to prevent rumors from spreading. He questioned whether she truly understood the gravity of the situation. A sudden announcement shattered the quiet. A woman excitedly declared the elves' return. Alcia, the newly crowned king, reacted with a simple, unfazed "oh." The sound of galloping hooves filled the air. Two elves arrived, riding a magnificent unicorn, announcing their arrival to Sir Alcia. Alcia, visibly surprised, reacted to the sight of the horse, questioning its origin. Another elf explained that these were spirit horses, descendants of unicorns, resilient creatures that had endured even the mass elf migration. Overwhelmed by this revelation, a woman expressed her amazement, while Alcia, slightly embarrassed, greeted the elf again. An elf, brimming with enthusiasm, announced to his companions, "Anyways, I brought a lot of materials for the construction with me." He continued, gesturing towards a large pile of wood, "Take a look, and do let me know if it's not enough." The wood was identified as Woolwesu wood, a high-grade material described as heat-resistant and strengthening under moonlight. One of the men, visibly shaken, confessed, 2 months till I can change my job. For it, I've been going around for months, to reach where I am, it took me a year. He trembled with anticipation, exclaiming, "Finally it's time to open my shop. It's what I've been continuously wishing for." Overwhelmed with emotion, he let out a triumphant roar, "AAA." His joy was evident as he declared, "My flower shop." The elf, surprised, commented, "I really didn't think I'll get to see this again." "That's the spirit, Sir Spirit Gardener." A desert landscape stretched before them, the wind whispering across the dunes. A small oasis nestled amongst the sand, a humble village visible in the distance. The sound of hammering echoed from within. 2 men worked diligently, one carrying planks of wood, the other overseeing the construction. "It's cool. Is there anything more I can help out with?" one asked, clearly pleased with their progress. "What do you think? Do you like the build?" the other replied, his tone curious. He explained that the wood would grow roots if kept on the floor at night, transforming into a metal-like fort. The first man, impressed, murmured "Oh," his eyes widening as he carried a plank, a faint green glow emanating from the wood. "This ordinary-looking wooden board," he exclaimed, disbelief evident in his voice. "And no way." A red-haired woman, amazed by the relationship between elves and spirit horses, expressed her astonishment as she exclaimed the name Woolwesu. And a man questioned the term, prompting a discussion about the material's rarity and high cost. Revealing that Woolwesu is a high-grade material used for bows and arrows, monopolized by elves, making it incredibly expensive. Building a house from it would cost billions. Leaving the woman questioning the reason behind its high price. While another man, seemingly familiar with the material, prepared to test its durability. Character B, holding a small, green object, declared that he would only be late if he hesitated now. A notification appeared, seemingly from a system interface, prompting him to proceed. The spirit of life's voice echoed in his mind, questioning his decision. Character B retorted that it was not okay to hesitate, explaining that this was his home and a place to handle important quests. He laughed, revealing his plan to summon Mirage soldiers, a skill he possessed. The notification summoned Mirage soldiers appeared on screen, followed by the soldiers' arrival. Character B apologized for bothering them, explaining that he needed their help with an important task. A passing comment about the smell of flowers blooming in the desert led to a discussion about the possibility of using spirit horse manure as fertilizer. Character B mused that while the opportunity was unusual, it might work. He needed help collecting soil and manure from the spirit horses to create fertilizer. The smell of the manure was noted as unpleasant, but potentially useful. A notification appeared, revealing the acquisition of a sacred tree seed. The narration explained that the soil from the Lux Forest and the spirit horse manure were all that was needed. Character B reflected that the item wouldn't disappear even if the process failed. Another notification appeared, prompting him to try again. Character B, a determined expression on his face, surveyed the small hole he had dug. He muttered to himself, "All right. Now." He then proceeded to plant the sacred tree seed, his movements swift and purposeful. "I'm planting it," he declared, his voice filled with resolve. The spirit of life's voice echoed in his mind, providing cryptic guidance. Meanwhile, the Mirage soldiers, summoned by Character B, stomped the ground around the newly planted seed. Character B, satisfied with their work, declared, "That's good enough. I think it's planted well now." A notification appeared, signaling a quest update.
Character B, surprised, exclaimed, "Huh?"
He then received another notification, this one from the Spirit of Life, explaining that while he was capable of planting the seed, only he could make it sprout.
"Oh. Awesome," he responded.
Another quest update appeared, prompting a reaction of excitement from Character B. That's a quest update. The Spirit of Life, however, issued a warning, something doesn't feel right about this. Character B and another individual, presumably Character A, observed a miraculous sight, a green field spreading across the desert. Character B, his expression a mix of determination and apprehension, arrived at what the map indicated was the spirit gardener's flower shop. Elder Elda, a Trian village elder elf, greeted him with a knowing smile, her words hinting at the consequences of his choice regarding the sacred tree. A system notification confirmed Elda's identity as the Trian village elder elf, further emphasizing the significance of the encounter. Character B and Elder Elda sat down at a table in the flower shop, the elder expressing surprise at his visit. Character B explained his curiosity about the flower shop, having heard of its recent establishment. Elder Elda then inquired about the sacred tree, confirming that Character B had indeed planted it in the desert and was working to help it grow. Elda revealed that the elders possess a terminal connected to the sacred tree, allowing them to perceive its condition. She had sensed a faint grumbling from the tree. Character B, surprised, learned from Elda that the sacred tree was complaining about the intense desert heat. Character B, seated across from Elder Elda, let out a sudden, loud cough. As Elder Elda chuckled, explaining that the sacred tree has always been grumpy and that Character B shouldn't worry too much about it. Elder Elda continued, mentioning that to ensure the sacred tree's proper growth, Character B would need to accommodate it, such as by having conversations with it, similar to how she conversed with the Fae folk. Character B, surprised, gasped as he revealed his attempts to communicate with the tree for 2 months had yielded no response. Character B then turned to Elder Elda, expressing curiosity about something, prompting Elder Elda to inquire about the nature of his curiosity. Character B hesitated, addressing Elder Elda as Your Majesty before being abruptly interrupted. A notification appeared, displaying the name and description of a dish, Spirit Gardener's Efolt's flower soup. Character B looked at the 2 dishes with a questioning expression, muttering, "These things?" Character B recalled Elder Elda's previous visit, stating, "Yeah, the last time Elder Elda came previously." Character B pondered aloud, "The flowers have already bloomed in the desert, but the observation progress for the Epelt's flower wouldn't exceed more than 60%. I thought it was strange, so I asked her." Elder Elda explained, "Ho-ho, simply raising flowers doesn't mean you know everything about them. Of course, flowers and all types of plants aren't just grown to look at them. They all have their own uses. Some are used as medicine, some are also even used as condiments. They all have diverse uses. The spinach pie I gave you last time was actually a harmonious dish made with 15 ingredients together. It's not all just about growing flowers. To go further than that, you'll have to understand everything about them. Only then, you'll be able to hear their voice." Character B, intrigued, questioned, "Their voice?" Elder Elda responded with a knowing smile, "Hoo-hoo. If I tell you everything, then it'll be no fun." Character B seemed amused by Elder Elda's playful response, while Elder Elda continued to tease him. Character B pondered the implications of skill levels in the game, questioning the leveling process, and whether most players would level up together, including themselves. Character B then considered the possibility of taking May with them, but expressed uncertainty due to the significant difference in their levels. Character B explained that the current area was too low level for them to grind effectively, but that May didn't need to level up much, as she had painting work to do in the area. May expressed her reluctance to be separated from the elves, while Character B's assistant overheard her. Representatives from various elven tribes offered their greetings to the spirit gardener, Behame, stating, "We offer our greetings to the great spirit gardener." Behame, slightly surprised, questioned their presence. Behame, the leader from Blackvine Swamp, explained that he had brought the group. The leader of the Tandemine tribe and Lucia, leader of the Ludia tribe, also identified themselves.
Lucia's arrival caused Behame to express confusion, muttering, "Whoa. What's going on?"
A notification appeared, indicating a significant increase in the elves' favorability towards Behame.
He appeared concerned, saying, "Don't tell me."
The elves explained that they had come seeking Behame after hearing the sacred tree's voice. Even the leaders of other tribes had heard it. They pledged to follow him wherever the sacred tree might be. Behame commented on the irony of a spirit gardener's garden being located in the middle of a desert, prompting a chuckle from one of the elves. Recalling past interactions with Teenlight, Behame chuckled, noting the elf's eccentric nature in past pranks. He mused about the possibility of revenge, but ultimately decided against it. Behame's thoughts shifted as he remembered a time when Teenlight had urinated while drunk. Suddenly, Behame's expression changed. He wondered aloud if the elves were planning to move to his area. A news notification appeared on his phone, reporting a sudden migration of elves and mentioning a mysterious player accompanying them.
Behame, surprised, asked his companion for an explanation.
His companion explained that the situation was serious, revealing that he had started his journey at Lux Forest, a place known for its large elf population.
The companion then directly questioned Behame's involvement in the elves' migration. Behame's companion confronted him, exclaiming, "Damn it! Is that really you?
You're the center of attention in this bizarre situation."
He continued, "Damn it. Fucking game of luck. A dude like you who doesn't even know about games caused an event like this?" Behame responded defensively, "Do you think I wanted to do that? I just want to quietly open a flower shop."
His companion retorted, "You crazy punk.
You're still on about that? You can't think about anything besides the darn flower shop when you're getting this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" Behame sighed, admitting, "Sigh. You're right, I'm sorry. You're always like this, I must have lost my mind for a bit."
His companion explained, Lux Forest was like a barren land from the player's point of view anyway.
Since it's so wide and not really owned by anyone, there must have been so many hidden quests. Even if that's true, you must have been hella lucky. Anyways, jerk. How can you keep this a secret from me? Behame smirked, revealing, "That's because I haven't unlocked you yet." His companion responded angrily, "You rotten bastard. But seriously though, how did it happen? Tell me everything."
Behame explained, "I simply unlocked some quests after getting close to the elves.
Then I was trapped trying to survive. If I were to briefly explain."
Behame's companion, observing his friend's intense focus, commented, "You were playing the game better than I expected." Behame clarified, "No, I mean I thought you would simply be picking flowers or something, but you were completing quests like normal." They laughed together, the companion adding, "But you're not like the first player king or anything like that, right?"
Behame's companion gasped, exclaiming, "Hey, does that even make sense to you?"
They both laughed again, Behame admitting, "I joked originally, but..."
The companion, still amused, teased, "What's wrong with your toes?"
A system notification appeared, communicating with strong muscles.
Behame reacted, "I'm going to the, what was it again? Perma Desert. I'm going there. Wait for me." Behame's companion responded dismissively, "Well, it shouldn't matter much, right?"
Behame, looking at a map, observed, "Is that a fish market?
A construction site? There's so many elves around. Tense, huh?"
Observing the growing number of elves gathering, Behame noted, "More and more elves keep coming now after hearing the voice of the sacred tree.
I think the population is already like that of a small city."
He continued his internal monologue, "If I don't set things properly from the start, it's going to be messy later on." A notification appeared on his interface, a message from Samanda.
He tapped the screen, initiating communication. Samanda's message read, "How are you doing?" Behame replied, Fuck. I'm busy." "Who is it?" Samanda's voice, full of urgency, exclaimed, gasps, "Your Majesty." I mean Sir Alcia." Behame responded, "Not at all. I'm okay." Samanda continued, is that so?
I'm hunting right now, but the golems are busy fighting anyway, so if you have any orders for me, please let me know.
Behaim, considering the influx of elves, asked Samanda, do you perhaps know of any architects around? Samanda replied, an architect you say? Ah. Yes, I do know one. A detailed profile of Giant, an architect of level 184, appeared on screen. The text below read, this unique class promotion quest. The screen displayed the class quest prompt, class quest. You can say that you are already at the pinnacle of your skills as an architect. But to look beyond that, you need a new challenge. Build a piece of work that no one has ever tried to make before. As time goes by, that work will brighten the path of your achievements. After completing the quest, promotion to the Architect of Glory. Giant, upon reading the quest details, muttered to himself, a piece of work no one has ever tried to make before. Huh, aren't the requirements too vague? Giant contacted Samanda. Oh, Miss Samanda?
It's been so long, he said, cheerfully.
He then asked, can you build a house in the desert?
It's towards the perma-desert.
Samanda responded, pardon? Desert?
Giant continued, a desert. I'm not sure if I can build a proper foundation for a building in a desert, though feels like more of a reckless challenge, rather than a new challenge. Then added, I forgot to say the important part.
Samanda asked, what? Giant explained, you definitely won't regret it if you go. Have you heard about the migrating elves? They're heading to that place. Samanda reacted with shock. Don't tell me, the work you just said.
Giant continued, it's a little complicated, so it's difficult to explain right now, but to put it simply, we need someone to build houses for the elves.
Giant then exclaimed,
I'll go there as soon as possible.
Giant, in a sudden burst of urgency, contacted Samanda again, please wait for me.
After some time had passed, Behaim, a man of slight build with spectacles perched on his nose, appeared troubled. He muttered to himself, questioning whether his actions had upset Miss Samanda. His worried expression intensified as he considered the possibility of having upset her. A sudden, sharp movement startled him, and he flinched.
Behaim and Samanda surveyed the grim conditions of the elf refugee camp.
As you can see, Behaim explained, the conditions here are quite bad.
They arrived suddenly in large groups, so they're currently living in tents. Samanda simply murmured in agreement.
Behaim continued, expressing concern that the growing number of elves would soon make the camp as crowded as the Gangnam subway station.
Samanda simply replied, oh. Samanda complimented Behaim's quick response to the crisis, expressing gratitude for his timely arrival.
Behaim, slightly embarrassed, responded that it was no problem, though he seemed to have given the wrong impression.
Samanda entrusted Behaim with the task of creating a proper settlement for the elves. A system notification appeared, informing Behaim that, as king, he had the authority to create quests. Behaim looked surprised. A system notification appeared before Behaim, informing him of his newfound authority to create quests. The notification read, you have the rights as the king, you can create the quests. A subsequent notification popped up, asking, would you like to create the quest? Behaim, slightly surprised, responded with a simple O. Behaim pondered the possibility of creating a quest himself, questioning, make the quest myself? He then proceeded to define the quest's purpose, to build housing for the elves. The system prompt appeared, set the quest purpose. The system then prompted Behaim to set the reward for completing the quest. He questioned, reward? Behaim's eyes widened as he considered the reward. He then realized a suitable reward and exclaimed, there's something suitable for that. The system confirmed the quest's basic setup, indicating that after correction, the final quest would be posted. The quest was titled City Construction Quest. Behaim expressed his satisfaction with a simple nice. Behaim reviewed his newly created quest, a self-satisfied expression on his face. He murmured to himself, it looks quite decent? A quest titled City Construction Quest appeared before Behaim.
The quest details explained that the elves needed a new city in the desert to accommodate their growing numbers, and the reward for completion was Twilight's Barrier. Behaim, reviewing the quest, muttered to himself, expressing some self-doubt about the quest's scale and his own capabilities. He questioned whether it looked like a decent quest. He then considered the potential reward and his status as a top player, ultimately deciding that the class promotion was more important than the reward itself. Behaim, after a moment of contemplation, confidently agreed to undertake the quest. He extended his hand to seal the deal, and the other party readily accepted, shaking his hand in agreement. Behaim reflected on the enormity of his task, the large-scale quest to build a city for elves. He mused that it would be challenging, but achievable if he drew upon all his past experiences. And added that people always seemed to enjoy his building projects. However, a nagging question lingered in his mind: why? An elf, Schwan, looked down upon Behaim's work, a system notification appearing: Elf Schwan looks down upon you. No more favorability left to be decreased. Schwan smirked, questioning Behaim's understanding of elven architecture. Behaim, flustered, responded that he didn't understand. Another system notification appeared, identical to the previous one. Schwan criticized Behaim's human-style buildings as desolate. Behaim, increasingly distressed, wondered why he was receiving so much negativity and apologized. Behaim resolved not to give up. He declared that his current skill level was only that of a beginner, and he would start again from the beginning. 2 days later, a large, worn boot is shown, stepping onto the ground. The caption reads, "What's this?" Samanda, a red-haired woman, observes a large-scale construction project, commenting on the size of the elf migration. She remarks that the noise is significant. Samanda and a pink-haired companion continue walking, discussing the changes to the area and mentioning Sir Alcia. A dark-haired elf stops Samanda and her companion, questioning their identities. Samanda and her companion identify themselves as Sir Alcia's associates. The elf comments on the strong fragrance and questions their identities further, noting an unpleasant smell. Samanda's companion explains that she is Sir Alcia's knight and recently returned from an expedition. The elf expresses surprise at the mention of an expedition. Samanda's companion explains the purpose of their expedition: to obtain a flower picture and a seed. The elf realizes their purpose was to enrich the desert. The elf allows them to proceed, cautioning them to be careful, mentioning recent events in the area. Schwan, suspicious of Samanda's expedition, warned her to behave herself, lest she incur the wrath of the local giant who had claimed he would build houses there. Samanda and Behaim exchanged confused glances, recalling that the giant had indeed claimed he would build houses not long ago. The giant, however, was now on the ground, muttering about his inability to perform architecture or anything else of value, feeling like trash. Samanda explained that she had recommended the giant, a famous architect, for the job, but was perplexed as to why he had turned out this way. She attributed the giant's current state to the elves' persistent hostility towards giants, a prejudice that hadn't changed despite her attempts to mediate. Behaim, listening intently, prompted Samanda to explain the reason behind this persistent hostility. Samanda, remembering bitter memories, revealed that the elves' treatment of outsiders was far colder than she had anticipated, with Sir Alcia being a rare exception. Behaim, piecing together the information, questioned if those wearing headscarves from GLA were also treated poorly by the elves, to which Samanda confirmed, recounting her experiences of sleeping out and begging in the Tryan village. Behaim observed the dejected giant, muttering to Samanda, "He's in for a bigger shock since he's actually well known as an architect." Samanda, looking concerned, replied, "Looks like giant lost his mind after the mental damage done, huh?" Samanda vehemently disagreed, stating, "No. This has nothing to do with the mind." Behaim, however, questioned, "But the GLA lived pretty well at the Lux Forest though." Samanda sighed, explaining, "We were just already used to that life." Samanda then pondered aloud, "Then, should I ask for help just in case?" Behaim suggested, "They can tell us their know-how on how to communicate with the elves." He continued, "More than welcome, if it's effective. But can we still be in contact?" An elf girl, her expression a mix of worry and determination, stated that they needed help, prompting a thoughtful response from a man who seemed to be pondering a solution. Meanwhile, a notification appeared on a screen, indicating neutral favorability from resident Straw within the Lux Forest. This was met with surprise and excitement by a group of cloaked figures, who celebrated their unexpected success. Their leader, known as Breeze, expressed disbelief and a hint of nervous excitement. Despite their current hardships, Breeze and his group remained resolute, their determination unwavering. Another notification then appeared. This time a communication request from someone named May. Breeze, initially confused, recognized the name and recalled May's recent strategic actions. One of Breeze's associates whispered about a failed attempt to contact the Prime Guild, and their desperation to resolve the situation. Suddenly, a message from May arrived, causing an uproar among Breeze's group. A member inquired about the nature of the message, revealing a sense of urgency and anticipation. Breeze, his face grim, announced that something had finally arrived. He then began to remove his hood, preparing for whatever was to come. A dark cloak was thrown aside, revealing a man who excitedly announced, "We've got an opportunity. Everyone!" The sudden commotion disturbed Breeze, the chairman of the Global Lux Association, who complained, "So noisy during this late hour." An elf nearby gasped, their favorability towards humans decreasing by 1 point. Another man questioned Breeze about their next course of action, given the low favorability, but Breeze dismissed it, stating, "That doesn't matter. Things like favorability aren't important right now." The man exclaimed, "It's finally here. An opportunity to leave the sickening forest." The next day, at the entrance of the Tryon village, Samanda excitedly greeted Breeze. Breeze, relieved to see her, replied, "Nice to see you. How have you been?" Samanda explained that only about 50 people from the GLA remained in the village. Samanda expressed her desire to bring everyone to safety if possible. Breeze agreed, offering to take her to the desert first, while the elf would guide the others. Samanda, brimming with excitement and relief, explained the dire situation in her village to Breeze. She proposed a plan: share the quest details so everyone can help with the evacuation. Breeze, equally relieved, received a notification of a reward for completing the quest, an advanced health potion. The reward was a special request from the Spirit Gardener, and it would increase health recovery by 10%. Samanda, having been involved in the quest's planning, knew how important this was. She explained the reward to Breeze, emphasizing its significance. Breeze, understanding the urgency, readily agreed to help. He asked Samanda to lead him to the remaining villagers. Samanda, relieved by Breeze's willingness to help, led him towards the village. An elf, witnessing their interaction, glared at Breeze with suspicion. Breeze, feeling the elf's intense gaze, flinched slightly, but remained resolute. The elf, though initially suspicious, ultimately accepted the situation. Breeze's concern was evident, and he wondered if this would be enough to save the villagers. Samanda and Breeze found themselves in an unexpected location. "No way. Why, you're telling me this is a desert?" Samanda exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief, as she gazed upon the unfamiliar landscape. But it was clearly a flower garden, too. The sight before them was a stark contrast of arid sand and vibrant blue flowers. A woman, Alcia, approached Breeze. "Nice to meet you." "I'm Alcia," she said. Breeze replied, "Hello. I'm Breeze." Alcia's expression shifted as she observed Breeze. She questioned the presence of a smelly immortal in the area, noting Breeze's plan to create a city for the remaining villagers. Breeze, seemingly unfazed, simply replied, "I see." Breeze explained his reasons for choosing this location, acknowledging the elves' dislike for humans. He revealed that those who had been there longer had already left, prompting a concerned question from his companion. But why me?" Alcia clarified that they hadn't actually died, they simply quit the game. Breeze, relieved, murmured, "Oh no. May they rest in peace." His companion, however, was left utterly bewildered. Behaim, a member of the GLA, addressed someone, explaining that he had been summoned because of their experience and that a problem needed solving.
He requested their cooperation.
The individual, seemingly hesitant at first, agreed to follow. Meanwhile, Samantha, alone in a field of blue flowers, mumbled to herself, expressing confusion and self-deprecating thoughts. Behaim and another man observed a third individual, who appeared to be in a distressed state, muttering incoherently. The second man explained that the distressed individual had been in that condition for several days and had progressed to the fourth stage. Behaim and Alcia, who had joined them, reacted with surprise and confusion to the news of the fourth stage. Alcia explained that the stages referred to a self-esteem rating system used in the GLA's intensive care program, with 5 levels of care. Alcia further elaborated on the system, explaining that those with arrogant attitudes often regress to the first stage. Behaim explained the stages of emotional distress, noting that the second stage involves struggling to overcome the problem before succumbing to frustration, while the third stage leads to shame and the fourth to a crushing awareness of one's own inadequacy. Samantha mumbled to herself, expressing self-deprecating thoughts. Alcia interjected, explaining that stage 5 is when individuals surrender, and that the GLA intervenes to help them accept their situation. She proudly stated that she had reached stage 5 herself. Behaim suggested seeking help from Mr. Giant, noting that the situation with the elves had escalated rapidly. Behaim proposed a plan to help Mr. Giant reach stage 5 with the assistance of an expert, leading to a job change quest notification. The quest, titled Job Change Quest, required proving expertise in dealing with elves, overcoming their hostility, and healing those injured by them, with the reward being the title of Elf Counselor. Behaim contemplated the job change
option.
Sir Breeze, visibly shaken, confessed to his companions, "After how long?
Did I get this after I started to play the game?"
Overcome with emotion, Sir Breeze began to cry, his tears streaming down his face as he sniffled and sobbed uncontrollably. Samantha, witnessing Sir Breeze's distress, questioned, "Is he crying because you're so scary?" To which Sir Breeze replied,
"What do you mean?"
Sir Breeze, still weeping, explained, "I think I've just found my reason to keep living. It's just that. Thank you for giving me such a precious opportunity, Sir Alcia." Samantha and Sir Breeze's companion exchanged confused glances, both clearly puzzled by Sir Breeze's emotional outburst. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the other GLA members were informed that they would be logging in the Lux Forest. A new task was assigned. Each member received an elven axe, a beginner-level tool for logging. The group reacted with surprise to this unexpected task, questioning the purpose of cutting trees. Schwan, the elf, glared intensely as he received a new task. The spirit gardener explained that while the request was unusual, it was also deeply important and required gratitude. He awkwardly swung the elven axe, striking a tree repeatedly, receiving harsh criticism from a fellow elf for his poor technique. The elf apologized, and the other elf explained the precise requirements for the task. The axe must be swung at a 37-degree angle, hitting a 10 cm break in the tree, all within a few seconds. Schwan, frustrated, muttered about being treated like a slave. A fellow elf offered encouragement, reminding him of their shared goal of escaping their current situation. A distant, intense heat was visible in the sky. A message appeared: the spirit of life was struggling to grow due to the intense sunlight. A man, seemingly a gardener, acknowledged the problem, noting that only weeds and the rare Epelt's flower could survive in such harsh conditions. He pondered a solution to help the spirit of life grow. Samantha reported to Alcia that she had finished cleaning the flower shop's warehouse, but raised a concern about the potions piled up near the warehouse. Alcia, curious, asked why Samantha thought this was an issue. Samantha explained that leaving the Epelt flower essences unused seemed wasteful. And Alcia agreed, noting that in New World, immediate recovery items are very valuable. Alcia wondered if Samantha thought it was a good idea to distribute the potions among players. Samantha questioned the practicality, wondering if anyone would buy them. Alcia confidently asserted that it was obvious the potions would sell, given their high rank and ease of production. A man, burdened by student loans and his parents' tireless work, reflected on his own financial struggles in the New World, musing that many others were also striving to make a living there. He then turned to a woman, seeking advice or assistance, his expression a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Samanda, having initiated contact with Croissant, a level 110 unique class merchant from the Prime Guild, requested an assessment of the potion's potential for bulk sales. Croissant, intrigued, inquired about the item in question. The item was revealed to be the Spirit Gardener's Eaphilis flower essence, a creation previously shared with Croissant for review. Croissant, after receiving the essence, began her analysis, noting that while mass production was possible, Samanda's initial assessment might not have been entirely accurate. Croissant meticulously calculated the potential profits, her brow furrowed in concentration. And then, with a sudden realization, she exclaimed, "Croissant?" Samanda questioned Croissant about the mass production of the Eaphilis flower essence. Croissant responded that they didn't have a facility yet, as construction had only just begun. His eyes gleamed with dollar signs as he eagerly awaited the completion of the project. Samanda immediately requested the location, stating she would be there shortly. Elves strained to pull a massive log, their grunts echoing through the air. A man observed them, unimpressed by their efforts, commenting on the surprisingly pretty common flowers once fully grown. A man, seemingly assessing a construction site, noted that it wasn't even at ground level, expressing uncertainty about its progress. He then clarified that the structure was, in fact, a raised platform. Croissant, a merchant, excitedly greeted Alcia, referring to her as a classmate. Croissant nervously confirmed her merchant status to Alcia. Jeho, brimming with excitement, eagerly awaited repaying his loan. He nervously chuckled, a sound punctuated by the sharp intake of breath from Alcia. As she glanced around, assuring Croissant that her business dealings were above board. "Don't worry, I'm not doing anything illegal," she stated calmly. Croissant, a businessman at heart, led Alcia to his warehouse. "Well, for now, it's all we've got," he said, gesturing to the room. He explained that she should first check the quality of the Eaphilis flower essence. Alcia, intrigued, readily agreed. Alcia examined the essence, revealing that she had been experimenting with it while creating other essences. She politely asked if she could take a closer look at the samples. Croissant readily agreed, allowing Alcia to inspect the samples. With a cheerful "here I go," then, she used a special tool to analyze the items. The tool identified the first item as Spirit Gardener's Dried Dew Mushroom Tea, an advanced-grade beverage that increased curse resistance by 1%. Next, the tool identified Spirit Gardener's stir-fried Eaphilis flower seeds, a dish that healed 10 HP. Alcia was astonished by the quality of these food items. Alcia, curious about the advanced-grade food items, hesitantly approached a food item and took a bite. A complex flavor spread through her mouth. It was bitter, yet it carried the distinct scent of pine needles. The taste evoked a feeling of being in a real forest, a sensation so vivid it felt like Mother Nature herself was present. Croissant, observing Alcia's reaction, inquired if the taste was unpleasant. Alcia, lost in the experience, simply continued to eat. Croissant explained that the advanced-grade items tasted different from normal dishes, their flavors enhanced by their origin in the New World. He further elaborated that while players only noticed stat buffs, the NPCs experienced a complete change in taste, making the dishes more appealing to them. Croissant believed these dishes would be particularly appealing to the upper-class NPCs. Alcia, enthusiastically agreeing, expressed her desire to distribute all the items in the warehouse. Croissant, impressed by Alcia's discerning palate, acknowledged her as a skilled chef. Alcia, slightly surprised, seemed to ponder the implications of this revelation. Croissant, visibly agitated, addressed Alcia. "Well, it doesn't matter if you sell it, but..." He continued, his voice shaking slightly, "Let me just make one thing clear here." Alcia, confused, questioned him with a simple, "Huh?" Croissant, seemingly flustered, stammered, "I am an owner of a flower shop." Alcia stared, speechless, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "What?" She then added, "That Croissant is not such a bad person. It's just..." Croissant explained, "When I get embarrassed, I sometimes say something without realizing it." Alcia, seemingly unfazed, responded, "Well, I don't really care, so you don't have to make such a fuss. I've heard way more than that before." One man, exasperated, explained that elves not only insulted his personality but also racially discriminated without hesitation. He continued, reminding them that in fantasy stories, elves always receive preferential treatment, unlike humans. And that to interact with elves, one must unconditionally bow to them. The man, clearly uncomfortable, asked if he had to bow to them. Another man, seemingly a guide, offered a demonstration of the proper greeting, which involved bowing deeply. The first man, surprised, questioned the necessity of such an extreme greeting. An elf, observing from a distance, found the human's attempt at the greeting interesting and an improvement. The man with glasses was shocked that the greeting actually worked. Two human envoys approached a group of elves, their footsteps echoing with a rhythmic tack-tack-tack. They bowed deeply, one stating, "With that, I bid you farewell, sir." The elves responded with a curt, "How do you do, sir?" One elf observed, "Ha! Seems you're not like other humans." A system message appeared, "Tudia ELF Warrior Storm has responded to your greeting. Likability is very low." Back with the humans, a man watched them leave, a pleased expression on his face. He murmured, "Good. You've done well." One of the human envoys, a young woman, exclaimed, "Tay teacher be." The man, seemingly their teacher, simply grunted, "Humph." Elsewhere, another man watched the departing envoys, a worried look on his face. He wondered aloud, "I wonder how it's going." A different scene showed a man asking another, "Sir Alcia, have you checked the auction house?" A man, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, questioned a young woman. "HM? What is it?" he asked. She responded nervously, It's nothing. It seems you're a college student as well." "Ha ha." The woman, undeterred, stated, "I'm 24 years old." The man's eyebrows furrowed in thought as he processed this information, his expression shifting to one of dawning realization. The woman's face was filled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation as she awaited his response. She mumbled, "What you're saying is, I'm your Nuna." The man remained silent, his expression unreadable. He found arranging flowers quite uncomfortable due to his large hands, however, he persevered, concentrating for a long time, and successfully mastered the immersion skill, achieving a great success in creating a clumsy, but affectionate Epelt's flower vase. He earned the title of apprentice flower arrangement artist, unlocking additional effects when arranging flowers. He noted that the result looked a bit strange, but it was his first attempt. Mastering the flower arrangement skill increased his flower arrangement proficiency by 1%, and the Epelt's flowers' observed reverberation rate reached 100%. This granted him communication with the spirit of nearby Epelt's flowers in real time, and they now had an absolute affinity towards him. He noticed the progress of observation, which did not change even after making potions, had suddenly increased all at once. The spirit of life explained that while they could communicate, they were dumb and couldn't communicate like him. He questioned this. Achieving 100% observation progress of the Epelt's flower revealed hidden effects, a slight physical strength restoration effect and a weak, but strong, damage reduction effect when HP is reduced to 5% or less. The strongest florist reviewed the effects of his newly mastered flower arrangement techniques. A special effect is applied when achieving 100% observation rate of the Epelt's flower, the HP reduction rate is increased. But a weaker effect is applied when HP is reduced to 5% or less, damage taken is reduced by half for 3 seconds, and the radius of successful effects is increased. He mused on the implications. This will do. It will be advantageous for people to come and visit his shop. The flower arrangement itself also works. A group of desert elves were seen in the distance. One of them noted the many elves present, and speculated that this must be the desert flower shop of that guy. Muscle Pang Pang, a level 185 man-at-arms, called out to Alcia, but was met with glares from the other elves. Pang Pang, oblivious to the glares, continued to call out for Alcia, wondering why his name sounded so perverted.
He then asked the elves if they knew Alcia.
Muscle Pang Pang, still searching for Alcia, approached a group of desert elves. He inquired about her whereabouts, but his appearance and mannerisms immediately made the elves suspicious. Their initial wariness quickly escalated into open hostility as they pointed out his uncouth behavior and questioned his intentions. Pang Pang, realizing his mistake, profusely apologized. The elves, though still wary, accepted his apology, reminding him that this was his first offense and there would be no second chances. They emphasized the generally hostile relationship between humans and elves in Helsrit, particularly in this area. A moment later, Pang Pang, still shaken from the encounter, was approached by a man who identified himself as Breeze, an elf counselor.
Breeze expressed concern for Pang Pang's well-being.
Breeze explained his role in facilitating interactions between elves and humans unfamiliar with their customs, particularly in Helsrit.
He noted the unusual presence of a human settlement near the desert elves' territory.
Breeze revealed that the reason for the unusual coexistence was due to the presence of Alcia, whose influence had fostered a fragile peace.
Pang Pang, still confused, asked about the meaning of Helsrit.
Breeze further explained the unique situation in Helsrit, emphasizing the potential for conflict if humans are not careful in their interactions with the elves. He offered Pang Pang training to improve his interactions with the elves, but Pang Pang declined, stating he was already friends with someone in the area. Muscle Pang Pang, still searching for Alcia, was questioned by a desert elf about the identity of the person he was inquiring about.
Pang Pang, revealing Alcia's name, was immediately silenced and warned about the strict rules regarding her.
The elf emphasized the severe consequences of even mentioning Alcia, or using certain terms like that guy or pervert, near other elves. Meanwhile, Pang Pang's thoughts turned to the unsettling nature of this place, particularly the presence of a gun, and his growing concern for Alcia's whereabouts. A week before Wansik's arrival in Saman, a conversation between two desert elves revealed that Wansik was heading to the Red Spire, southeast of the Terrace continent. Wansik explained his intentions to control the desert climate by creating a thermostat to grow various plants, a plan Samantha found to be a clever workaround for the wizard class.
Samantha offered to assist Wansik, but he politely declined, preferring she remain for garden management.
The elves, amused by Wansik's departure, commented on the unusual situation, noting that while initially wary of humans, they had adapted to their presence over time. Wansik explained his plan to control the desert climate, stating that he would be accompanied by 10 elves. Alcia's name was mentioned, prompting a brief exchange. One of the elves gifted Wansik a sword, warning him about potential encounters with bears in the woods but assuring him that the humans in the area were not a threat. Wansik, surprised by the elf's knowledge of his past encounter with a bear, accepted the gift with gratitude. The narration then shifted to Alcia, revealing that she had journeyed to the Red Spire of the Terrace with her loyal elves. A system message appeared, indicating that due to the party level difference, the experience gained was adjusted to the lowest party member's level.
A giant desert scorpion was slain.
Despite the successful monster subjugation, Wansik felt the experience was underwhelming, describing the trip as very comfortable and the experience gained as non-existent.
Wansik reflected on the elves' swordsmanship, noting its flexibility and precision.
Wansik questioned the desert elves' swordsmanship, noting their seemingly light movements. An elf explained that their strikes were powerful despite their appearance, demonstrating the impact with a scorpion illustration. Wansik was amazed by the elves' ability to instantly understand their fighting styles, but noted that Alcia, despite her skill, wasn't very experienced with swords. Alcia presented Wansik with a sword, explaining that she didn't often use it but kept it for emergencies. Wansik pondered the differences between elven and human swordsmanship, and the possibility of learning elven swordsmanship. The elf explained that it would be difficult for humans to learn elven swordsmanship due to physical differences, but suggested exploring elven physical skills instead. The elf revealed that elven physical skills were a foundation of their martial arts, offering a demonstration.
A desert elf chuckled, gesturing behind Wansik.
"The explanation is perfectly fine," he said, "look behind you." Another elf, raising a hand, summoned a bright light. The light coalesced into a shimmering, crab-like creature, which then vanished with a poof of light, leaving Wansik startled. The elf smiled, raising his hand in a display of power. This was, he explained, the basis of elven martial arts, communicating with nature and borrowing the power of spirits. Wansik, still slightly bewildered, asked what part of that demonstration was self-defense. The elf's response was cut short by a ringing sound. A system message appeared. Wansik had learned the Elven Vision combat martial art, elbow, a combination of elven arts and boxing. Wansik, surprised, wondered how humans knew about boxing. The elf simply shrugged. A notification appeared, announcing that the protagonist had learned the elbow skill, with subskills elbow strike and spirit elbow, at level 1. The spirit of life reassured the protagonist, stating, "Don't worry. You can trust me." Another notification appeared, detailing the spirit elbow skill at level 1 and explaining that its strength depends on the type of spirit used, resulting in different effects. The protagonist chose the spirit of life to apply to this spirit elbow skill. A bright light enveloped his arm. As he gripped his arm, preparing for an attack, and unleashed a powerful spirit elbow, striking a large scorpion-like creature with a bright blue energy blast. The impact created a significant explosion. A notification appeared, indicating that the spirit of life's light flashed, and the protagonist's spirit attack added 482 damage. Wansik, lacking weapons and feeling vulnerable due to his low level, lamented his predicament. As the desert elves, recognizing him as Sir Teenlight, their spirit gardener, cheered him on, urging him to utilize his spirit power immediately. Wansik, overwhelmed by the situation, found himself surrounded by numerous scorpions, and began to doubt his ability to handle them alone, anxiously awaiting assistance. A scorpion lunged at Wansik, but he managed to evade it, only to be struck by an arrow from an unseen source. He was surprised to see an arrow lodged in the scorpion. Alcia reassured Wansik, instructing him to focus on mastering elbow while the desert elves promised to provide perfect protection. Muscle Pang Pang grinned, addressing the desert elves. You guys?" He continued, brimming with excitement, "Great! From now on, I'll master elbow, or whatever it's called. Get ready, spirit." The spirit of life says, "Oh, okay." 3 hours later, Alcia addressed Wansik. "Sir Alcia, you have to put more strength into your stomach." Wansik punched a scorpion. The desert elf commented, Now. We will hold it down, so please hit it once more." The elf explained further, "The desert scorpion's level is much higher, so please hit it until it dies." Wansik questioned, Wouldn't this be enough?" Wansik, facing a monstrous scorpion, braced himself. The creature's menacing posture spoke volumes, its expression seemed to plead, "Please, kill me." With the desert elves cheering him on, Wansik unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike a testament to his growing strength. The blows landed with increasing force, the count rising steadily, 998, 999. The final, earth-shattering punch reached the 1,000th mark, sending a shockwave through the air. Wansik, exhausted but triumphant, had achieved his goal. A system notification appeared, confirming his accomplishment. Wansik had punched a hard surface 1,000 times with his bare fist. His strength and stamina permanently increased by 10 points. He had earned the title of Tireless Man, granting him a reduced fatigue rate in battles lasting over 5 minutes. Despite his success, one of the desert elves playfully pointed out that he still had one more punch to go. Wansik, though tired, chuckled at the playful jab. Wansik reflected on his training. The demanding regimen, coupled with the elves' special training, had significantly improved his skill level. He felt stronger, but acknowledged a crucial element was still missing. A weapon. Wansik realized the need for a weapon to complement his newfound strength. Following his intensive training, Jeho, accompanied by the desert elves, journeyed across the vast expanse of the desert. Finally arriving at the edge of a sprawling city, their destination. A notification appeared, announcing their arrival in the City of Magicians, located on the Terrance continent within the Lae'zel Kingdom. Jeho, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the city, expressed his astonishment at the sight before him. As they entered the city, whispers and murmurs arose among the townsfolk, who noticed the group of elves. Some townsfolk shared rumors about the elves' recent gathering on the Terrans continent, noting their unusual presence in this location and their reputation for immense power. Concerned about the elves' well-being, Jeho approached them, inquiring about their condition. The elves assured him they were fine, explaining that Sir Alcia had specifically instructed them to remain in the city. Despite their outward calm, however, it was clear that they were barely containing their emotions. Jeho, having arrived in the city of magicians with the desert elves, announced his intention to visit a blacksmith first, inquiring about their plans. The elves, though outwardly calm, replied that they would accompany him, needing their weapons repaired. He suggested they start at the nearest blacksmith shop. And they proceeded to the shop, which was indicated by a sign. Jeho entered the blacksmith shop, his expression one of mild curiosity. But upon entering, the elves reacted with disgust, causing Jeho to question what was wrong. The elves' discomfort led Jeho to suggest finding a different blacksmith, a suggestion the elves readily agreed to. As they left, Jeho questioned their haste, prompting an explanation from one of the elves. The elf began to explain the reason for their urgency. A group of desert elves reacted with disdain to Jeho's presence, one commenting, "My god, a human hanging around with these pointy-eared freaks. Ya have weird taste, boy." He then stomped away. Another elf, seemingly surprised, questioned Jeho with a simple, "What?" A third elf, appearing startled, exclaimed, "Ya never seen a dwarf before?" The scene shifted to show a close-up of the ground, emphasizing the elf's departure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man excitedly announced to his fellow guild members, at the same time, the Brown Bear Guild. "It's a scoop. A jackpot. I've found great news." He urgently tried to inform his guild master. But the guild master, upon hearing the news, angrily ordered, "Lock this bastard up in prison." The Brown Bear Guild's vice master addressed his subordinates, his voice heavy with disapproval, "You should have listened." One of the guild members, confused, questioned, "What was the news?" The vice master explained, "They found a suspicious place. You already know that elves are gathering in the Terran continent, right? There seems to be a player at the center." The guild member's expression shifted from curiosity to alarm as the implications sank in. A bunch, but if that player became the Elf King? Crocking? The vice master's words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. He barked orders, "Spread a wanted poster in our guild and a bounty reward for non-guild players as well. And every time he dies, spread some gold coins. If someone captures this player alive." Outside a building, several elves waited impatiently. One of them, speaking to another, suggested they wait outside while quickly looking for a different place. Meanwhile, inside, a dwarven blacksmith eyed a newcomer suspiciously. He noted the man's unusual appearance, commenting that while he initially thought the man was human, his face didn't quite match that assumption. The newcomer, in response, insisted he was human, prompting the dwarf to point out his horns and aura, which were not typical of humans. The dwarf also noted a strange smell of grass emanating from him. The man, clearly frustrated, reiterated that he was human and stated his intention to leave. The dwarf, however, stopped him, asking why he was there and if he hadn't come to commission a job. The man, eager to proceed, stated that he wanted to do the job, despite the shop seemingly being closed. The dwarf, revealing himself as a member of the dwarf clan, the descendants of the god of blacksmithing and fire, explained that this was their place of business. He then instructed the man to watch closely as he opened a bag of money. The mysterious player, intrigued by the dwarven blacksmith's cryptic words, carefully gathered a small, dark object from his bag. And with a swift, practiced motion, threw it towards the blacksmith's forge. The object struck the stone, instantly igniting in a brilliant burst of flame. The blacksmith, visibly impressed, exclaimed, "Whoa!" The blacksmith, his eyes gleaming with professional curiosity, examined the mysterious player's hand. He commented, "You can't compare us with other blacksmiths." He carefully rubbed the player's hand, muttering, "Ho!" Then continued, "You were born with a fighter's hand. Even in my hometown full of blacksmiths, I've never seen a hand as trained as yours." The blacksmith's eyes widened as he added, it's certain you aren't fit to use a spear, and definitely not a bow. As if, it's closer to a butcher's hand. The mysterious player, his impatience evident, pressed the dwarf blacksmith for an answer. Anyways, can you do it or not? Tell me properly. The blacksmith, scrutinizing the player's hand, observed, you have a hot temper, similar to the way you look. He continued, reminiscing, it reminds me of my youth. I was once a monster that would cause people to wet themselves just by looking at me. But now, he confessed, his confidence shattered, but I'm not like my old self. I've lost all my confidence. The mysterious player, frustrated, questioned, why? The dwarf blacksmith revealed a devastating truth. The anvil that's been passed down in our family for generations was stolen. The weight of this loss was palpable. The anvil, he explained, that anvil was our family's heart and soul. A system notification appeared, presenting a sudden quest to find the stolen anvil for the blacksmith Bulka. A tense scene unfolded, where a heated argument erupted. The words money hung in the air, followed by an outburst, what bullshit? Your words don't match up. The scene shifted to a group of elves rushing towards a confrontation, shouting, Sir Alcia. We heard. A burly man kicked a dwarf blacksmith, yelling, ugh, let go. Please. That dirty midget. Several elves attacked the dwarf, shouting, who do you think you're touching? Let go of that dirty hand. Shut up, you leaf-eating elves. But please. The anvil. The dwarf, groaning, pleaded, or do you need another warning? A man, seemingly in charge, appeared, observing the scene and muttering, Red balloon. Red BA, what? The man questioned, elves? The hell? Were you close with the elves as well, dwarf? Or are these friends here to pay us back? The scene showed the elves' influence, with narration explaining, they control the backstreets of the Laesil kingdom. The kingdom's guards are also careful around them. One elf urged his companions to leave the dwarf blacksmith alone, exclaiming, Sir Alcia. You don't have to listen to this crazy dwarf. Another elf agreed, suggesting, he's right. Let's go somewhere else. As they turned to leave, one of the elves accidentally stepped on the dwarf's foot, causing him to mutter an apology, oops, my bad. The gang leader observed the scene, commenting on the elf's closeness to the dwarf, you seemed rather close with that old man. The gang leader questioned the elf's intentions, asking, are you just going to ignore your friend like that? The gang leader's gaze hardened, his suspicion growing. One of the elves, seemingly surprised by the gang leader's question, stammered, oh. You're saying you can fight? The gang leader lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at the dwarf blacksmith. But the impact was deflected with a resounding crack. The leader recoiled, momentarily stunned, muttering, huh? An elf, swift and agile, launched a surprise attack, sending the gang leader sprawling. Explaining to his companion, it was a light punch, sir. The elf, however, was clearly agitated, warning his companion, dare you take out a knife in front of Sir Alcia. As the other elf looked on, warning him, you know what you stepped yourself into. Suddenly, the ground trembled as shadowy figures emerged from the earth, surrounding the gang members. One of the gang members fell to the ground, his knife lying beside him. The gang leader, enraged, confronted the elves. Do you think you'll live after messing with Red Balloon City? He roared, his voice laced with fury. His men dragged the unconscious dwarf blacksmith, the initial target of their aggression. The system notification appeared, the gambling has increased Bulka's favorability with you tremendously. The blacksmith's title changed to gambler. The elf, seemingly appeased by the gang leader's defeat, offered a curt, well, fine. He then inquired about useful materials. The mysterious player checked his inventory, revealing previously unseen items. The elf, upon seeing the items, noted their usefulness. The elf's expression shifted to one of surprise and concern as he noticed something unexpected. A mysterious figure appeared, revealing a hidden truth about the situation. The player and the elf were left wondering about the implications of this revelation. Meanwhile, a group of elves watched from a distance. One whispered, "That's him."
Another elf observed, "That guy, he's releasing large amounts of pressure."
The elves exchanged worried glances. One of them said, "Ha! Those fools! As long as our leader is here, they're all dead." Another elf, seemingly the leader, declared, "Attacking first will give us victory.
Kill them all."
The elves charged towards Dissy. A mysterious player, observing the scene, noticed something unusual and checked his inventory. A system message appeared: "You have equipped the Brown Bear Hunter's Declaration of War.
Grade, Legendary. Attack damage, 350.
The player's inventory also showed a new passive effect: if you land a critical attack, that attack damage will be fixed at 1. However, there is a small chance of randomly bringing a series of misfortune. A fierce battle erupted.
A man, shouting, "Kill them!"
He unleashed a flurry of blows against his opponents, sending them sprawling with powerful strikes. One of the combatants was immobilized by a swift, precise attack. A system message appeared: "You have immobilized a Red Balloon gang member Rendo. Another opponent, enraged, roared, "You bastard," as he charged forward, only to be met with a swift counterattack.
A powerful kick sent him flying.
He was then pulled to the ground. And finally, a heavy barrel was dropped on him, ending the fight. The unnamed protagonist, already victorious from previous encounters, faced a new opponent from the Red Balloon Gang.
He effortlessly dodged an attack,
countering with a swift maneuver. He grabbed a nearby barrel, and with a mighty heave, sent it crashing down upon his foe, shattering the wooden container and sending the gang member sprawling. A system message appeared: "You have immobilized a Red Balloon gang member Torch. The protagonist, pleased with his efficiency, noted that his bare fist attacks were surprisingly effective against these opponents, even without weapons. He mused that these non-player characters, NPCs, seemed less resilient than those he encountered in other games.
Another system message warned, "If your attacks continue, you will have to kill the enemy.
If you succeed, your evil reputation will rise, and the Laisel Kingdom's guards could arrest you." Despite the warning, the protagonist remained unconcerned, noting that while these humanoid monsters were surprisingly durable, they were still easier to subdue than other NPCs he'd faced. A sinister grin spread across his face.
He thought to himself, "I can beat them up without having to worry about them dying?"
Surrounded by the Red Balloon Gang, a man found himself in a desperate situation.
He was being overwhelmed,
as the gang members cried out in pain and fear.
One of them exclaimed, "Fuck.
If it's like this, their leader is our only chance." The man, however, was not fazed.
He saw an opportunity and swiftly moved to take advantage of it. He effortlessly blocked and countered the attacks of his opponents,
delivering a series of powerful blows that sent them sprawling.
One gang member muttered, "He's strong."
With brutal efficiency, he continued his assault,
each strike precise and devastating.
Another gang member, terrified, whispered, "He must be the devil." The unnamed protagonist stood victorious, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the fallen members of the Red Balloon Gang. The unnamed protagonist, victorious in his previous encounter, pressed his attack against a member of the Red Balloon Gang.
With a clang of metal on metal, he exploited an opening, landing a critical blow.
A system message appeared, confirming the damage dealt and the activation of his Brown Bear Hunter's Declaration of War skill. The defeated gang member, overcome with remorse, cried out in apology.
His leader, witnessing the scene, was shocked and dismayed.
The gang members, humbled by the protagonist's power, pledged their allegiance, offering their services from that moment on.
However, one member, still ashamed of his actions, begged for death as punishment.
Their leader, understanding their remorse, pleaded for forgiveness, explaining that they had only followed his orders. A new system message appeared, revealing that the protagonist's existence was now known in the underworld, specifically to the Laisel Kingdom's guards. The protagonist, seemingly unfazed, pondered the implications.
The conversation shifted to the gang's financial troubles.
Their leader explained his debt, incurred from a pawnbroker, was now insurmountable. He detailed the exorbitant interest, which had ballooned the initial debt into a staggering sum. The protagonist, surprised by the scale of the debt, questioned the value of the item pawned. One of the Red Balloon gang members sighed, lamenting the lack of solutions to their financial woes and suggesting they give up. But the unnamed protagonist interjected, stating that there was a way out. The gang members, desperate for a solution, pleaded with their boss to let them play, promising to make him money.
The unnamed protagonist, now dressed in a cobalt blue suit, was complimented by his subordinate.
The subordinate explained the dire financial straits of their gambling house, revealing that it was impossible to make the necessary amount of money there. The unnamed protagonist, however, was unfazed, stating that their goal was not to make small money and that he would teach them a new strategy. The unnamed protagonist's subordinate, curious, asked what would happen next. Playing cards floated in the air, a cryptic message forming above them: "The ghost will come."
Two men discussed a plan.
One, older and with gray hair, explained that a gambler known as Dacian Angler was causing significant losses in the Laisel Kingdom's gambling houses.
If they could bring him in, they could make a large profit.
But they also had suffered losses because of him, so they would prepare thoroughly. The unnamed protagonist, confident, addressed his gang. He assured them that their only task was to do well, as he had a plan.
A poker game unfolded.
The protagonist, disguised, won a round with a full house. His opponents were surprised. But their astonishment grew when he revealed 4 aces, winning again. They were incredulous. The opponents were stunned. They realized they had been played. The protagonist removed his sunglasses, a triumphant smirk on his face, as his opponents reacted with shock and disbelief.
A poker opponent, glaring intensely, warned the protagonist, "Didn't you learn that you should never celebrate too early until you know you've certainly won, mister?" The protagonist, slightly flustered, stammered, "Why yes, I am sorry."
A series of system messages appeared, announcing that the protagonist had earned the title the Comet of the Gambling House, learned the skill hands faster than eyes, and seen his reputation rise in the underworld. The sudden influx of money was suspicious, but no one could easily protest. Following his victory, Jeho repeatedly visited the gambling house, steadily raising his reputation. Sir Alcia, observing from afar, noticed the protagonist's departure. The protagonist, apologizing for his abrupt leave, explained that he had to go because the ghost was looking for him. His opponents reacted with disbelief and shock at his sudden departure. Those who had lost their fortunes to Angler attempted to spy on him for revenge, but they disappeared without a trace. Despite the horrific rumors surrounding him, Angler remained the star among gamblers, a respected figure whose true identity remained unknown. Now, a high-stakes game between Angler and Sir Alcia was about to begin. The match would follow the rules of draw poker. Opponents could not see each other's cards, nor share information, but they could discard cards and retrieve the same number from the deck, and there would only be a single round. 10 minutes before the game, a discussion about Angler's unusual style ensued. One gambler questioned Angler's strategy of playing only a single game. Another gambler explained that Angler consistently defeated his opponents with a single game, confidently pushing all in, with the winner always being Angler. Now, the game was about to begin. The 5th card was dealt, and the game continued. Angler was given the option to discard cards or bet. The rules of this high-stakes poker game were revealed. If the dealer touched the player's hands, the player would lose. If he touched their lips, the player would stay. If he touched their hair, the player would die. Observers watched Angler intently, certain he couldn't win in this situation. The tension mounted as Angler was identified as Dacian Angler. Sir Alcia, Angler's opponent, impatiently asked how many chips Angler intended to bet. Angler, without hesitation, pushed all his chips into the center of the table, going all in. Sir Alcia was shocked by Angler's bold move, made without even looking at his cards. The crowd reacted with excitement to Angler's all-in bet, leaving Sir Alcia to decide his next move. Sir Alcia narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Something felt amiss. Angler's all-in bet seemed off. This entire match was a setup, orchestrated because they knew Angler only played one game.
They'd given him a high hand as bait, but why was he bluffing? It was fishy, but they decided to proceed, accepting the risk of losing.
Angler placed his chips on the table, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Then, a sudden, chilling message appeared: the touch of darkness is falling upon you. A wave of dark energy enveloped him, and the chips on the table multiplied dramatically. Angler's body froze, his eyes widening in shock.
My body can't move.
Magic? A curse? He realized, with dawning horror, that Angler was not just a skilled gambler, but also a master scammer.
The reason Angler always won.
Angler, a man with a mischievous glint in his eye and a distinctive eye patch, smirked, his expression radiating confidence. Meanwhile, Sir Alcia, observing from across the table, silently noted the unsettling confidence of his opponent. A man known as Dashan had employed a method.
A method as subtle as it was unsettling. Angler's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features.
Suddenly, a golden message appeared, proclaiming that the one loved by nature was protected from impure power. Angler's opponent, overcome by a magical surge, roared in frustration.
The table was thrown into chaos as the magical effects manifested. Chips flew, and the game descended into pandemonium.
Another golden message appeared, this time indicating that Angler had successfully resisted the curse with his passive skill, curse resistance. Angler, though shaken, found himself strangely invigorated, muttering the word impossible in disbelief. Sir Alcia calmly declared that Angler had lost his poker face, but the game was far from over.
Angler, eyes wide with disbelief, shouted, this is a scam."
He argued that the cards he discarded and retrieved should have constituted a full house. While another player revealed a king spade, pointing out that if he had taken the bait, he would have lost.
Angler realized he'd been tricked into a royal flush, and that the other players were in cahoots.
He exclaimed, "Unbelievable!
We've been tricked?"
Despite his anger, Angler remained defiant.
He declared, "But if I agree to this, I'll really be over. I'll really have to gamble now."
He reached for his cards, but another player warned him not to touch them, threatening to break his hand. One player, seemingly unfazed, commented on the talkative nature of the gambling god, and confidently bet his entire fortune on the outcome, expecting a king spade. A message from the spirit of life appeared: "You've become a scammer." With a flourish, Angler flipped over his card, revealing a 3 of clubs.
"Clover," he muttered. The other players murmured amongst themselves, "What's this? 3 clovers? Then, it's a bad hand."
One player, observing the situation, smirked. "Looks like this game's winner," he said, his eyes glinting. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Angler. He had unlocked the skill Hands Faster Than Eyes, LV.22, and the Comet of the Gambling House title, causing his poker hand options to randomly change. Another notification appeared, indicating that the Brown Bear Hunter's Declaration of War skill, Sicario, had been activated, replacing his worst card with a better one.
"Seems to be me," he thought. Angler's face paled. This is a scam," he stammered, realizing he'd been cheated. The other player, revealing a monstrous grin, roared, "You dare try and block my path in becoming the gambling god?"
Scene start. The title card reveals that the low-ranking demon, Angler, has shown his true form.
Angler's demonic transformation is complete, his true form is revealed, causing shock and terror among the onlookers. As he lets out a roar, his demonic features fully displayed. Panic ensues. Angler, now fully transformed, removes a cross-emblazoned amulet,
revealing his true power and declaring that no one can leave, forcing everyone to bet their souls and gamble forever.
Sir Alcia arrives on the scene, commenting on the foul smell of the demon.
Sir Alcia's companions urge him to leave Angler to them. But Angler is defiant, revealing his contempt for Sir Alcia and his companions.
A man smirked, a wave of rose petals falling around him as he declared, "A florist." The scene shifted, showing a moment of intense chaos and destruction. Sir Alcia, observing the aftermath, was asked, "Do you know Sir Alcia?" He responded with a smirk, "Do I know him? He continued, "Humph. No, he's the best florist I've ever seen."
A series of system messages appeared, detailing the results of Angler's recent battle. He had defeated a low-ranked demon, gaining experience and leveling up slightly despite the opponent's weakness. Further messages indicated that due to level differences within his party, he received minimum rewards, including Angler's eye patch and treasure. He also earned the title Scammer that tricks Dacian, increasing his random win rates in matches and his success rate in scamming NPCs. Angler reviewed his rewards, commenting that while some items seemed subpar, he was satisfied with the overall outcome. He noted that his reputation in the underworld had drastically increased, attracting the attention of the underworld king, Red Balloon. Examining Angler's eye patch, a system message revealed its advanced grade and a secret skill allowing its user to read their opponent's mind. He also acquired a lie detector, limited to NPCs. Angler expressed satisfaction with his new acquisitions, then paused, intrigued by another item. The final system message revealed a large sum of gold, enough to cover Bulka's debt, causing Angler to react with surprise. Angler, his face partially obscured by a patch over his eye, let out a low hum. He appeared deep in thought. A nearby man, his expression one of deep distress, muttered something unintelligible. Before Angler, his gaze sharp and unwavering, demanded a discount. The man, seemingly a merchant, explained that while Angler had saved them from a demon, the reward was only 1 million gold coins. Angler, incredulous, argued that the reward was insufficient considering his efforts. He pointed out that he had risked his life to defeat the demon, and that he deserved more compensation. A system notification appeared, highlighting Angler's reputation as a demon trickster and the fear his reputation inspired in his opponents. The merchant, visibly shaken, explained that the boss had instructed them to only collect 500,000 gold coins and return the anvil to Bulka. The merchant, seemingly relieved, nodded in agreement, hinting at a possible future opportunity. Angler, slightly dissatisfied with the outcome of his negotiation, exclaimed in frustration. A system message appeared, announcing the completion of Angler's quest and the reward he received, Bulka's complete favor. Angler, upon receiving his reward, expressed his joy, stating that he could finally visit his ancestors. Angler, satisfied, prepared to leave, but the merchant, Bulka, seemed hesitant and asked Angler to wait. Angler, suspicious, questioned Bulka's intentions, prompting Bulka to reveal his true intentions. A system message confirmed Bulka's deception, revealing that he was lying. Angler, despite Bulka's deception, decided to leave, stating that it was a loss and they should never see each other again. Bulka, however, tried to stop him. Angler, Bulka, and a third companion gazed upon the Red Magic Tower, a magnificent structure that dominated the cityscape. Their initial awe giving way to concern as they noticed a long queue of people waiting to enter, and a guard stationed at the entrance. The three adventurers joined the line, their positions shifting as they moved forward. Only to find themselves stopped by a guard who informed them that there was no more space for visitors today and that they should return tomorrow. Angler, whose evil reputation preceded him, found his attempts to enter further complicated by the guard's suspicion. While Bulka and his companion watched, silently observing the situation. Angler, frustrated by the delay, muttered about his evil reputation hindering his plans. While behind them, a woman discreetly slipped a coin to the guard, who then allowed her to enter without question. Angler, reflecting on past experiences, muttered to himself, like when we need to bribe. He approached the guards at the Red Magic Tower, offering a gold coin and stating that he was in a hurry. The guard, accepting the bribe, promptly responded, "Please, follow me." Angler, impressed by the efficiency, silently noted, "How effective." Upon entering the tower, Angler was greeted by the Red Magic Tower's owner, Lunier, who announced his arrival with a flourish. A notification appeared, stating that Angler's reputation had drastically increased. Lunier, welcoming Angler, reminisced about a time he had struggled with his magic in the desert. Angler's companions expressed surprise at the power displayed, commenting on its destructive nature. Angler, his expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, questioned Lunier, "How much do you know?" Lunier chuckled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Quite a bit," he replied, it did involve my underlings.
Angler's eyes widened in realization. He gasped, "You don't mean Red Balloon and the Magic Tower?" Lumiere erupted into maniacal laughter, "Mwahaha." System message, ding. You are the first player to meet the Laisel Kingdom's underworld king, Red Balloon. Your reputation has increased. Your evil reputation has drastically increased. Angler stared, speechless, "Wah. What?"
Meanwhile, far away in Helsert, a large number of elves gathered, forming a massive refugee camp. Angler and another individual looked on in confusion, questioning the nature of the recent events. What was that? One of them wondered aloud, their expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. Their uncertainty was palpable as they exchanged puzzled glances, neither able to offer a satisfactory explanation. A contingent of soldiers from the Brown Bear Kingdom arrived, shouting that they knew elves were in the area and demanding their surrender to avoid bloodshed. Angler and another individual reacted with shock and confusion to the sudden appearance of the Brown Bear Kingdom soldiers. A woman, identified as Alcia, informed them that she had seen the Brown Bear Guild place a bounty on Sir Alcia's head and that they had discovered their location, causing the group to discuss their next course of action. Alcia attempted to contact Sir Alcia, but found him unreachable. While observing the approaching soldiers, the group concluded that they were outnumbered and unable to defend themselves. The Brown Bear soldiers continued their advance, calling out for the elves to surrender, while Alcia noted their fearsome reputation. Alcia's companion voiced agreement, adding a hesitant but to her statement, indicating a lingering concern. Brown Bear Kingdom soldiers suddenly appeared, aggressively confronting the group. They revealed that Alcia was wanted, and warned them not to try to escape. The soldiers' leader, enraged, declared her intention to personally hunt down Alcia, no matter where she was. The soldiers, initially confused by the mention of Alcia's name, began to understand the situation. Their confusion quickly turned to excitement as they realized the significance of their discovery: they had found the infamous chicken. The soldiers' leader, still seething, questioned her comrades about what they had just heard, clearly unsatisfied with their initial reaction. A group of elves emerged, their expressions grim as they overheard the soldiers' insults towards Sir Alcia. Their reaction was immediate and visceral. They found the soldiers' words deeply offensive. Two women watched from a distance as soldiers searched for Sir Alcia. One of them pointed out that even the elder elves had joined the search party. The other commented on how calm the first woman remained despite the dangerous situation. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers confronted a mysterious figure. Their leader demanded better manners before engaging in combat. In a guild hall, a panicked guild master reported to his king that the first team sent to apprehend Sir Alcia had been annihilated. The king reacted with shock and fury upon hearing the news of the team's annihilation. He slammed his fist on the table, shattering his wineglass in anger. He already knew about the failure, but the fact that the whole event was live-streamed on YouTube enraged him further. The king was informed that the reason for the first team's failure was the sheer number of elves involved, and that the online community was going crazy over the livestream. Finally, a distant observer commented on the absurdity of the situation, calling it an awful hobby. An older man, regal in his attire, chuckled, "Ho-oh, you'll understand once you're my age. It gets very boring." The younger man, seemingly perplexed, inquired, "So, why did you want to see me?" The older man continued, "Didn't you want to see me too?" "Why don't we hear that first?" He hesitantly explained, "Well, it's true I came here for help." "Wait, isn't this what he wants?" With a sigh of resignation, he stated, well, fine." The younger man posed a question, "Do you know a magic technique that can change a place's temperature while keeping it constant?" The older man responded apologetically, "I'm sorry, but could you tell me why you need that?" The younger man confessed, "Well, that's because I'm trying to sell flowers." The scene opens with a conversation between two men. One, older and with gray hair, speaks of the other's unusual features and aura, noting that he's gathered the attention of many, including the angler, and that several incidents have been created because of him. The older man continues, revealing that he knows the younger man's true identity and that he wants to make a deal. A notification appears, informing the younger man that he has earned the title, one who knows the sorcerer, and that his reputation has drastically increased. He questions the deal, stating he didn't agree to it. The older man explains that the magic tower will support the younger man's flower garden and conduct magic research there. The younger man, intrigued, asks why the older man is being so kind. The older man replies that it's a hobby, but the younger man is sharp enough to see that there's more to it. He points out that the older man is also supporting him as the magic tower's owner, prompting the older man to admit that he doesn't fully understand the situation. The older man reveals that no one has ever been this close to the elves before, and that the younger man has gathered all the elves together. The younger man acknowledges this, understanding the implications. He explains that this is troublesome baggage, but also a strong achievement, envied by powerful people and even countries. He clarifies that forming a connection with the elves is crucial, and that's where Lunier's position stands. The younger man expresses understanding. The older man adds that the magic tower and the Lae'zel Kingdom's positions aren't the same, and that the Lae'zel Kingdom doesn't like him that much. A young man, identified as a rare-class sorcerer's disciple from the Brown Bear Kingdom, exclaimed in disbelief, "How's this?" He nervously covered his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. He muttered to himself, "I'm sure that person is." Meanwhile, another man approached, calmly stating, "Please take care of me." The young man's eyes widened further as he questioned, "Sir Croaking put a bounty on?" The first man's expression turned serious. He explained, "I couldn't go with the search team because Lunier called for me, but he was here." A commanding figure, presumably Lunier, addressed the group, instructing them, "You will be helping Sir Alcia so that his flower shop will prosper." The young man, still visibly shaken, asked, "What is going on here?" Lunier, seemingly unfazed, responded, "Humph, it's been a long time since I've used my powers." Hookah, a live streamer, excitedly announced to his viewers that he was witnessing a guild war in progress, specifically between the elves and the Brown Bear Guild. Suddenly, a system notification popped up on his screen, informing him that he had become a Global Lux Association member. He then explained to his audience that he was currently in the desert where the conflict was taking place, pointing out that the Brown Bear Guild members were lying defeated on the ground, while two high-ranking members were still standing. Hookah expressed surprise at the elves' strength, noting that they had captured the Brown Bear members without using weapons and that the high-ranking members were also defeated. He marveled at the intensity of the battle, which lasted for 30 minutes, and the humiliating defeats suffered by the Brown Bear Guild. Hookah, live-streaming the battle, reacted with amusement to online comments about the fight, reading messages such as LMAO, actual death, and RIP. He then questioned if the combatants would really go that far. A tattered flag of the Brown Bear Guild appeared on the horizon, causing Hookah to exclaim in surprise. Realizing that the Brown Bears had arrived, and that they had captured the elves' first search team. The Brown Bears' reinforcements arrived, leading to a triumphant cry of victory from the elves. As Hookah continued his live stream, noting the Brown Bears' reinforcements and asking what was in the air, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky, a sight that astonished Hookah and his viewers, as he exclaimed in awe at the scale of the magic circle. Coughing violently, Hookah stumbled backward, his body racked with exertion, as a wave of sand engulfed him. "Ugh, sand. What is happening?" he gasped, bewildered by the sudden change in his surroundings. A swirling vortex of magical energy appeared overhead, gently depositing him onto what seemed to be a comfortable, sandy plain. "Ah, we're already here?" "How comfortable," he exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his previous discomfort. Nearby, a group of soldiers in uniform stood rigidly at attention, their expressions serious. "Huh? But, what's happening?" one of them muttered, equally confused. A large flag bearing the emblem of a brown bear was planted firmly in the sand, its presence commanding attention. Is that? What's going on here? Why's there people?" Another soldier questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty. The soldiers' attention shifted as a figure approached. "The Brown Bear Kingdom," one of them whispered, recognizing the approaching individual. Lucia, a striking elf, emerged, addressing a man named Alcia.
Sir Alcia.
You have arrived, she announced, her voice filled with relief.
Lucia then turned to the man beside her. Lucia.
Who are they? He asked, gesturing towards the soldiers.
They came and insulted you, so we were disciplining them.
And the others seem to be their comrades, Lucia explained, her gaze unwavering.
Are they war prisoners?
Alcia questioned, his expression thoughtful. A gruff-looking soldier, his face contorted in a sneer, declared that reinforcements had arrived and demanded surrender. But his words were cut short by a sudden commotion. A group of elves and other soldiers appeared, their expressions a mixture of surprise and alarm. One of the soldiers exclaimed, recognizing a figure among the newcomers, "That's you, Red.
You finally showed up."
The situation was clearly tense. Another soldier explained that they had heard Red was with the elves, and that this was excellent timing, as the elves would soon face consequences. Red, however, was internally furious, cursing the situation and seeing it as a chance to advance his rank. He considered the elves insignificant.
A menacing figure emerged, his smile chilling.
One of the elves whispered, "This guy is scary."
The soldier accused Red of betraying them, emphasizing that he would not be forgiven.
Red, seemingly unfazed, was shown removing a blindfold. He revealed a confident smirk.
A commotion erupted. Someone yelled, "Gaia!"
Another voice, filled with outrage, shouted, "How dare you cause a ruckus here?" A third person, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, commented, "Wow, so cool." The Red Tower's owner, witnessing the unfolding events, declared, "The Red Tower's owner will not just stand and watch." Several figures charged forward, their anger evident. They shouted, "Damn Red! Betrayer! We won't forgive you! This is war!" One of the pursuers shifted their focus, yelling, "Forget Red! Let's catch that dirty-looking boss over there." The person they pointed to responded with a surprised, "Me?" Another group reacted angrily, shouting, "How dare you say such? We won't forgive you for insulting us, but insulting Sir Alcia is even more unforgivable." More figures joined the fray, urging, "Sir Alcia, should we kill them? Please let us kill them." A calm, almost amused voice cut through the chaos.
"Kill them." The speaker's expression was one of cold determination. A chaotic battle ensued.
The scene was filled with the clash of weapons and the cries of combatants. Red, the instigator of the conflict, smirked, his eyes glinting with malicious intent. "It'll be nice to summon the golden golems," he mused, "but you guys will have to do.
My level in mana's too low."
With a flourish, he raised his hand, a crimson glow emanating from his palm.
Summoning his Mirage soldiers with a shout of "Mirage soldier summon! You guys fight as well!"
The summoned soldiers materialized, instantly engaging Alcia's group in a brutal melee.
"What the?" "He was a summoner," one of Alcia's allies exclaimed in shock. Another cried out, "Fuck!
They're such."
Amidst the chaos, a group of farmers, initially oblivious to the conflict, were suddenly thrust into the fray.
"Ha! You called, Master. Where should we plant?" one of them questioned, confused.
Another farmer, noticing the battle, yelled, "Huh? What is going on?"
This is AGH. Fight first.
We're not farming?"
One of Alcia's allies was struck down, screaming, "Jaya! This is unfair.
An NPCs this strong?"
An online stream displays a viewer count of 14,058, with comments such as "LMAO" and "I feel great watching this." The scene shifts to a desert landscape where a battle is unfolding. A voiceover states, "They have a plan?"
Another voice responds, "A plan, we do.
A plan I've made just in case." Taylor, a level 273 shadow assassin of the Brown Bear Guild, reflected on the surprising ease with which his guild had overcome the elves. He mused that even in such a difficult environment, their meticulous planning, including the use of teleportation magic, had secured their victory. And chuckled at the effectiveness of their backup plan. Taylor acknowledged his usual effectiveness in assassinations through stealth attacks, but noted that the elves' strength presented a challenge. His comrades agreed, pointing out the impossibility of killing their target every time he resurrected. Taylor, devising a new strategy, declared his intention to kidnap Luxie, the Elf King. He initiated his Plan B, utilizing the shadow sneak skill, vanishing into the shadows with remarkable speed and silently approaching his unsuspecting targets. He found the bright sunlight surprisingly helpful in creating deeper shadows. Taylor, confident in his backup plan, moved stealthily, his shadow stretching long on the dusty ground. A dark, ominous presence emanating from him. He muttered, "Him," as he approached his target. The darkness swirled around Taylor's feet, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape. A system notification appeared, "Skill, the Wicked Man's Snare. Due to your evil reputation, your opponent will be scared. If your evil reputation is higher than your opponent's, they will be paralyzed for 3 seconds." Taylor smirked, a sinister glint in his eyes. He thought, "I'll hold him down using my skill. It has never disappointed me before." The dark tendrils of his skill shot out, ensnaring his target. Taylor planned his next move. "Afterwards, I'll use our precious scroll, then it's mission complete." Another system notification appeared, "Your opponent's dormant evil reputation is too high." Taylor's attempt to use the Wicked Man's Snare failed. A system message appeared, informing him that his skill had not succeeded and that he would be paralyzed for 1.5 seconds. He reacted with a surprised "What?" The paralysis also rendered him visible to his enemies. A second system message confirmed this, prompting a questioning from Taylor. A third system message appeared, indicating that the Spirit of Life had noticed the unusual activity. Taylor, seemingly unfazed, nonchalantly checked his inventory, muttering, "Who cares?" A large, clawed hand lunged towards Taylor, who was still paralyzed. The attack connected, the impact causing a visible crack in the ground. Surrounded by a group of attackers in a desert environment, Taylor is violently kicked to the ground. While simultaneously strategizing, he realizes he can use his agility and evasion skills to avoid further damage, but needs to find an opening. Observing his opponents, one of them pulls him up, and Taylor curses his attacker. Using the brown bear's declaration of war skill, inflicting only 1 point of damage, he considers the weapon useless and is frustrated by the minimal damage inflicted, questioning the quality of the items used against him. Spotting an opening, Taylor uses his smoke bomb skill, creating a smokescreen. He then uses his shadow skill, followed by rapid mutation growth, unleashing a powerful counterattack with felt flowers. The attack overwhelms his opponents. Taylor's attacker lunged, attempting to grab him, his grip tightening around Taylor's arm. But Taylor, despite being caught off guard, found himself bound by strange, plant-like vines. He cursed, his face contorted in frustration. Suspended and helpless, Taylor demanded to be released, insisting on a proper fight. His captor appeared, calmly pointing out the absurdity of Taylor's request given his earlier assassination attempt. Taylor, despite his predicament, continued to insist on his release, his words laced with humiliation, his frustration growing with each passing moment, the vines constricting him further as he mumbled a plea for release. A masked figure, his face partially obscured, mumbled something unintelligible, his expression shifting to one of sneering defiance as he flatly rejected an unseen offer. "No," he spat, the word sharp and full of contempt. "You bastard," the unseen speaker roared, their fury palpable. The masked figure, seemingly unfazed, countered with a sarcastic remark about the poor quality of an item, implying a deliberate act of sabotage. The masked man continued, offering advice. "If you're making an item, check if your blacksmith is a gambler," he warned, his tone laced with knowing cynicism. His words were followed by an explanation, "Because if you don't, you'll receive an item as shitty as this." The masked man's opponent, now visible, reacted with disbelief and anger. The masked man lunged, his attack swift and brutal. "Why, you bastard," screamed his opponent, caught completely off guard. The masked man's attack connected, sending his opponent reeling.
Ah!
I'll kill you, the defeated man roared in rage and pain. A man, seemingly a nobleman, sits pensively, a system notification appearing above his head. The escaped royals of the fallen Idran kingdom's favorability towards him has increased tremendously. The notification continues, stating that the nobles of the fallen Idran kingdom's favorability towards him has also increased tremendously.
He questions aloud, Idran kingdom?
A narration box explains that due to hookah stream and spreading rumors, news of Alcia and the elves spread like wildfire, putting many people in a festive mood due to the news of the Brown Bear Kingdom's defeat. Alcia, in particular, was getting famous.
The scene shifts to a bold caption, who is he? The so-called Lux royalty. However, one individual remains unconcerned by these rumors.
The man is shown discussing plans with several elves. He mentions building a house with 10 garden-sized sections. The elves enthusiastically agree to help with the temperature control of these houses.
One elf, Junior, is shocked to see an actual flower garden being built. He questions the situation, expressing disbelief. Another elf remarks that a man of his strength is working with these monstrous elves just to make a flower garden. One elf suggests, perhaps, that's right. These are drugs. Junior, a young woman with fiery red hair, and another individual discussed a group of bandits. Junior believed they were simply bandits, but the other individual revealed that the bandits were rumored to be attempting to claim the first king title and were actively seeking him out. The other individual suggested that revealing his true identity as the rightful king would be the best course of action, as the Brown Bear Kingdom's surveillance would cease to interfere with his plans. Junior, shocked by this revelation, questioned the other individual's claim to kingship. The other individual, seemingly unfazed, reiterated the suggestion. Junior, still reeling from the shock, expressed her disbelief. The other individual, however, proposed a different strategy. Rather than passively waiting, they should proactively announce their claim to the throne to maintain control over the situation. The other individual contemplated the potential risks, acknowledging that succeeding as the Kopiai Kingdom's king would make him a target for neighboring kingdoms. A system message appeared, warning that Kopiai's association with the devil was known, and that reviving the cursed kingdom would make him an enemy to many surrounding kingdoms. Junior reacted with confusion. The system message further clarified that he could declare himself Kopiai's successor or create his own kingdom. The other individual pondered this, questioning whether he truly needed to succeed Kopiai. Despite the risks, the other individual ultimately decided to proceed, accepting the potential consequences of his actions. The unnamed nobleman, holding a gleaming golden crown, contemplates his next move. He muses aloud, now, should we declare my new country? The unnamed nobleman proposed naming his new country Alcia's Flower Garden, a suggestion that was met with immediate confusion and bewilderment from his companions. The spirit of life even interjected, deeming the name excessive. The nobleman, slightly embarrassed, conceded that it was perhaps a bit old-fashioned, and suggested a compromise, Elysia Garden. One of the nobleman's companions raised a concern about their territorial claims, noting that the Perma Desert, their current location, was uninhabited but still within the Laisal Kingdom's borders, potentially leading to disputes. The nobleman's companion explained that the Lux Forest and Perma Desert were previously known as Teenlight, a wasteland given to the elves after negotiations. Teenlight was deemed unusable by the Laisal Kingdom, and the elves chose to reside there. However, it was revealed that the elves had to make concessions to obtain this land. The unnamed nobleman and a red-haired woman discussed the establishment of his new kingdom. He explained that even the elves were unaware of its true nature, and that the Lacer Kingdom had no say in his desert plans. He stated that he would not listen to their complaints. A notification appeared, announcing the nobleman's new kingdom, Elysia Garden. Multiple notifications flooded the screen, startling the nobleman and his companions. As they realized the sheer volume of updates, they decided to prioritize the most important ones. Further notifications revealed that the nobleman was now known as the player's first king, his ID was Alcia, and he could refine his city's construction plan. The city was predominantly populated by elves.
Finally, a notification detailed that Elysia Garden was now designated as the City of Elves, and would receive the blessing of the sacred tree at night, granting a slight buff to vegetation growth, recovery, and curse resistance. System notifications appeared, detailing the buffs and updates resulting from the establishment of the Kingdom of Elysia Garden. A message indicated that the surrounding kingdoms were suspicious of its sudden appearance and a dispute would occur if they discovered the nobleman's success in establishing the kingdom. Another notification revealed that the buried underground treasury of Brezel was now owned by the nobleman, although its location remained unclear.
Meanwhile, Junior and another woman, Samantha, received notifications recognizing their contributions to the kingdom. Junior expressed surprise, while Samantha reacted with excitement.
Samantha, reflecting on their contributions since the Brezel raid, noted that while many had helped, she felt that only she and Junior truly understood the importance of their actions. The nobleman, observing them, seemed to agree.
Samantha and Junior learned that within the kingdom's territory, they would receive a 10% experience point bonus and a title. Samantha noted that she believed Junior would have been notified of this because he was the king.
Junior, overwhelmed by the sheer number of notifications, asked for a moment to review them.
Samantha and the other woman waited patiently.
Further system messages explained the rarity and difficulty of obtaining aristocratic status, emphasizing that it could only be granted by a king and was not simply awarded for high level or combat prowess. The messages also highlighted the political ramifications of meeting a king, even one at a low level. Samantha pondered the implications of receiving a title without the usual political maneuvering. Junior, still reviewing notifications, indicated that he couldn't comment yet on the situation.
Samantha, internally, resolved to maintain good relations with the king, even using honorifics in her thoughts. The latent power of Elysia was stronger than she initially realized. The unnamed nobleman, pleased with the kingdom's foundation, located a system notification. He reviewed the details, but expressed reservations about its immediate functionality. Junior and Samantha, nearby, also received system updates, their reactions ranging from surprise to excitement. The nobleman, however, remained resolute, stating that he would grant titles once the kingdom grew sufficiently. News of the kingdom's establishment, and the nobleman's role in it, spread rapidly, causing widespread shock and discussion. The kingdom's name, Elysia Garden, became a central topic of conversation, with some questioning the name's choice. Meanwhile, Junior, still processing the recent events, expressed his surprise at the forced labor he experienced, and the unexpected counseling center. He also learned of the nobleman's instructions regarding the elves, which involved a rather unconventional greeting style. The nobleman, observing Junior's reaction. The unnamed nobleman, overseeing a group of disgruntled elves, considered whether to give them space to air their grievances. Meanwhile, Junior and the nobleman engaged in light-hearted banter, with Junior questioning the kingdom's rather unusual name. Junior, somewhat sheepishly, explained his reasoning behind the kingdom's name, revealing his desire to start his own game. The nobleman, unfazed, dismissed the matter as unimportant and ordered Junior to resume his work. Junior protested, but the nobleman's forceful demeanor left him with little choice but to comply. The nobleman then instructed Junior to assist in the garden work, threatening to involve the elves if he refused. Junior, exasperated, revealed his true feelings about the situation, expressing his long-held desire to cultivate flowers. The nobleman, seemingly unmoved, simply stated that there was more work to be done after becoming king. The nobleman glanced at Junior, his expression unreadable. Junior, noticing the nobleman's blank stare, nervously greeted him, "Ah, you're here, sire." The nobleman inquired about the elves' situation, prompting Junior to explain that the elves were settling down and building homes. Junior expressed concern about the potential conflict between the elf settlement and the city construction plan. But the nobleman reassured him that he was already considering this factor. Junior then revealed that he had recently experienced an enlightenment, a statement that left the nobleman curious. Junior presented the city construction plan, revealing that it was completely blank, much to the nobleman's amusement. The nobleman reflected on his past arrogance,
admitting he believed his designs would always work perfectly. But now realized the free-spirited elf's actions followed the natural law, resulting in unplanned growth. He mused that even an excellent architect would find such natural growth extravagant. A notification from the Spirit of Life appeared, stating that the nobleman was trying to maintain a positive mindset after encountering a problem. The nobleman, feeling he must act, resolved to find a solution. He noted the slave's humiliation, contrasting it with the situation of the others. He considered the problem of the slave's treatment and how it would hinder the elf's growth. The nobleman pondered a solution, focusing on an accessory that could help. The unnamed nobleman examined a pink clover-shaped necklace, its description appearing in a box above: grade, legendary, use condition, none, a necklace made by Elda from the Treant village. If one keeps this on, no elf will ever be hostile towards you. He mused, a pink clover shape. He continued, let's start with the flower I know best, Epelt's flower. He then apologized, I'm sorry. I'll do my best to make you look pretty. The best I could make would be a flower ring though. The nobleman crafted a flower bracelet. The description appeared: Epelt's flower, grade, rare, use condition, none, a flower bracelet made by the spirit gardener. Due to Epelt's flower spirit resting inside, the elves showed interest. He questioned, huh? The options just got added? Or is it a bit different? Interest, but not in favor. What is this option implying? A new message appeared. The Spirit of Life says, interest does not necessarily mean it's good. He agreed, I agree. Let's try and make something else. He made a nameless wildflower ring. The description read, nameless wildflower ring, grade, normal, use condition, none, a flower ring made by the spirit gardener. Very fragile. The wildflower spirit did not rest inside. He then crafted a pansy flower ring. The description appeared: pansy flower ring, grade, normal, use condition, none, a flower ring made by the spirit gardener. Due to the pansy flower spirit resting inside, the elves showed interest. The nobleman, examining his latest creations, mused, I think I've got it. Only the flowers I observed at 100% show that option. He continued his analysis, then, if I want to know what the effect of having the interest of the elves is. A private message popped up on his crafting interface, Yo, Wansik. You busy? Wansik, preoccupied, responded, Yeah, XX. I'm moving shit, so yes, I'm busy. The nobleman instructed, When you're finished, visit the workshop, please. Wansik arrived abruptly, exclaiming, You piece of shit. I've arrived. The nobleman, annoyed, retorted, Asshole. Why did you call me? Wansik explained, Hey, I called you because you're my friend, so I could help you out. But felt nothing. I can't feel anything, he questioned, puzzled. The nobleman, observing Wansik's reaction, responded, Oh yeah, just keep that on for the time being. Wansik, still curious, pressed further, Why? Shouldn't there be an immediate effect? The nobleman explained, Even if it's a game, don't you think that's a bit much? It's also got to do with favorability. Wansik conceded, Well that's true. Despite not feeling any immediate effects, Wansik admired the bracelet. Well, it doesn't suit me, but it's still pretty. I like it. However, at this time, Wansik did not know the sufferings that the bracelet would bring. Wansik, relieved that the elf's presence had ceased to bother him, muttered a thankful prayer. He adjusted his new flower bracelet, a gift from the unnamed nobleman, and continued his work, unconcerned by the potential consequences. He mused that if the elves were going to bully him, they should at least have the decency to say something instead of just glaring. Suddenly, Wansik was startled by a shout of, What are you doing? He looked down at his bracelet, confused and slightly frightened. An elf approached, clearly agitated, and questioned his actions, pointing out that he had been moving fertilizer while wearing the bracelet. The elf explained that the bracelet's effects were delayed, and that it was designed to assist with such tasks. Wansik, relieved and grateful, thanked the elf, Jeho. He was amazed to learn that the bracelet was a magical item created by the spirit gardener. Another elf approached, requesting the bracelet. Wansik, slightly hesitant but ultimately compliant, handed it over. The elf sprinkled a sparkling powder onto the bracelet, completing the activation process. A text box appeared, explaining that the elf's bracelet was absorbing glow powder, increasing its durability through growth. The elf explained to Wansik that, just because an accessory is made from flowers, doesn't mean it has to be fragile. Elven accessories are imbued with a living spirit that helps them survive. Wansik, initially surprised, was then told that the glow powder would make the bracelet stronger, preventing it from breaking easily. The elf urged Wansik to use his hands, reassuring him that the bracelet would not break anymore. Wansik, still hesitant, was encouraged to use his hands to drag a pile of fertilizer. The elf watched Wansik with a smirk, as Wansik struggled with the task. Wansik, with a grimace, continued to drag the fertilizer, the bracelet seemingly unaffected. The elf's satisfied expression confirmed the bracelet's enhanced durability. Wansik, eyes wide with apprehension, cautiously tested the bracelet's durability, pounding it against the hard earth. His expression shifted from worry to astonishment as the bracelet remained unscathed. A look of pure relief washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Jeho, you asshole." Wansik, experiencing the bracelet's effects, noted the heightened realism of his senses. Touch, smell, and temperature felt incredibly lifelike. Meanwhile, the unnamed nobleman, pleased with his creation's improved resilience, reflected on the challenges of providing sufficient quantities of glow powder. Explaining that due to the sealing of Gloria's, further acquisition was impossible. He then resolved to check on the sacred tree. The unnamed nobleman arrived at a fenced oasis, where a sign read, "Do not come in." He observed that the oasis was centered around a newly planted sacred tree. The unnamed nobleman and an elf walked along a path towards a growing oasis. The elf explained, "Yes, the oasis is growing larger, and small streams are being made." He continued, "So, us elves have started to call the oasis Alcia's Cord." The nobleman and two other men in hats approached a group of elves. One of the elves bowed deeply, greeting the nobleman as Sir Alcia. The nobleman responded, "Yeah, thanks for the hard work." The elves attributed their success to Sir Alcia's efforts, noting that without him, the sacred tree wouldn't have grown. One elf admitted that this amicable treatment was unusual for him. The nobleman walked away, approaching a fence surrounding the oasis. A notification appeared. "The spirit of life says, it will never grow in a location like this." He questioned the message, "What's wrong with this place? Isn't it great?" Another notification appeared. "The spirit of life says, you'll have to go to Elysia." The nobleman scoffed, "What are you talking about? This is Elysia." A third notification appeared. "The spirit of life says, I told you." He pondered the conflicting information. The spirit's message was that the seeds weren't growing, despite the apparent success. Then, a final notification appeared. "You have succeeded in germinating the sacred tree." The nobleman was surprised. The nobleman, still reeling from the conflicting messages of the spirit of life, questioned the reality of the situation, muttering, "F for real?" A series of system notifications appeared, announcing that the blessing of the sacred tree had strengthened his reputation and granted him level-ups and bonus ability power. He pondered the recent events, questioning if the tree's germination was truly possible, given its previous state. He decided to take a closer look and witnessed the sprout of the sacred tree, a sight that left him speechless and awestruck. His companions reacted with similar shock and disbelief. The sacred tree sprouted from his chest, confirming the success of his efforts. Another system notification appeared, informing him that he had discovered the sacred tree's revival moment, a tree that existed since the beginning. A voice called out, referring to him as Teenlight's successor, causing him to react with a mixture of fear and surprise. The nobleman, still shaken, wondered whose voice it was. A golden ornate frame appeared, containing text that read, "Born with the world, she is the mother of all living things who balance the earth. But due to the infiltration of demons, the balance was broken. The mother wants a fresh start, and the sacred trees will reach as you." The unnamed nobleman, astonished, looked at his hands.
A small sprout emerged from the ground. He muttered, "How did this happen? A man? No, woman?"
Another golden frame appeared, this time displaying, "You are the first human to hear the sacred tree's voice, and your reputation has increased."
The nobleman whispered, "Sacred tree."
A voice boomed, "That's me.
I am the sacred tree."
Other nobles reacted with shock and awe to the news of the sacred tree speaking to the unnamed nobleman. One exclaimed, "Who did the sacred tree perhaps talk to Sir Alcia?" While another added, "Oh. If the spirit guardian's voice, the mother, really did revive, that means."
Another noble questioned, "Am I the only one it speaks to?"
A system notification appeared before the unnamed nobleman / the spirit of life says, / I told you about Elysia, / He, however, remained oblivious. Another notification followed / the spirit of life says, / this human is saying, / The nobleman, seemingly unaware of the previous message, pondered the strangeness of the situation, noting that the child's clumsiness made him forget to relay important information. He mused that it did seem a bit clueless when they were discussing it. A third notification appeared / sacred tree, /
The nobleman chuckled, relieved that the sacred tree couldn't hear the spirit of life.
The nobleman reflected on the location's infertility, noting that if the tree had been planted in Elysia, it would have grown tall in a single day. He was surprised to learn that the area's spiritual power was weak, causing the sprout to take a long time to grow. He expressed regret at the situation. The sprout, small and fragile, had finally emerged from the ground. The nobleman decided to take action, stating his intention to obtain honey from the wing bees and milk from the golden buffalo. He also mentioned needing a high-quality sheet and a place to plant the tree, expressing a desire for a tranquil environment.
He continued his requests, detailing his needs for protection from the harsh wind and a scratch-free environment.
He also mentioned needing to speak to the spirit of life again. The nobleman mumbled and then, seemingly sneaking away, he left the area.
The nobleman, still somewhat overwhelmed by the sacred tree's successful sprouting, muttered to himself as he hurried away.
Another man approached him, concerned, asking where he was going. The nobleman, lost in thought, explained that he'd heard the sacred tree made a lot of noise, and he wanted to investigate further,
mentioning he would speak to someone later.
Having checked his stats after the sacred tree's influence, the nobleman discovered he had leveled up to level 99, becoming an air-grade spirit gardener named Alcia.
His strength increased to 332, intelligence to 85, agility to 227, stamina to 252, and mana to 198.
He also found his skills had been upgraded. He gained the expert plant inspection skill, level 1, allowing him to see the name, collection level, and condition of plants he observes, the eyes of someone that truly cares for plants buff, plus 50% growth, and the expert rapid growth skill, level 1, increasing his target plant's growth speed by 200% per week while keeping it healthy. The nobleman was pleased with the added pest resistance and observation progress increase, noting it would take less time to raise his observation progress. The reason for this man's fame was about to be revealed. As an elf approached him, greeting him with a friendly "Good day.
You are doing great today as well."
The nobleman, startled, hid behind a pile of dirt. Overwhelmed with gratitude as the elf continued, mentioning that even Sir Alcia would be proud of his progress with the sacred tree. Later, another man, seemingly a friend, observed the nobleman's new flower bracelet, commenting on its amazing appearance. The bracelet, once fragile, had become remarkably durable due to the nobleman's affection for nature, a sign of the elves' favor. The nobleman, still surprised, questioned how much the elves favored him, leading to a discussion about the nature of his relationship with the elves, with his friend pointing out that it's far from a normal relationship, more akin to a cult-like devotion.
The nobleman pondered, a thoughtful expression on his face.
He murmured,
Is that all right?"
His friend, Wansik, spoke, "It's already a miracle that the elves greet me. The other players are already asking me about how they can get closer to the elves." The nobleman and Wansik continued their conversation. Wansik explained, "I risked myself for helping you out, so when the time comes, you have to at least give me a title, K? To which the nobleman replied, of course.
Who knows when that will come? Why doesn't it seem that you're being earnest to me? Wansik continued, anyway, if we spread these bracelets and rings to the people of Elysia, I'm sure they will be happy. Ha! If it's like this.
The nobleman's eyes widened in realization. He thought, I finally got the gist of how the new world is played. Wansik looked at him, surprised.
The nobleman grinned, revealing a plan. Anyway, this is what I think.
I will make the flower bracelet obtainable through a quest.
An item that is needed to get close to the elves.
Then the people would work hard for the quest item, and through that, my kingdom, no, my flower shop will be.
Wansik's jaw dropped in astonishment. He exclaimed, wow, you.
A system notification appeared, the spirit of life's message echoing, you evil human. The nobleman, however, was delighted, exclaiming, you really did become a great gamer.
The spirit of life responded with a questioning, huh?
The nobleman and his friend discussed the quest reward.
The nobleman mused, right? No matter how you think about it, it doesn't seem right to just give them the item out, and I'm sure there would have been people who would have done just to get the item.
His friend offered a suggestion, you should add it to the construction quest. The nobleman agreed, to be honest, only receiving the essence was bland.
Nice, I will do that. With a final system notification, the quest was updated.
The new quest, City Construction, required assistance with the construction of a city in the perma-desert, known as the Elysia Garden, home to the elves.
Success would reward players with the Spirit Garden's essence and Eephelt's flower bracelet.
Workers began the construction, their actions accompanied by a series of system notifications. A nobleman, his face etched with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, observed a group of cloaked figures examining an ornate golden frame. The frame displayed a message, Eephelt's flower spirit resting inside flower, the elves are showing interest. One of the cloaked figures exclaimed, what's this?
Fuck. Is this why?
Another figure, pointing at the frame, declared, I think you're right, Scottman. It's the bracelet that Scottman always has on.
This was why Scottman was able to. We can do it. Kiki. Those elves will start greeting us, like greet human trash like us? We can get their greeting if only we have this bracelet.
The thought of this exhilarating revenge sent shivers of excitement through the group.
What's this?
A hand, adorned with a flower bracelet, glowed with ethereal light. A voice explained, this will help you get close to the elves.
The nobleman, receiving the bracelet, remarked, is this the rumored?
The others have to go through a quest to get this item, but I'm giving it to you because Sir Giant needs to get close to the elves as soon as possible. The recipient, reassured, declared, your trust.
I will not betray it. I will make a great city. The nobleman chuckled, haha.
The unnamed nobleman, a gleeful expression on his face, displayed the glowing flower bracelet on his wrist. A surge of magical energy pulsed from the jewel.
His eyes shone with triumph as he declared, you. Because you are my girl.
He seemed confident in his plan's success, though a hint of apprehension flickered in his mind regarding future consequences.
The chapter opens with a view of a modern city skyline, the sounds of clunk 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 echoing ominously.
As a young man, Jeho struggles to exit a large, metallic contraption, his face a mixture of exertion and determination. He mutters, I worked so hard today.
Jeho's father appears, his expression serious. Jeho, we need to talk. Jeho, surprised, responds with a questioning, Father? His brow furrows slightly as he senses something is amiss.
And his apprehension grows as he asks, did something happen?
His father's presence is increasingly ominous.
The scene shifts to Jeho's mother, her face contorted in anger, confronting a shadowy figure.
She shouts, how could you lie to me?
The shadowy figure, presumably Jeho's father, silences her with a curt, you be quiet.
Jeho watches, his expression one of growing unease. He whispers, Mother? Something's up.
Jaeho's mother stared intently at him, a knowing glint in her eyes.
Her expression unreadable. Jaeho's father, startled by his wife's gaze, stammered, "Mother?" She let out a short, sharp laugh. "So good."
Jaeho's father, confused, questioned, "What?"
His mother scoffed, "Did you really think that I wouldn't know that you've always wanted to open a flower shop?" Jaeho's father, taken aback, sputtered, "How did you know that?"
His mother smiled knowingly. "I can still remember the times when you were a little boy who loved staring at flowers even while tearing up and sniffling from allergies."
Jaeho's father admitted, I did."
Jaeho's mother began the conversation, her tone laced with a subtle undercurrent of disapproval.
"You're the best, unlike somebody."
She trailed off, her gaze softening as she looked at her husband. She clapped her hands together, a gesture of reconciliation.
"But there are other things I need to talk to you about, so that's all the wholesome stuff for now."
Jaeho's mother continued, her expression a mix of concern and understanding.
"I'm happy you're chasing your dream, but..."
It was clear she had reservations. "It's with the caveat that you prioritize your day job as a student."
Jaeho's father, caught off guard, responded defensively. "Yeah. She's right."
His wife pressed further, her tone sharp.
"So why are your grades from the last semester such a flop?"
Jaeho's father stammered, clearly caught off guard.
"I never said anything." "How did you know?"
His wife revealed her suspicions.
"You got a scholarship every semester before you went to the army. But this time, you stayed quiet." "Of course I suspected something."
Jaeho's mother, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern, acknowledged the rumors surrounding her son's in-game fame. While Jaeho's father, his face a mask of disbelief, listened intently as his wife continued. The mother revealed that she had heard from gym members that Jaeho had become incredibly famous in the game, his story trending across major news sites worldwide. And that he had even achieved the title of king within the game's virtual world. She expressed her astonishment at his accomplishments, highlighting that he was the first to achieve this feat.
Jaeho's father, overwhelmed by this revelation, felt a surge of anxiety and the urge to flee.
The father, still grappling with the enormity of his son's achievement, reiterated the significance of Jaeho's success, emphasizing that his son was not just a university student gamer but a titan of the gaming world, attracting the attention of major corporations. Jaeho's mother, initially surprised, now showed a growing understanding and acceptance of her son's achievements, pondering the potential interest from large corporations.
Jaeho's father reacted with a surprised, yet ultimately amused expression.
As his mother confirmed that many people, including CEOs, were playing Jaeho's game. Jaeho's father pondered the implications, noting that the gaming landscape had changed significantly since his youth. While Jaeho's mother expressed concern about whether gaming should be a priority for her son. She offered her support, however, stating that if Jaeho could demonstrate the value of his dedication, she would cheer him on.
Jaeho expressed his gratitude, receiving affection from his mother. As his mother left to prepare dinner, Jaeho then reflected on the positive outcome, thanking his father for his understanding. Jaeho's father pondered, his expression thoughtful.
He mused that proving the financial viability of his son's gaming career would be the simplest way to convince Jaeho's mother. And that it should be a priority in his life. Jaeho's father expressed his pride in Jaeho's accomplishments, noting that his son's success in the game had made him a local celebrity. And jokingly asked him to refrain from using his unusual in-game weapon. Jaeho's father's pride remained, though he subtly steered the conversation, suggesting that this success should be shown to his mother to gain her support for his gaming career.
Jaeho agreed, understanding the need to demonstrate the financial potential of his gaming endeavors to his mother. The next day, in the virtual world of New World, Jaeho's friends discussed strategies for monetizing his gaming success. One suggested selling in-game titles, while another proposed live streaming, noting his growing popularity and the potential for significant income from interviews and sponsorships. They debated the merits of different monetization strategies, considering the potential for both in-game and real-world income.
The friends ultimately agreed that a combination of interviews and a personal stream would be the most effective approach. Althea, a pink-haired woman, explained to Jae-ho and his friends that she recently learned of a streamer broadcasting from their area, and that he also used footage of their battle with the grizzly bears. Suggesting that while suing for copyright infringement might be difficult due to the game's customizable characters, there's an unspoken rule among streamers to not film each other without permission. Althea proposed a solution. Instead of blackmailing the streamer for money, they should make him their exclusive streamer, splitting the profits generated. Jae-ho's friend, initially hesitant, agreed with Althea's plan, understanding that since portrait rights don't exist in the game, they couldn't exactly say anything even if the streamer took a video and posted it without permission. Althea, excited by the prospect, explained that if the streamer is desperate for content, the plan would definitely work. The next panel shows the streamer, known as Hook, excitedly broadcasting his livestream, showcasing his gameplay. Viewers in the chat make various requests, including one asking him to pluck an elf's hair, to which Hook replies that it's impossible. Hook's viewers, initially drawn to his exciting gameplay, began to dwindle as his stream became monotonous. Tantabo, Nojum, and Jaina, fellow viewers, commented on the lack of excitement, attributing the decline to the repetitive nature of the stream. But Hook, undeterred, declared his intention to change things up, promising to cut down the moon trees in the game. His dream of reaching 1 million subscribers, however, was quickly fading into a fantasy as his viewership plummeted. Ding! A message appeared on Hook's screen, a notification from Althea, who had been watching his stream from Luxie Forest. The message prompted Hook's immediate and excited reaction. Hook received a message, the words "Hey Althea," appearing in a speech bubble above his head. The message read, "Hi Hook, my name is Althea and I'm sending you a message because I noticed that you've been streaming from Luxie Forest. Please send me a whisper when you get the chance. Thank you." Hook, surprised, replied, hello. Are you really Althea?" A system notification appearing that read, "Player Althea sent you a whispered message." A new message appeared. It was from Samantha, who stated that she worked with Althea and hoped to speak with Hook about streaming content related to Althea. Samantha's message continued, asking when would be a good time to talk. Hook, visibly shaken, muttered to himself, "I'm so ******ed. Suddenly, an elf appeared, shouting, "Hooka! Is there a human named Hooka here?" Hook, startled, responded with a gasp. Other people appeared, commenting on the situation. One said, "What's going on? Why is an elf looking for him?" Hook, still processing the situation, asked, I am Hooka, what is it?" Eldad, an elf, pointed towards a field of flowers in the middle of the desert, explaining to Hook that this was the fabled Alicia. Hook, overwhelmed by the strange smell, questioned the elf's intentions, suspecting a scheme. Althea's voice then called out to Hook. Althea and another individual greeted Hook warmly, congratulating him on his new job and expressing their surprise at their unexpected reunion in such an unusual location. The other individual expressed their desire to shake Hook's hand. Hook, however, noticed a strange smell again, and a look of confusion and concern crossed his face. Eldad welcomed Hook to Alicia, the land of opportunity. Hook, still slightly confused, thanked him. The other individual, Breeze, asked Hook what he was doing there, prompting Hook to explain that Althea had wanted to meet with him. Breeze expressed surprise at Althea's request, noting that no one had things go badly for them except for the Grizzly Bear Guild. Hook, still unsure, received a bracelet from Breeze, who then excused himself to work on his own bracelet. Hook, still somewhat bewildered from his recent meeting, muttered to himself, "This bracelet." He decided to investigate further, adding, "Let's just go see what this is about." He thought to himself, "I'll find out when I'm there." Approaching a quaint building, Hook's eyes widened slightly as he noticed the abundance of flowers. He questioned aloud, "Flowers? Is this a flower shop?" Inside, he found a bustling shop, with various individuals present. He hesitantly called out, "Excuse me." Jae-ho, deeply engrossed in arranging some unique blue flowers, remained focused, his internal monologue revealing, Jae-ho is very focused, pondering how to best arrange these flowers,
Hook's internal thoughts expressed his surprise at Jaeho's intense focus on such a seemingly mundane task. He's arranging flowers? With that face?
Suddenly, Althea appeared, cheerfully greeting Hook. "You're here."
Hook responded with a nervous "May." Althea reassured him, "Don't be nervous. Thank you for coming."
Hook's arrival in Alicia was already generating buzz. His reputation, or rather, the rumors surrounding him, preceded him. His image, splashed across the New World's media, painted him as a pervert player, a scatman. A label that left him mortified as he overheard whispers about him amongst the locals. The whispers spoke of the 4 overlords of Alicia. And Hook's face paled as he realized the gravity of the situation. He was in the presence of the most powerful figures in Alicia, and their expressions were far from welcoming. They found his presence terrifying. One of the overlords, seemingly the leader, gave Hook a sharp, assessing look. His gaze was intense, conveying a silent question. And Hook, overwhelmed by the pressure, could only stammer an apology. He had clearly made a mistake, and his actions had consequences. He fell to the floor, defeated. Explaining that he had used their likeness without permission. He profusely apologized, offering to give them all the proceeds from his actions. The overlords observed him, their expressions unreadable. One of them commenting that this situation might be easier than they initially thought. Another overlord questioned Hook's strange behavior, wondering what he was doing. While the leaders simply stated that they needed to wait and see, allowing Hook's actions to play out before making a judgment. He needed to be given the chance to complete his task. It was decreed that Hook must undergo the trial, the same ordeal faced by others. A while later, Eldad's livestream showed him in a completely different location, prompting speculation from viewers. Hook, having abruptly ended his stream, apologized to his viewers and announced some incredible news. An elf approached Hook, seemingly aware of the device on his wrist. The elf stated that while Hook had the device, it wasn't enough. Confused, Hook questioned his sudden relocation midstream. As the elf instructed him to follow. The elf forcefully pulled Hook along, leaving him bewildered and apprehensive. Hook let out a scream of terror. Hook's online stream exploded with comments, "OMG! OMG! OMG!" filled the chat. The sheer volume of comments was unprecedented. Hook's stream chat was completely overwhelmed by the word OMG. He had never seen anything like it. The kingdom of Rassel, to which the Luxy Forest and most of the Firma Desert once belonged, was shown. News of the Firma Desert reached the nobles of Rassel, prompting a heated discussion among them about recent events. One noble suggested accepting the elves of Rassel as vassals, noting that they had settled in the Luxy Forest without permission. Another countered that King Rasselius, the grower of life, had long ago granted the elves that forest as their home. The scene opens in a grand hall, where a council discusses the Red Tower of Magic. Grand Duke Arif, a powerful noble, is present. The guards witnessed the tower's interaction with Elysian mages. And the council is informed that the kingdom of Rassel has no say in the tower's affairs. Even the kingdom, situated on the continent of Hasper, is cautious in its dealings with the Red Tower. His Majesty is displeased but hopes for gentle dealings. It is suggested that a messenger be sent to express their position. And the Grand Duke agrees, though he seems pensive. Elsewhere, 2 individuals discuss a delegation arriving from the kingdom of Rassel. One expressing doubt that they are there to fight, as they carry a message. The scene shifts to show 3 figures approaching a village. 3 noble delegates from the kingdom of Rassel arrived in Alicia. One of them voiced his disappointment, commenting that the city looked shabby compared to the expectations. They further observed that Alicia lacked a proper castle, describing the city as merely a collection of randomly built log cabins and flower fields. A powerful figure, radiating an aura of immense strength, entered the scene. His presence commanded attention. The delegates, awestruck, whispered amongst themselves, wondering if he was the rumored Althea. The powerful figure announced that he carried a message from King Rasselius VII, demanding respect from the citizens of Alicia Flower Shop. The delegates were surprised and intrigued, questioning if the message was truly from King Rasilius VII. A messenger presented a scroll to a powerfully built man, announcing that it contained a message from King Rasilius. The man, clearly agitated, demanded to know the contents. As the messenger unfurled the scroll further, revealing a royal decree. The decree stated that the man's notoriety had risen significantly, damaging the kingdom's reputation and incurring the displeasure of other kingdoms. The man, incredulous, questioned the decree's accusations. He was then ordered to kneel before the king as a sign of repentance. The man, defiant, refused to comply, his anger escalating. He angrily questioned the messenger's authority, daring to challenge the kingdom of Rasil. A messenger, visibly agitated, presented a scroll to Grand Duke Arif. He insisted that the message demanded respect for His Majesty, explaining that the message represented His Majesty himself, requiring the same level of deference. Grand Duke Arif, unimpressed, retorted that he was also a king and questioned why he should show respect to the messenger. The messenger, taken aback by Arif's insolence, was about to respond when Arif abruptly snatched the scroll from his grasp and scoffed at the letter's presumptuousness, deeming it ridiculous and pretentious. The scroll contained a formal declaration from Rasilius VII. Alicia Flower Shop, having conquered Firma Desert and Lucy Forest, was recognized as part of Rasilius's kingdom. However, Althea, who claimed to be the king of Alicia, was required to visit Rasilius to formally accept the title of Grand Duke. Arif, deeply offended by the audacity of the demand, expressed his outrage to the messenger and his entourage. He considered the demand to be an attempt to swallow his kingdom without a fight. The messenger and his companions were informed that their rude attitude would be reported to His Majesty. A system notification then appeared, indicating that Rasilius's opinion of Arif had plummeted. The messenger, his face contorted in pain, relayed the Grand Duke's response to Rasilius's demand: "Tell your king I said don't be ridiculous. And that he's wrong if he thinks I'm clueless." Another messenger, equally terrified, added, "Also, if you say that kind of crap to me, maybe you should have come helped us when the grizzly bears had this place surrounded." "What the hell are you jerks talking about, huh?" The messengers, clearly outmatched, could only whimper in fear as "This hovel of a town will be razed to the ground." Before he could finish, a swift kick from the elf sent him sprawling to the ground. The other men joined in the fray, a chaotic brawl erupting amongst the Grand Duke's guards. The elf, enraged, shouted, "Ach! How dare you insult our Althea? I can't forgive him." He immediately charged, kicking a guard, sending him sprawling with a crash. Another guard cried out, "Urgh!" The spirit of life intervened, its voice echoing in the elf's mind, "Yeah, you've done enough already, Althea." The elf, though hesitant, seemed to accept this. He muttered, "Why, you will pay, one day." Hopefully, this was enough for them to get the message. The elf and his companion retreated, leaving the scene. One of the guards chuckled, "Ha ha ha." They scared away the delegation. Another guard, observing the retreating figures, pondered aloud, "How strong are the elves, exactly?" His companion responded, "Well, they're the strongest NPCs I've ever seen." "Really?" Grand Duke Arif, seething with rage, slammed his fist on the table. "They have insulted us. I will lead my army there and make that place a desert once again." News of the elf's attack reached King Rasilius VII's court, prompting an emergency meeting of the nobility. A tense discussion ensued amongst the nobles. One voiced concern, suggesting caution, reminding them of the elves' strength and the recent devastating defeat of the Grizzly Bear Kingdom. Another noble brought up Alicia Flower Shop's vassal status, implying that their actions could provoke a larger conflict, potentially inviting the Grizzly Bear Kingdom to invade their territory. Concerns were raised about Alicia's knowledge of the Firma Desert's secrets. A nobleman, his hands clasped tightly, contemplated the situation. The discussion turned to Grand Duke Arif, his name mentioned with a mix of fear and apprehension. A proposal was made to establish an agreement between King Rasilius and the Grower of Life, excluding the elves from the agreement. The nobles cautiously agreed, emphasizing the need to proceed carefully while gathering information about the grower of life.
One nobleman's final thought: as long as Arif is not the grower of life, they could proceed.
Grand Duke Arif, seething with rage, plotted his revenge against the elves. He muttered to himself, "There will be plenty of weak spots to target." The Grand Duke's advisors explained their preparations, detailing the runes carved into the greenhouse structure,
allowing for precise control over temperature and humidity. One advisor commented that working with the elves would make the process easier.
Two elves, having completed their work on the greenhouse, exchanged amused glances and chuckled. They received thanks for their work and were about to leave when one elf paused, presenting the Grand Duke's men with flower necklaces as a parting gift. One of the soldiers looked surprised. The elf, slightly embarrassed, explained that it was a small token of appreciation. The soldiers accepted the gifts. As the elves departed, one of the soldiers reacted with surprise to the necklace, a small, unexpected gift. A detailed description of the flower necklace is displayed, highlighting its attributes. It is made by the grower of life, quite fragile, and provides a 5% mana recovery buff per second. Wansik, upon reading the description, realizes that because the flower necklace is classified as a special item, its attributes can stack with other items. Wansik exclaims that this is revolutionary, a new category of items previously unknown. Another man agrees, impressed by the necklace's unique properties. Wansik explains that he's seen flowers used as ingredients before, but never in this way. Wansik, pleased with the positive reaction, notes that his flower necklace is receiving an excellent first review, and reflects that this is only the beginning of his marketing plan for the flower shop. Wansik instructs someone to bring manure to the greenhouse, explaining that with the greenhouse, they can restructure their workforce. The narration explains that May's skills are all specialized toward managing the flower shop, making her a perfect fit as an assistant to the grower of life. It also mentions that Wansik has become a leader to the FLA members and has a good relationship with the elves.
A woman named Samantha is shown, and the narration states that the only problem is Samantha. Wansik, pleased with his flower shop's success, spoke with Samantha, a worker who seemed bored and restless. Observing that she refuses to wear a flower bracelet and doesn't get along with the elves. Her role, Wansik noted, remains ambiguous. Wansik pointed out that Samantha had only been working at the flower shop and hadn't been leveling up. He suggested that her current role wasn't the best use of her skills. Samantha admitted that while it wasn't bad, she was bored. Wansik, understanding her need for a challenge, had an idea. Wansik proposed a new task for Samantha, helping him find Brezel's treasure, buried somewhere in the desert, using her sand golem skills. Samantha, intrigued by the prospect of a challenging task, listened intently as Wansik explained the details. Wansik, confident and pleased, gave a thumbs up, showcasing his new flower necklace as a symbol of his continued success. Wansik, pleased with Samantha's progress, proposed a new challenge, finding Brezel's hidden treasure somewhere in the vast desert. Samantha, intrigued by the prospect, readily accepted. Her excitement evident in her expression as she considered the implications of this new quest. Wansik's words hung in the air, a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty. Samantha, traversing a desolate, sandy landscape, questioned herself, "Am I really okay like this?" She reflected on her life's transformation since meeting Althea, a player who approaches the game purely for enjoyment. A series of messages popped up on her screen. One player excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, I saw you on broadcast. That was so cool." Another inquired, "How long have you been working with Althea? He looks super scary. Is he nice? Can I come hang out with you all? Where are you? Will you give me your coordinates?" A dismissive message appeared, "Even if you all come here, all you'll get to do is dig or grow flowers, you fools." Samantha noted, "People are starting to notice me because I accidentally walked into the middle of the storm." Prime Guild is quite famous among players, but it still doesn't compare to how well-known Alicia is becoming. A whispered message from a player named Wooster arrived. "Player Wooster has sent you a whispered message. My shield is okay, my right?" Samantha scoffed, what did I expect from these fools?
Members of Prime Guild are only thinking of ways to use me, because they believe I'm the famous Althea's right-hand person. She muttered to herself, humph, right-hand person my A ***. May is Althea's right hand for sure. Well, being his left hand isn't bad, though the things I do are pretty insignificant. Samantha, reflecting on her past actions, admitted to herself that she had been solely focused on completing her class quest and getting a promotion. And that this relentless drive had left her feeling annoyed and agitated. She had been so focused on outpacing others. But now, observing a man she initially perceived as threatening, she reconsidered her judgment. Realizing that, given his true nature, he would likely listen without judgment. She concluded that he wasn't as scary or uptight as he appeared. Samantha pondered the reason for this shift in perspective. And then a smile touched her lips as she realized she was simply enjoying her life in this new world. A class quest notification appeared, detailing a trial to become a spirit knight of the desert, with the warning that some skills may become unusable if she accepted the quest. Samantha read the details of a class quest, her expression turning serious. The quest promised a job change, a promotion to a unique class, but it also meant distancing herself from her current path. A path she was on the verge of mastering. She grimaced, recognizing the potential folly of abandoning her progress just as she was about to reach the top ranks. Concluding that there was no way she would accept such a quest. Despite her initial reservations, Samantha ultimately accepted the quest. A male companion looked on, a mixture of surprise and concern evident on his face. Samantha, now officially a level 302 Spirit Knight of the Desert, a rare class within the Prime Guild, smiled confidently. She had changed jobs. Her new status was accompanied by a powerful-looking sword. However, a conversation with her companion revealed an unexpected consequence: all her sand golem-related skills had been deleted. She apologized, clearly disappointed. A man, seemingly a leader, addressed his companions, "It's okay. Let's put a pause on looking for Brezel's safe. We can take our time with it." He continued, "Anyway, looks like he's already begun." A lively streamer, brimming with excitement, announced to his viewers, "This is Huka in Elysia TV." He introduced himself as Alicia's exclusive streamer, promising to show them around Alicia's treasure, the greenhouse, live on stream. The streamer explained that the greenhouses were built by the most talented mages from the Red Tower, using red magic to create runes that control temperature and humidity. A viewer, Eldad, questioned if Althea actually ran a flower shop, while another, Hipmu, inquired about what Althea did with the flowers he grew. The streamer confirmed that all the flowers in the greenhouses and outside flower patches were grown by Althea himself, with the elves wholeheartedly assisting him. He then exclaimed, "Oh! Give me a second." Alicia's streamer, mid-broadcast, was approached by a fellow adventurer. "Hello, may I?" The adventurer excitedly interrupted, "Hookah. I saw that you just started streaming. Is it going well?" The streamer, slightly flustered, responded, Of course. But would you be able to answer a few questions from the viewers by any chance?" Hesitantly, the adventurer agreed, Why you want me to appear on stream?" The streamer, Althea, reassured him, "Seriously, he's harmless. Should ask Althea, not me." "Oh, that's..." The adventurer, still apprehensive, reluctantly agreed. "Well, it's, then I can give it a shot." The streamer began the interview. Thank you. The first question is, why does Althea grow flowers? The adventurer explained, "That's because he wants to run a flower shop." "That's it." Then why does he want to run a flower shop? Alicia's streamer, mid-interview, chewed thoughtfully on something while the adventurer presented a bouquet of flowers. She declared herself a professional streamer, then abruptly asked the adventurer if she and Althea were lovers. The adventurer's surprised reaction was broadcast to the chat, eliciting a flurry of comments from viewers. The chat exploded with reactions to the unexpected question, ranging from surprised exclamations to laughter. While the stream generated excitement, Jaho returned to his workshop, wrestling with the intricacies of flower-based potion crafting. He pondered whether he was using Luna's flowers this time. Comparing the effects of various flowers and considering their effectiveness, he noted that the recovery effect of potions made from Luna's flowers was stronger than those made from Eifelt's flowers, but the special effect of Eifelt's flowers was incomparably good, despite being weaker. Jaho, driven by frustration and a desire for improvement, pondered the properties of the Luna's and Eifelt's flowers. He mused aloud, what if I combined the recovery attribute from the Luna's flower with the special effect from the Eifelt's flower? He decided to proceed with his experiment, outlining his plan. I'll take the petals from both flowers, grind them separately, percolate them using boiling water. The process yielded two overlapping stamina recovery effects, prompting a choice. Jaho selected the Luna's flower effect, then chose the weak but strong special effect from the available options. His low alchemy level prevented him from selecting more than one special effect. The system confirmed the potion's creation, prompting Jaho's excited reaction. So it works. Wait, alchemy? Does that mean that if I have the alchemy skill, I can give my potions multiple special effects? Alchemy seems an essential skill if I want to keep selling potions. And no, I don't plan on making and selling potions forever. The system notified Jaho that he had completed a new potion recipe and that the academic world of alchemy had shown interest in him. He also gained the basic alchemy skill and some experience in the field. Jaho reacted with surprise and a hint of amusement. What? Whoa, every time I try something new, I gain a skill for it. I guess that's why this new world is such an impressive game. The creation of a rare-level potion, the Luffel's essence made by the Grower of Life, was announced. This high-level recovery potion instantly restores 30% of overall stamina and gives a 15% boost to health recovery for 10 minutes. It also includes the weak but strong effect. When health falls below 5%, damage taken is halved for 3 seconds. Jaho completed the new potion with a gleeful expression. Jaho, pleased with his creation, looked at the completed potion and thought about expanding his business. If I made more flower necklaces like this. Jaho, reflecting on his recent alchemy success, explained his plan to market his new high-level potion. He intended to use a unique approach, combining his potions with flowers from a flower shop, allowing buyers to customize their potion effects. Creating potions that could restore stamina and mana simultaneously, or provide poison resistance while restoring stamina. He held up the glowing blue potion, a satisfied expression on his face. Jaho's marketing strategy involved using an auction to advertise his potions and flowers. He planned to include a detailed description, creating a unique flower shop experience for buyers. He confidently noted the auction details, including a contact method, and added a playful note, daring anyone to contact him, promising to send them a large quantity of flowers as a response. He licked his lips with a mischievous grin. The auction listing clearly displayed the details of Jaho's unique potion and flower offerings, including contact information for Alicia Flower Shop. Contrary to Jaho's expectations, the auction comment board was abuzz with activity. Many questioned the identity of Grower of Life, speculating about their class and real-life identity. Some even discussed the possibility of Althea and the Grower of Life being the same person. And as people realized that Althea and the Grower of Life were indeed the same person, the auction went into an uproar. Despite the initial confusion, the potent effects of Jaho's new potion led to a rapid sellout. The only thing limiting sales was the speed at which they could be produced. Multiple notifications pinged Jaho's screen, inquiries about his potions flooded in, but his automated response politely declined them all, leaving Jaho frustrated and confused. He had advertised through a flower shop collaboration, expecting flower-related inquiries, not potion orders. Jaho's companion pointed out the absurdity of the situation, highlighting the unexpected nature of the marketing strategy's success and the need to adjust the system's code. Jaho, overwhelmed, agreed, acknowledging the disconnect between his flower shop advertisement and the influx of potion requests. He recognized the two issues were distinct. The persistent ding notifications continued to plague Jaho's mind, even after he'd addressed the immediate problem, prompting his companion to suggest creating a call center to handle the overwhelming response. Jaho, despite his initial frustration, found his companion's suggestion surprisingly helpful. reflecting on the unexpected success and the sacrifices made for this outcome. Suddenly, Althea burst in, announcing someone was waiting outside. Jaho, still reeling from the unexpected success of his potion launch, received a new request. A man, his face partially obscured, urgently asked him to deliver some woodcutters to the flower shop. He readily agreed, responding with a curt, "Right away." As Althea's fame grew, more and more newcomers arrived at Luxie Forest, drawn to the allure of the renowned elf. These newcomers joined the Forever Luxie Association, assisting the elves with various tasks, such as helping the Alicia flower shop with construction or tree felling. A group of volunteers, already accustomed to their work, prepared for another day of labor. One of them confidently declared, "Shall we get started on another fruitful day of labor?" Suddenly, a request interrupted their routine. Althea needed 5 people to assist her. The volunteers, initially confused, quickly understood the situation upon hearing that the request was from Althea herself. One of them asked, "What?" "It's an elf." And that she needed volunteers. The question of Althea's request sparked immediate enthusiasm among the volunteers. Several shouted, "Me! Me! I volunteer!" Althea, needing assistance, proposed a unique solution to her volunteers. They would act as a whisper network, sitting in a designated area and responding to requests relayed to them. One volunteer expressed apprehension at the unusual nature of the task, questioning if it was akin to a call center. Althea confirmed the arrangement, emphasizing that participation was voluntary and that each volunteer would receive 1 gold coin per day for their services. The Spirit of Life system message appeared, reassuring volunteers that they were free to decline. Further details were given regarding scheduling and the requirement for at least 1 person to be present at all times. Samantha would assist with scheduling. Althea, having prepared a mock schedule, presented it to the group. One volunteer reacted with surprise and slight confusion. Althea quickly departed, leaving the volunteers to process the information. The volunteers, overwhelmed by the sudden change of events, expressed their disbelief and relief at being treated so well, contrasting it with their previous experiences in the Luxie Forest. They shared a moment of shared emotion, highlighting the stark contrast between their current comfortable situation and their previous hardships. Several elves, their faces a mixture of apprehension and desperation, sat at a table. One exclaimed, "Wah! Thank you." Another muttered, "I feel kind of bad that this is giving the elves an even worse reputation." 2 individuals, one cloaked and the other with blonde hair, stood behind a counter. The blonde-haired one sighed, "We're doing what we were asked to do, but do you think anyone will actually contact us about buying flowers?" "I don't know. I don't think anyone ever will." The blonde-haired individual looked surprised as a notification appeared. He muttered, A notification appeared, indicating a customer inquiry for a floral wreath. The blonde-haired individual reacted with shock, exclaiming, "Gasp! Someone is actually asking about F-flowers." The blonde-haired individual, along with his cloaked companion and other elves, looked on in stunned silence. One of them whispered, "Wait." Another notification appeared, this time from a mage requesting specific potions. The elves looked at each other, confused. One of them said, "What?" An elf nervously questioned the order's specifications, requesting a moment to confirm the details. While another elf relayed the customer's request for specific flower options in the wreath, prompting a discussion among the group about whether to proceed. Jaho, however, was immediately intrigued. He suggested checking the plant journal. And upon finding a plant with mana-absorbing properties that could enhance spell damage, he became extremely excited. Discovering that the plant, blue mist grass, absorbs mana as it grows, increasing the potency of spells cast by a mage. He noted that the effect is more pronounced with the last 2 spells cast. Jaho then informed the elves that he could guarantee the customer's request, though the floral accessory would be somewhat fragile, and the price would be adjusted accordingly. The elves, relieved, confirmed that the customer could pick up the order in 2 days. Leaving Jaho feeling a mix of relief and excitement over his first successful order. He had been worried that the inquiry was mere curiosity, but the actual commission was a pleasant surprise. 2 days later, Jae-ho examined a bag of grow powder given to him by the elves. He mused that blue mist grass, which grows on vines, would make a nice circlet. This supply would last him through a few more commissions, but his stock was low. To maintain his steady supply, he'd need to help the Bloria blossom. Hoping the mother tree would grow quickly enough to host the Bloria, he sprinkled the grow powder and used his florist skill to incorporate the powder into the circlet. The result was a reinforced blue mist grass circlet, which he then upgraded using his skillful rapid growth skill. Jae-ho was surprised to find he was already level 100 and confused by the sudden influx of information. Althea, the customer who ordered the circlet, arrived. Jae-ho, relieved and slightly confused after reaching level 100, greeted his first customer, Althea, with a smirk. "What? Already? Okay, shall we go meet our first customer of honor?" Althea, fidgeting slightly, replied, "It's awkward to be here again, but this is a great opportunity. It's good to see you again. Though I've managed to hide my identity from him, I still worry that my guild will find out." Jae-ho, addressing Althea, stated, "So you're Alicia Flower Shop's first famous customer. Aren't you already very famous? Were there no other customers?" Althea, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "I see, ahem. Anyway, how did the accessory turn out?" Jae-ho presented the circlet, saying, "Oh, here you are." Upon seeing the circlet, Althea exclaimed, "Whoa, I see it's a circlet this time." The item's description appeared: item level, legendary, item use requirements, none. This is a flower circlet made by the grower of life. This item breaks the stereotype that floral accessories are fragile. Wearing this item will ease the elves' rampant hostility toward you. Mage's Soul: should a player cast 3 spells in 10 seconds, 20% extra damage will be applied to the last 2 spells cast. Extra special ability from achieving great success: the scent of fully blossoming blue mist grass flowers cleanses the air around you. You and your party members gain 3% ability power amplification. Althea's reaction was one of stunned surprise. Althea, eyes wide with disbelief, whispered, "It's a legendary item?" Althea continued her internal monologue, "The damage amplification on this thing is no joke. Plus, the extra special ability is better than any I've seen on any legendary item. Did this guy really make this? These effects are as monstrous as his face." Jae-ho, slightly embarrassed, explained to Althea that the circlet's mana consumption was high, but its effects were incredible. Althea, however, was completely awestruck, exclaiming that it was amazing. Jae-ho continued, detailing the circlet's damage amplification and party buff capabilities, emphasizing its value despite the high mana cost. Althea expressed her gratitude, overwhelmed by the circlet's power. She declared it far better than she had ever imagined. Jae-ho, though pleased with his creation, felt conflicted about his involvement with the Grizzly Bear Guild, reflecting on his ability to craft such a phenomenal item. His first customer's ecstatic reaction further boosted his spirits. He practically danced out of the workshop, leaving Althea to curiously examine the circlet, wondering about its unexpected scent. A game informational box appeared, detailing a passive skill called Aroma Passive. Your body will always smell fragrant. The effect grants a permanent boost to relationships with NPCs, excluding demons. Below, a speech bubble expressed skepticism. This is seriously all it does? Jae-ho, the creator of the circlet, appeared on screen, looking perplexed. He muttered to himself, "Where the hell am I supposed to use this?" A thought bubble appeared above Jae-ho's head. Did Jae-ho know that this passive skill would one day be given the monstrous name, Death Aroma? The narration shifted to explain the game's world. Countless dungeons remain unknown to players. A handful are discovered every day. The first player to conquer a new dungeon receives fame, titles, and special rewards, making it a significant achievement. A scene showed a party of adventurers. A speech bubble from one of them stated, "What's taking Red so long?" The narration continued, explaining that a regular member of Red's party discovered a dungeon they were attempting to raid. After multiple failed attempts, they decided this would be their last try. Another character spoke. He said he needed to stop by some place on his way here. He's picking up an item he commissioned. A response followed. Item? Didn't he blow all his money trying to create a staff last time? Jae-ho, adorned in a celebratory flower garland and a newly crafted circlet, approached two guild members. His confident stride was met with expressions of confusion and concern. Did he just come back from Hawaii or something? One of them muttered, while the other cautiously asked, Are you okay? Jae-ho, unfazed, responded, I'm here. What's with that look on your faces? He then questioned their concern, suggesting they might be worried about his class promotion difficulties. Are you having some kind of crisis because you've been having such a tough time getting a class promotion? He asked. Jae-ho, displaying the circlet, confidently declared, Are you asking me that because of this? I just went on a little spending spree, that's all. The guild members' jaws dropped in disbelief. No way. That's the item you had commissioned. You can't be serious, they exclaimed. Jae-ho smirked, but you'll change your mind soon enough, he said, leaving them in stunned silence. Jae-ho's eyes narrowed, a determined glint appearing. You'd better keep your eyes wide open. I'm going to beat this annoying dungeon once and for all, he declared, his resolve firm. A strong gust of wind whipped past a lone tent in the desert. As Jae-ho, inside the Alicia sales department, received 3 simultaneous orders for custom wreaths. He expressed surprise at the unusual timing. The orders were from 1 tank warrior and 2 other warriors. Jae-ho's colleague noted that they all commented on the price, finding it too expensive, but offering to spread positive word of mouth if given a discount. Jae-ho's colleague predicted that this kind of thing would happen eventually, but it came sooner than expected. Jae-ho, puzzled, confided in a colleague, There's something else that didn't really make sense to me. His colleague responded, emphasizing the gravity of the situation, because it could get them in trouble. I threat, saying that you should keep your deal with Red a secret. Jae-ho, still confused, questioned, What kind of nonsense is that? The colleague explained, revealing a crucial detail, Red is a member of the Grizzly Bear Guild. What does it mean? Why do I have to keep it secret? Jae-ho's colleague continued, offering his assessment, TSK. Red seems like a nice guy, but his friends like it sounds aren't. The colleague then issued a firm instruction, please block them all and add their IDs to the blacklist. There will be no haggling over flowers in my shop. Jae-ho, despite his financial needs, stood his ground, even if I'm in the position of having to make money. I can't give in to this. If I give in to one of them, others will demand it too. He resolved, I don't plan on letting people take advantage of me right from the start. Althea received a whispered message. What? She questioned, clearly surprised. The sender revealed that Althea's potions were selling exceptionally well. Your potions are selling like hotcakes. However, this wasn't the reason for the message. The sender explained that their trading corporation was based in the northern continent of Citra, specifically in the city of Odok. They mentioned an annual festival in Odok called the Unending Night, a large event Althea had only attended twice before. The sender continued, describing how many young nobles from around the city attended the festival, enjoying the celebrations. The sender then proposed that Althea attend the festival, suggesting it might benefit her flower shop's growth. Althea questioned why she was specifically invited, prompting the sender to explain that their trading corporation's growth was partly due to this festival. The sender emphasized Althea's fame, noting that while people knew her as the king of a new kingdom, they didn't know her as a flower shop owner. They added that the nobles attending the festival were carefree and kind of suckers, revealing this as a secret. Croissant, the flower shop owner, mused to himself, attending the festival didn't seem like a bad idea, especially since he didn't have many customers anyway, and his shop could manage without him for a short time. He decided to start preparing for the festival, and with a mischievous grin, he exclaimed internally, My gosh, Althea. You're so decisive. Let's rip these rich people off. Now this is what I call a partnership. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, a man, seemingly Croissant's acquaintance, sat on a desert dune, a small sprout beside him. He wanted to ask Croissant about Odok while he was there to say hi, confidently stating that his gaze reached everywhere in Midworld, though he admitted he wasn't what he used to be. He still vividly remembered the taste of mint lime honey from that region, and offered to bring Croissant some flowers on his way back. Althea's acquaintance excitedly requested specific flowers and pig-nosed mole sweet potatoes, suggesting that his visit might have been worth it after all. A man, seemingly a traveler, listened intently as someone recounted a tale about the Mbe Forest, a place once rich with precious tree sap and honey, now overrun by demons. The speaker explained that the area had been contaminated long ago, with even the elves abandoning the forest, similar to the fate of the Rysian forest. He suggested the traveler investigate the Mbe Forest, given its current state as a demon den. The traveler, initially hesitant, was reminded of the demon's strength, having driven the powerful elves from their homes. He resolved to confront the demons, stating his intention to not leave them alone. After a moment of self-reflection, he corrected himself, confirming his decision to engage with the demons. He prepared to depart, noting that the elves occasionally visited the area. The traveler bid farewell, ending the conversation. The informant, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, "Hey! He then added, somewhat relieved, "Well, I'm still glad I asked." The conversation continued as the informant inquired, "Are you saying you'd like for us to go together, just the two of us?" The woman, identified as Croissant, explained, "That's right. You're best friends with Croissant and the others are needed here to take care of the flower shop." She continued, "Okay, I understand, but why are you trying that hard to avoid being spotted by the elves?" The informant, attempting to conceal his identity, listed his disguise: a FLA cloak borrowed from May, sunglasses worn at the gambling den, and a mask, a necessity for going outside these days. He whispered, "Shoo! Be quiet. I can't get caught by the elves. It'll be a headache if they try to come along." He further explained, "There's a forest on the way to Odok that's crawling with demons. If the elves come with us, we might end up getting into a huge fight and getting our butts kicked. The elves would never pass them by without a fight." Croissant responded, I see. But I don't think your disguise will work. Why don't you just try acting natural instead?" The traveler, disguised and accompanied by Croissant, took a moment to survey their surroundings. "I'm just taking a walk to see how far outside our perimeter the grass has grown," the traveler exclaimed, seemingly unconcerned. Croissant, however, noted their efforts, replying, "Oh, I see. Thank you for always working so hard." Suddenly, an elf appeared, greeting Croissant. This unexpected encounter threatened to expose the traveler's disguise. The elf's presence created a tense moment, jeopardizing their carefully laid plans. But they managed to navigate the situation without being discovered. Later, Croissant and the traveler discussed their escape. "We somehow managed to get out. It's probably because the elves trust you so much that they never questioned you," Croissant stated, reflecting on the close call. The traveler simply replied, "Yeah, we only ran into 22 elves." Having successfully avoided detection, the traveler and Croissant continued their journey. "Well, then, shall we get going?" the traveler asked, their tone suggesting a sense of relief and renewed determination. As they traversed the desert, the harsh climate began to take its toll. "Hoo-oo. We're not even that far outside Alicia, but you can really feel the heat of the desert out here," the traveler observed, expressing their discomfort. Croissant responded, "I think the plants you've been growing has been helpful for the climate of Alicia as well. Anyway," the traveler continued, "I didn't notice this before I changed jobs because my old job was suited to the desert climate, but walking in the heat through this endless desert is mentally draining. I know our levels are high enough that this won't be much of a physical strain, but..." Croissant noticed the traveler's distress. "Are you all right, Althea?" Croissant asked, concerned. Althea, momentarily distracted, responded with a confused before realizing the question and replying, "What are you doing?" The traveler, seemingly overwhelmed by the heat, muttered to themselves, "Skill, elbowy." A magical effect then activated, enhancing their heat resistance.
Croissant, witnessing the traveler's strange dance-like movements, questioned if it was a skill.
The traveler, embarrassed, asked if they could pretend nothing happened. The traveler explained that they used the skill because they were in pain from heat exhaustion. Croissant looked confused. Croissant's expression shifted to shock and disbelief as the traveler's actions seemed impossible. A sudden impact was heard. Croissant, seemingly uninjured, politely asked the traveler's level. The traveler, still recovering from the heat, looked surprised. Croissant reacted with astonishment upon learning the traveler's level, expressing disbelief at its unexpected height. The traveler, exhausted but relieved, revealed they had just reached level 100. Croissant reacted with a mix of awe and disbelief. Croissant's thoughts drifted to the possibility of the traveler emerging from Luxie Forest with May, and their relatively unknown status despite involvement in major events. Croissant stared, his eyes wide with disbelief as he processed the information. A single thought echoing in his mind: he was a newbie. His astonishment grew as he considered the implications of the traveler's seemingly impossible feat. He's a monster. Croissant thought, his voice laced with awe and a hint of fear as he realized the sheer magnitude of the traveler's accomplishment. That's amazing. How many hours, no, how many months did it take you to get there? He exclaimed, his words a mixture of disbelief and admiration. The traveler, still recovering from the desert heat, expressed their relief at the change of scenery. It's nice to get out of the desert for a while. This scenery is a real reminder that we're on another continent. Croissant, however, seemed less impressed. Is that so? I can't really tell. The traveler, ever enthusiastic, suggested a new activity. Take a look at these new flowers. They're in colors I haven't seen before. Let's collect some while we're here. They began to collect flowers, and Croissant, seemingly lost in thought, asked Althea a question. Do you run a flower shop in real life as well, Althea? Althea responded with a firm no. No. No one would want to keep doing their day job inside of a game. I'm just doing it because I like it. Croissant pondered Althea's words, observing the traveler's demeanor. Ah. He's simply enjoying the game. A thought occurred to Croissant. Now that I think about it, others may see his smile and feel fear, but that's the smile of someone who's truly enjoying themselves. Althea blushed, suddenly self-conscious. What's up? Althea, while walking with the traveler and Croissant, suddenly paused, remarking that she almost got caught by something. The traveler, seemingly unperturbed, questioned if it was a monster, stating they hadn't heard anything. But Croissant, more perceptive, suggested it could be a monster and offered to investigate. A rustling sound was heard, and a small, horned demon appeared before them, surprising Croissant. Croissant swiftly equipped the Spirit Knight's sword, and with a powerful swing, struck the demon, sending it reeling back in pain. The demon hissed in agony. The demon, weakened and terrified, pleaded for its life, revealing that it wasn't an evil demon, causing Croissant to pause, surprised by this unexpected revelation. A small demon, eyes wide with fear, cried out, "I'm a good demon." Althea and Croissant reacted with surprise. Althea exclaimed, "A demon," while Croissant questioned, "A good demon?" The demon pleaded, "Yes. That's right. Please let me live." Croissant, skeptical, countered, "Aren't demons evil to begin with?" The demon responded, "And normally, yeah." The demon explained, "Eek. We're just trying to lead peaceful lives here, that's all." Croissant, observing the situation, thought, "Judging by my experience, this situation could be the fuse that lights the powder keg." Croissant declared, "Then you mean, it's a demon, right? Let's get this over with." As Croissant prepared to attack, a system message appeared: "You have equipped the grizzly bear hunter's decoration of war. The demon whimpered, "Eek?" Croissant noted, "Judging by all the little scrapes and cuts, it looks like he was attacked before we even got here." The demon apologized, "I'm sorry." Croissant lunged forward, striking the demon. A system message then appeared: "You have chosen the spirit of life to power your elbow, spirit attack. The attack concluded with a swooshing sound. Croissant, the red-haired warrior, delivered a swift blow to the small demon, commenting that its attacks did less damage than her own due to their level difference. The demon, however, seemed to be suffering more from Croissant's attacks than expected, prompting her to question the nature of her own power. As the demon squirmed in pain, a system message appeared, announcing that Croissant had obtained the title of Professional Torturer of Demons due to inflicting massive holy damage. The demon, now terrified, pleaded for its life. A sudden explosion erupted nearby, startling Croissant and the traveler, who questioned what was happening. Althea, observing from a distance, simply uttered a single word: "Please." A large, shadowy figure emerged from the smoke, causing a palpable sense of unease among the onlookers. The demon, now facing a far greater threat, begged to be spared, pleading not to fight the monstrous entity.
Following the explosion, Croissant and the traveler paused, their attention drawn to a small, trembling demon. Croissant, still slightly surprised by his new title, suggested they hear the demon out first. The demon, identifying itself as Sequoid, explained that it resided in the nearby Mbe forest. A system notification confirmed the demon's truthfulness. Croissant, internally noting the connection between Sequoid and the Mbe forest, questioned the demon further. Althea observed from a short distance. Croissant, using his newly acquired angler's eye patch, removed the demon's disguise, revealing its true form. The demon, terrified, pleaded for mercy. Croissant, internally reflecting on the unexpected utility of the eye patch, pressed the demon for more information, ignoring its pleas. The demon, overwhelmed by fear, stammered about its terrifying experience, then suddenly fell silent as a new, more significant threat appeared. Sequoid revealed that they lived in a small village within the Mbe forest, and Croissant noted that the demon seemed even more afraid of him than before. A demon, its blue skin and horns visible, recounted its plight, "But recently, these elves appeared all of a sudden, and made our lives a living hell." The demon continued, explaining that a repulsive odor of elves had started to reek, and Croissant, observing, noted that he could still smell it. Croissant pressed further, questioning why the demon's village reeked of elves, even after the elves' attack. The demon, still shaken, simply stated that it was probably due to the shock. The demon tearfully explained that the elves had attacked their village unexpectedly, leaving them helpless. Croissant seemed uncertain how to respond. Croissant challenged the demon's statement, pointing out that the demons had previously driven another tribe of elves from the Riseland forest, their former home. The demon was speechless. The demon explained that they had arrived in Midworld 500 years ago, trapped there when the tunnel to the demon world was blocked off, and had no choice but to settle in Mbe forest. The demon claimed they came to Midworld to initiate a cultural exchange with humans. A system message appeared for Croissant: "This NPC is lying." Croissant chose to power his spirit attack using the spirit of life. A terrified demon, seemingly an NPC, pleaded with Croissant, "To be honest, we were the advanced squad sent before an invasion. But we're not anymore. We've become very good demons." Croissant, visibly weary, muttered to himself, "How am I supposed to take the good demon thing? I don't even know where to start." He continued his internal monologue, questioning his own actions. "Wait, why am I even debating this?" Despite his internal conflict, Croissant delivered a harsh verdict: "At the end of the day, nothing has changed. You did something unforgivable to the elves." The demon whimpered, "Eek?" Althea, observing from a distance, interjected, "But I am generous. I'm going to pretend I never saw you, so you go on and get out of here." Croissant and Althea exchanged a brief, silent nod, agreeing to let the demon go. The traveler watched as Croissant whispered to Althea, "You saw him when he transformed. Let's not bother with trying to kill him and let him go." A small demon, eyes glowing menacingly, exclaimed, "What?" in response to an unseen event. He then added, "Seriously? Is this game clueless or something?" The demon continued his outburst, "You want me to fight elves? I won't. I can't. I have no interest in taking on a suicide mission. Go home." Croissant, the pragmatic warrior, pleaded,
please help us.
When you were beating me up earlier, I realized that you may look human.
He continued, but your fists feel the same as the elves.
Maybe you could convince them.
Suddenly, Croissant gasps. You were the source of this pungent odor?
The demon responded, pungent odor?
Croissant, piecing things together, stated, this brings about a familiar disgust, plus, the sting of your fists earlier.
Croissant looked shocked, muttering, no way.
A system notification appeared, confirming that the demon they were speaking to was being truthful. The group, including Croissant, Althea, and the Traveler, discussed the possibility of shrinking down to facilitate a conversation.
And the demon, Sequoid, readily agreed. Althea expressed concern over Tinlight's actions, questioning his involvement in the events that transpired in Mbe Forest.
She emphasized the debt they owed him for his help.
While the Traveler wondered what Tinlight had been doing.
Sequoid, the demon, revealed that he was the grower of life, a fact that shocked the group. A system notification confirmed that the successor to the grower of life had appeared,
prompting a new quest, the surprise quest.
The quest details revealed Tinlight's ability to befriend all beings, including the demons who burned down the elves' homeland, and that Sequoid had a connection with him when he was alive.
Tinlight may have left something with his tribe. Althea and the Traveler reacted with shock and concern.
And Samantha, ready for battle, suggested they proceed to Alicia.
Althea expressed some doubt, but Samantha remained resolute,
continuing her unwavering determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead, much to the surprise of the others.
The title card reads Mbe Forest. The Traveler and Althea walked through the forest, the latter muttering, this is Mbe Forest. The demon Croissant commented that the forest looked similar to the demonic world, a fact confirmed by the Traveler.
Croissant explained they had tried to make the place look as close to their home world as possible. But Althea questioned whether decorating the forest with demonic elements wouldn't make it too obvious to the elves.
Croissant replied that the elves hadn't noticed for the last few hundred years. Althea expressed concern, suggesting that their lax attitude might have contributed to the current situation.
The Traveler, seemingly preoccupied with collecting flower samples, was questioned by Althea about his lack of attention to the surrounding flora.
He responded, I did, but...
A small mouse squeaked as it approached a strange, green plant.
The plant quickly ensnared the mouse.
The Traveler observed, I'm not sure if these can be called flowers.
The plant consumed the mouse.
Croissant revealed that the plant was a crocus flower, common in the demonic world, and that the Traveler, as a grower of life, would be very interested in it. A notification appeared on a screen. Althea's plant journal, the category, Flowers of the Demonic World, has been made available. A journal entry popped up, detailing a carnivorous plant called crocus, found in the demonic world. It feeds on insects and small animals, its digestive enzymes cause continuous damage.
Croissant suggested they collect a sample later.
Meanwhile, Althea, the Traveler, and the demon continued their conversation.
The demon explained that they wanted the elves to leave them alone.
The Traveler questioned why the demons were so fearful of the elves, given their reputation for strength. The demon responded that the elves' homeland had been destroyed and stolen, leading to their aggressive behavior. The demon continued, explaining that the elves' lives are tied to the Mother Tree, a vital pillar of their world, which connects to other dimensions. The Mother Tree had become corrupted, forcing the elves to be scattered across the continent. The Traveler questioned the demon about the elves being scattered across the continent, prompting the demon to explain that it was the Mother Tree's doing.
However, the Traveler remained unconvinced about the weakness of demons.
The demon insisted on the truth of its statement, leading the Traveler to question why, if demons were so strong, they hadn't left the Riseland forest.
The demon revealed that the elves were the reason for their confinement. The Traveler expressed disbelief at the idea that the elves alone could prevent the demons from taking over the continent. But the demon insisted, emphasizing the elves' presence.
Suddenly, the Traveler was attacked by a volley of arrows,
revealing the elves' ambush and their surprising combat prowess. Elves, their bows drawn, surrounded the Traveler and a demon.
Get him, one elf shouted. The Traveler, taken aback, muttered, they're really elves."
One elf, noticing the traveler and the demon, sniffed the air and exclaimed, "Hup?
The familiar energy of spirits and a fragrance that doesn't belong to this forest of demons."
Another elf, addressing the traveler, asked, "Did you come here to eradicate the demons after hearing that they have been hiding out here?" The traveler responded, "Totally. Don't worry. We've rounded up all the demons in this area. We'll be able to send them back to the demonic world soon." An elf questioned, Wait. You're sending the demons back to the demonic world? You're not going to kill them?"
The elves approached the traveler and a small, tearful demon, asking the traveler to join them. The demon, initially hesitant, eventually agreed to go with them.
As the elves led the way, noting the traveler's companion, they revealed that the traveler possessed a surprising ability to communicate with spirits, though he lacked the proper training.
The elves proposed to train him. The elves suggested a partnership, offering to train the traveler in exchange for his help. The traveler, however, questioned their motives. One elf, a spirit knight, explained that while she didn't particularly like elves, she was willing to help as long as she could learn more about being a spirit knight. A system message appeared, a class quest to learn how to handle fire spirits from the Sea of Fire elf tribe. The elves warned that their training methods could be harsh, but the traveler accepted, and the elf expressed good luck. The traveler arrived at a village, observing unsettling details such as skulls hanging from a structure and cobwebs covering the windows. A scene that suggested the demons had been living in homes filled with demonic energy. The air was heavy with an unnatural power. Many demons were rounded up in the center of the village. The traveler noted the scene resembled the movie The Wailing. Elves, having captured the demons, declared their intention to send them back to the demon world. The demons cried out in fear as the elves prepared to carry out their threat. One elf, noticing the traveler's presence, called out to him, while another elf seemed surprised to see him there.
A captured demon, small and horned with bright blue skin, glared defiantly at the elf holding him. "How dare you!" he shrieked. The elf, seemingly unfazed, responded calmly, "Althea." "Hello?" Another elf approached, interrupting. Oh. Were you talking to me?" "Sorry, I was thinking." The first elf requested, "May I have a word with this demon real quick?" The second elf cautioned, "Sure, but please refrain from talking to him for too long. He could spread his demonic energy to you, grower of life." The captured demon, eyes wide with fear, pleaded, "Why you wouldn't break your promise, would you?" The first elf, ignoring the plea, began his questioning. "First, you mentioned that Tinlight left something behind in this neck of the woods, right?" The demon, trembling, whispered a confirmation, "Yes." The captured demon, chained and submerged in a steaming hot spring, shivered, muttering about the torturous regimen of shiki, boiled eggs, and a charcoal-powered sauna. Meanwhile, the traveler and an elf observed the scene from a distance, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and disgust. The elf's face was etched with worry. The traveler, however, offered a surprising comment, "That sounds really relaxing, actually." A man questioned a demon about the pain it was experiencing, stating that for demons, anything close to life brings pain. The demon, enraged, retorted that just because they are close to death doesn't mean they enjoy pain, and that there are things that are painful and scary for them too. Another demon, seemingly injured, complained about being sold out, blaming the first demon for falling over. A woman gasped, witnessing the injured demon's head being smashed with a rock, and angrily called the man a piece of sh*t. The man calmly told them both to calm down, as they were both still alive. Suddenly, both demons cried out in pain, causing the man to ask what was wrong. The man realized that the pain was caused by his touch, as the spirit of life stated that the grower of life's touch is painful to demons. A system message appeared, stating that due to his title of professional torturer of demons, the elves feel reverence toward him and his ability to torture demons. A group of elves discussed how to deal with the captured demons. One elf questioned the effectiveness of torture, expressing uncertainty about how to inflict it, while another elf pointed out the demon's screams, suggesting that torture might be effective.
And the elves continued to brainstorm increasingly brutal methods, including tearing limbs off and using boiling oil, driven by fear and a desire to prevent the demons' return to their world. One elf expressed surprise at the demons' fear of elves, finding it unexpected given their usual perception of demons as incapable of fear. Another elf observed that the demons seemed terrified of returning to their own world and of the elves themselves. A traveler suggested a different approach, proposing to leave the elves and go to a flower shop, a suggestion met with confusion. The elves reacted with disbelief and concern, questioning the traveler's suggestion to abandon their current efforts. The traveler explained their opposition to sending the demons back to their home world, arguing that it would be better to keep them from returning, prompting further confusion and questioning from the elves. The traveler, having observed the elves' consideration of torturing the demons, deduced a peculiar fact: the more you torture demons, the more pleasure they feel. He continued, explaining that no matter how much they were tortured, the demons would simply experience intense pleasure upon returning home. He proposed an alternative: what if the demons could never forget the pleasure, ensuring they wouldn't return? The elves, initially fixated on torture, reacted with a mix of surprise and skepticism upon hearing the traveler's suggestion. A brief, metallic ding sound effect accompanied the shift in their expressions. One elf, after a moment of silence, questioned the demon's continued presence in the area. The traveler, observing the captured demons, noted that the spirit of life had instructed him to remain silent. Another elf then revealed that the demons were planning an invasion of Midworld, explaining their encampment in the forest. The traveler, while acknowledging the strategic advantage of destroying the encampment, expressed concern about potential unforeseen consequences. The elves, angered by the demons' treachery, gritted their teeth in fury. The traveler reiterated his concerns about the plan potentially backfiring. The elves, convinced by the traveler's logic, agreed to his plan. They would trap the demons, ensuring they would never forget the pleasure they experienced, thus preventing future invasions. The traveler, confident in his plan, expressed his belief that it would work. The traveler, brimming with confidence, declared, "I will take care of these demons myself." A powerful gust of wind erupted from him, subduing the demons with surprising ease. The elves, having witnessed the traveler's swift action, expressed their understanding and eagerness to learn from him, stating, "Yes, we understand. We will do as you say, grower of life." They further revealed their interest in observing the traveler's methods of torture, hoping to gain knowledge for future encounters. "If possible, could we watch you torture the demons?" The demons, confused, questioned the elves' intentions, prompting the elves to explain their desire to learn how to effectively torture beings immune to pain and fear. The elves' request was met with a mixture of shock and apprehension from the captured demons. The traveler, showing a surprising level of compassion, apologized to the demons, assuring them that he would only need them to hold on for a short while. A system message appeared, indicating that the traveler had chosen the spirit of life to power his elbow strike. He then unleashed a powerful blow, the force of which sent the demon sprawling to the ground. The demon cried out in pain, clutching his side. While the traveler expressed remorse for having to resort to such brutal methods, he assured the demon that he would not die from his injuries. The elves, having observed the traveler's technique, expressed their satisfaction. They declared that they would now seek methods to replicate the effect without using holy powers. One elf whispered to another, inquiring about the demon's well-being. The demon groaned in pain, revealing that he had endured the attack. The demon, despite his pain, confessed his love for Lakura, a resident of his village. The traveler, unimpressed, urged him to stop speaking and offered to help him. The traveler held the injured demon, a small, horned creature with blue skin and glowing red eyes. He muttered, "Hold up." A faint crackling sound filled the air, as the traveler unleashed a spirit attack, causing the demon to cry out in pain. The elves nearby watched, commenting on the brutality of the attack and their eagerness to learn such techniques. One stated, "He comforted the demon to make it think the torture was over, and then put in the last hit. That was brutal. He intends to ensure the demons don't feel even a modicum of hope. We still have so much to learn." The traveler's expression hardened, his gaze intense. He muttered, "Sicked." The demon, writhing in agony, hissed and spat, "I'm really sorry.
I will have vengeance. No matter what." A system message appeared, "You have leveled up."
The demons fall into extreme fear.
Later, the traveler was approached by someone who said, "You said you're Sikid's brother, right?" I am so sorry." The title card declared, "The title of demons." Below, smaller text read, "Demons revere you." A small demon exclaimed, "You're amazing." The traveler, looking slightly bewildered, responded, "No, wait, why do they revere me?" Demon of demons. An elf pointed urgently, saying, "That doesn't matter right now, where are the rest of the demons?" The traveler, having subdued the initial group of demons, addressed the remaining ones with a shout, "All right, demons. You all saw that, right? If you don't want to end up like that guy." He warned, extending a hand in a gesture of threat. The remaining demons cried out in fear, "Aha!" and cowered before him. A system message appeared, "The demon's reverence of you has increased due to your notoriety." Another system message followed, "The demon's reverence of you has increased significantly due to your regime of fear." A third system message appeared, "The demon tribe of Mbe Forest, Scout Force number 22, now follows you." A text box appeared, summarizing the events. Just like that, the elves left a small group to keep an eye on the demons and left for Alicia. Finally, some kind of peace was found in Mbe Forest. The traveler, slightly weary but confident, questioned if this meant they didn't have to return to the demonic world. An elf responded that, for now, the elves would keep an eye on them. The traveler expressed relief at avoiding a return to the demonic world. The elf simply stated that they were glad the traveler felt that way. The elf then explained that they needed the traveler to fulfill their end of the bargain. The traveler, however, protested that they didn't know anything about the bargain. The elf countered that this put them in a difficult spot, having gone through trouble for the traveler's legacy. They threatened to show the traveler the torture they endured earlier unless they cooperated. The demons, frightened by the elf's threat, quickly retrieved a small, ornate box. One of them exclaimed that the object was inside. They presented the box to the elf, who examined it with curiosity. The demon anxiously awaited the elf's reaction, which was one of surprise and wonder at the object's apparent power. The elf questioned whether the object was indeed the correct one, showing a thoughtful expression. A system notification appeared, displaying the stats for Tinlight's Trowel, a legendary item with an attack damage of 750, usable only with Tinlight's approval. It was described as an adamantium trowel used by Tinlight, given to deserters after they lost track of time while playing a drinking game with him. Its characteristics changed depending on the user's disposition. The protagonist, upon seeing the item, questioned if that was all there was to it. A nearby demon explained that the trowel was instrumental in filling the area with plants from the demonic world. The protagonist, however, remained unconvinced, noting that this wasn't necessarily a good thing. He observed that the only skill seemingly related to Tinlight was gathering mastery. He then compared the trowel's attack damage to that of the grizzly bear hunter's declaration of war, a weapon with an attack damage of 350. The trowel's damage was almost double. Samantha, another character, was asked about the average attack damage for weapons suitable to the protagonist's level. She explained that at his current level, 100, the average would be around 300, at level 200, it would be around 600, and at level 300, around 1200. The damage range can change depending on the item rating. The protagonist realized that the grizzly bear hunter's declaration of war was a pretty good weapon, but the trowel was overpowered. He mused that the dwarf who made it was more talented than he thought. He lamented that it could only be used by those with Tinlight's approval. The protagonist gasped as a brilliant light engulfed him and the trowel he held. A nearby demon-like creature shrieked in pain. The intense light subsided, leaving the protagonist awestruck and slightly confused. "What's happening?" he wondered aloud. The trowel shimmered, its appearance subtly altered. The protagonist tilted his head, a question mark forming on his face. He examined the trowel closely, noting the transformation. "It looks completely new now," he observed. A system message appeared, detailing the trowel's enhanced stats and its unique growth type classification.
Samantha, observing from a distance, explained that growth-type items are exceptionally rare and their characteristics change based on the user's progress.
The protagonist, still awestruck by his newly acquired trowel, questions Samantha's earlier explanation.
Wondering aloud about the peculiar ginseng picking skill and its 300% damage increase to the gathering target. Samantha, observing the protagonist's confusion, offered a brief explanation, suggesting that the skill is designed for use on monstrous plants, such as the large crocus before them. The monstrous crocus was depicted in detail, its menacing appearance emphasized. The protagonist, understanding the skill's purpose, prepared to subdue the plant, knocking it out before harvesting it, declaring it ready to be collected. The protagonist, facing a monstrous plant, braced himself, a guttural cry escaping his lips. He launched a swift attack, his movements a blur as he executed an elbow combo. A powerful, green energy surging from his body as he channeled his new skill. The ginseng picking skill manifested as a powerful strike, the words ginseng picking flashing across the panel. A powerful lunge, aimed at the plant's core. He swiftly clipped the plant with his blade, a quick, precise movement. The plant dodged the main blow, but the protagonist wondered if he had merely grazed it by accident. The plant recoiled, trembling, a hiss escaping its damaged form. The protagonist, while foraging, was suddenly attacked by several thick vines that shot out from the ground. The vines lashed out with surprising speed, whipping past him with a whooshing sound. He narrowly avoided being ensnared, but one vine snaked around his leg, causing him to stumble. Another vine wrapped around his arm, restricting his movement. He cried out in surprise. With a grunt of exertion, he managed to grab the vine. And using his small harvesting tool, he sliced through the vine with a swift, decisive motion. He quickly freed himself from the remaining vines, narrowly escaping the carnivorous plant's grasp. The protagonist, facing a carnivorous plant, exclaimed, "It's so fast." His internal monologue revealed his concern, its tentacles and head move too quickly, at this rate, I won't be able to hit it with ginseng picking. He realized the plant's true nature, muttering, "Damn it. This isn't a flower. It's a monster." A moment of confusion followed, as he questioned, "Huh?" Then, a realization dawned, "Wait. You are a flower, though." The plant hissed menacingly as its tentacles lashed out. The protagonist, narrowly avoiding the attack, cried out, "Ack!" He was caught in the plant's grasp. With a powerful leap, he used his momentum to escape the plant's grasp. He grinned, thinking, if this is a flower that can be registered in the plant journal, there's no way I'll be able to dodge it. Gathering skill with a 100% success rate. The protagonist, slightly injured from his previous encounter, activated his gathering master skill, followed by the ginseng picking combo, successfully extracting himself from the carnivorous plant's grasp. A system message appeared, "You have successfully collected a sample of crocus. Another system message followed, "You have obtained crocus seeds, crocus stomach acid, and crocus gallbladder. The protagonist commented, "Wow, that sample was the hardest I've ever collected." He continued, "But no matter which way I look at it, this doesn't seem like a flower to me." The protagonist pondered, should I try collecting all the monster flowers on the way to Otoik? The protagonist and his companions arrived in Otok, a city known for its trading companies and nobility. One of them commented that the journey had been long. Despite its size, they found the city to be quite opulent, a fact attributed to the numerous trading companies based there. A woman, introducing herself as the owner of the Croissant Trading Company, offered to take them to her company's headquarters. Upon seeing the sheer size of the Croissant Trading Company's headquarters, the protagonist was awestruck, expressing his amazement with a whispered "W." The woman laughed, stating that the building's size was nothing compared to the scale of her operations, and that she had no choice but to show off a little, given her position as owner of one of the top trading companies on the continent. She added that dealing with actual nobles could be quite annoying. The protagonist, slightly confused, questioned this statement. The woman then suggested that they should get the protagonist some formal clothes first. The woman from the Croissant Trading Company, her eyes twinkling with amusement, expressed her excitement to the protagonist, stating that she was eager to see a side of him that she had never witnessed before. In Otok, a murmur of fear rippled through the crowd as they witnessed something terrifying. One bystander exclaimed, "What is that thing? It's so scary." Another warned, "Don't look into its eyes." Meanwhile, Althea, the woman from the croissant trading company, expressed her delight at the protagonist's appearance, exclaiming, "You look great, Althea." She pointed out his eye patch, commenting that it was from defeating a demon and that it was best to keep it on when dealing with NPCs. The protagonist replied that he could toggle its appearance off. Althea continued, explaining that while the eye patch looked good on him, people would likely sense the demonic aura and feel intimidated. She then suggested they head to the manor of the Lord of Odok. They began walking towards the manor, Althea's words echoing the anticipation of a feast. A banquet was to be held at the manor house of the Lord of Odok. It was to be attended by all the young nobles of the nearby estates and was considered the most important event on the eve of the festival of Unending Night. Jeho, as the king of a newly established country, was sufficiently qualified to attend the banquet. Lord Sebiat, ever handsome, was the subject of much admiration at the banquet. A woman complimented him, noting his enduring attractiveness. While another guest, Lady Lisa, remarked on the protagonist's dashing appearance, suggesting he could be the star of the evening. The arrival of Croissant, of the Croissant Trading Company and King of Alicia Flower Shop, was announced. The woman from the Croissant Trading Company and the protagonist discussed Croissant, with the woman mentioning rumors of his arrogance and the protagonist questioning his elven heritage. The woman countered that rumors are often exaggerated, noting that he is a great chef. The protagonist and the woman tasted dishes prepared by Croissant, leading to speculation about why a king would cook. The woman playfully suggested he might be the king of cooking. Suddenly, the protagonist detected the scent of flowers, arousing his suspicion. As Croissant himself dramatically entered the banquet hall, accompanied by a bodyguard, causing a stir among the guests. The guests reacted with fear and surprise to Croissant's unexpected arrival. The woman from the Croissant Trading Company was visibly nervous. A woman introduced Althea, stating that the protagonist had mentioned him before. Meanwhile, Lord Romeo made a grand entrance, his arrival causing a stir among the attendees. Lord Romeo, the owner of the manor and Lord of Otok, was introduced. The protagonist had heard much about him from Miss Croissant. Althea's arrival caused a visible reaction from Lord Romeo, he seemed intimidated. Even the other nobles whispered about his imposing presence. Lord Romeo, concerned about maintaining his composure and reputation, especially as the oldest and most prominent noble present, and also because he was investing heavily in the festival, glanced around nervously, his anxiety growing. The presence of many beautiful noble ladies further added to Lord Romeo's apprehension. He was single, after all. Lord Romeo, visibly trembling, greeted Althea with a hesitant, hello. The word popular echoed and fought bubbles above him, highlighting his internal anxiety. As he extended a hand to shake hers, his expression was one of nervous anticipation. And a question mark floated above his head, reflecting his uncertainty about the situation. Lord Romeo quickly took control of the conversation, surprising the onlookers. A murmur rippled through the crowd as they reacted to his sudden action, their expressions ranging from shocked to curious. Croissant, in particular, looked utterly bewildered. Lord Romeo, with a jovial laugh, commented on a dish, reminding Althea of a similar dish from their past. He skillfully steered the conversation towards his culinary skills, subtly deflecting attention from Althea's true identity. While Croissant whispered an apology to Althea, explaining the noble's confusion. The onlookers, impressed by Lord Romeo's demeanor, began to praise his cooking skills. Althea smirked, internally noting the noble's obliviousness to her true identity. She muttered to herself, "That's funny. They know exactly who I am, but are lying and pretending they don't." Lord Romeo, a glint of amusement in his eyes, revealed his plan. Thanks to the eye patch angler's intel, he knew exactly what the nobles were thinking and would treat them accordingly. He then graciously accepted their praise, claiming to be speechless. Meanwhile, the woman from the croissant trading company expressed her desire to repay their kindness. Althea, however, felt a growing unease, wondering where she should go to cook. Lord Romeo, seizing the opportunity, suggested a cooking competition, subtly diverting attention from Althea's true identity as a king. The nobles, oblivious to the deception, expressed their excitement. Lord Romeo, with a smirk, confidently declared that he was ready to cook. The fire pit, deemed more than sufficient for the task, was prepared. Lord Romeo, a culinary expert, began his demonstration. He declared, "Let's start with the fresh stomach acid of a crocus," adding it to the pan with a dramatic flourish. The vibrant green liquid sloshed into the pan with a satisfying glug sound, followed by a ding as it hit the bottom. He continued, explaining his next steps. "Next, I'll crush the leaves of Calvados grass and add them in. Then toss in some sap of a fly flower, the eyeballs of a sundew plant, and a bit of flame mold." The mixture bubbled and splashed, creating a strange, otherworldly concoction. The spirit of life, observing, commented, "Nice. This is going well." Romeo's cooking produced surprisingly strong flames, prompting further exclamations of surprise. The head chef of Citra, Gordon Rampage, watched with a mixture of skepticism and growing admiration. He muttered to himself, "He looked like a novice, but it seems he knows what he's doing." Romeo smirked, thinking, "I get to screw those nobles over and get my observation rate up on these plants, 2 birds with 1 stone." The dish was nearly complete, emitting a whooshing sound as it finished cooking. A system message appeared: "You have obtained the title of Quack Chef. Your title of Quack Chef has decreased the debuffs that come from mixing random ingredients together." Romeo's expression shifted to one of shock and annoyance. Lord Romeo, his face etched with determination, muttered to himself, "Damn. Then this is the only way." A golden notification appeared: "You have equipped the grizzly bear hunter's declaration of war." Lord Romeo slammed a cooking utensil into a pan with a loud thwop, initiating his plan. He began to cook, muttering, "I'm trying to trigger the bad luck on the grizzly bear hunter's declaration of war. The peach punch? Passive brings bad luck at low probabilities when using skills with this weapon. But just cooking with them might not work, so I'm using all the skills I can." He then activated the elven flute skill, playing a tune as he continued to stir the ingredients. The chef watched in stunned silence as the dish transformed before his eyes. Lord Romeo grinned triumphantly as the dish glowed, exclaiming, "It worked." Suddenly, a powerful blast erupted from the pan, engulfing Lord Romeo in flames as he yelled in surprise, A fiery explosion rocked the room. The air filled with smoke and the sharp scent of burnt sugar. A system notification appeared, announcing that Lord Romeo had successfully summoned the spirit of demonic plants. Another notification followed, declaring that his notoriety had risen explosively. Lord Romeo, bewildered, questioned what was happening. A voice echoed in his mind, explaining that only the grower of life could summon this particular spirit, implying that Althea was indeed who she claimed to be. A system notification appeared, announcing the successful summoning of the spirit of demonic plants. Lord Romeo, seemingly surprised, questioned the nature of the summoning. As a small, fiery demon emerged from a bubbling green concoction in a pot. The demon, clearly annoyed, demanded to know why it had been summoned. Lord Romeo, visibly flustered, stammered in disbelief as the situation escalated. And a nearby chef, recognizing the creature, exclaimed that it was the legendary spirit of the hearth. Lord Romeo, seizing the opportunity, punched the demon, which surprisingly calmed it down. The chef explained that this was a known method for handling newly summoned spirits. And Lord Romeo, having successfully used this unexpected method, thanked the chef for the advice. Another system notification confirmed that due to Lord Romeo's title, Conda Demon, the NPCs believed his lie. The chef and other onlookers were convinced that Lord Romeo had indeed summoned the spirit of the hearth. A disgruntled demon, summoned by Lord Romeo, complained, "I'm not a crappy spirit like that." Meanwhile, a chef instructed his assistants, another tip. If the spirit seems to be in a state of confusion, push it into a boiling pot. What are you doing? Take notes.
Lord Romeo, determined, declared, "All right. I'll succeed this time. I'll create an incredible dish to feed those nobles." The system notified him, "You have put your hand in boiling water. Your heat resistance is increasing. Due to your title, professional torturer of demons, due to your notoriety, due to your..." The finished dish was revealed, a monstrous, writhing creation. The system announced, "The Twisted Underworld's Reborn Chimera Stir Fry. Item level, Legendary. This is a dish that was created through forbidden magic and cursed darkness. It may lack alive, but it is definitely a consumable dish. Effect, it causes hallucinations and has a chance to induce terror in the people eating this dish." The nobles reacted with horror. "How? It's done. I've never seen such a horrific dish." Lord Romeo, still basking in the afterglow of his demon summoning and subsequent Spirit of the Hearth performance, chuckled to himself, "Hovu, but then, I was so full of myself as well." He presented his culinary creation with a flourish, boasting, "Look upon this creation. It's a legendary dish that you may never lay eyes on ever again." The other chefs, initially skeptical, watched with growing astonishment as Romeo explained the seemingly impossible freshness of the meat. Their confusion deepened as they questioned the absence of any visible meat preparation. Romeo, with a smug grin, simply stated, "That's exactly it." One of the chefs, impressed by Romeo's skill, exclaimed, "Ha! You're a gem. I acknowledge you as a great chef." Romeo accepted the praise, "Call me Gordon from now on." A system notification appeared, confirming Romeo's achievement. He had received the best chef recognition on the continent of Citra, his fame increased drastically, and he gained a new skill, the tongue of a wooden puppet. An announcement booms across the room, "The main dish, prepared by Althea, the king of cooking, is ready." The nobles react with horror upon seeing the dish, exclamations of disgust and disbelief fill the air. One noble whispers, "We're supposed to eat this?" Another remarks, "I guarantee, I have never seen such a creative and groundbreaking dish in my entire life." The head chef, seemingly unfazed, encourages them to try the dish, while the nobles nervously murmur amongst themselves. A nobleman whispers to another, "Althea? That's..." Another nobleman interrupts, "Don't eat it." A young man, intrigued, decides to examine the dish more closely with a device he calls his goblin kaleidoscope. Althea, with a chilling smile, declared, "I will cut it up and serve it to everyone." She swiftly stabbed the dish, the sound echoing through the room as a green liquid splattered across the table, causing the onlookers to recoil in horror as the chef calmly stated, "It's all right. It's just the sauce." But his eyes betrayed a hint of manic glee as he added, "It'll be so delicious." The guests, faces contorted in disgust and fear, watched as more of the green substance splattered. One of them muttered, "That bastard. I bet he somehow tricked head chef Rampage." As the head chef, now visibly disturbed, declared, "I'll taste around this place." Althea, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, offered him a plate of writhing green snakes, saying, "Please, taste it." Lord Romeo, eyes wide with surprise, swallowed hard. A visible gulp echoed the sheer unexpectedness of the situation. His two companions, equally shocked, exclaimed in unison, "Lord Romeo, and my lord." Concerned, one of them asked, "Are you okay?" The scene shifted to Althea, her face partially obscured, a look of amused triumph playing on her lips. A system notification appeared, "Due to the Twisted Underworld's Reborn Chimera Stir Fry, this NPC is experiencing hallucinations." The head chef Rampage, overcome with a sudden, intense pleasure, roared, "Divine! Ruo oa air! And more! Give me more!" Lord Romeo's companions, witnessing this extraordinary reaction, were equally enthralled. One of them declared, My God! He must really be the king of cooking," while the other urged, "More! Bring me more!" Lord Romeo, lost in a blissful haze, continued to devour the dish, murmuring, "I feel like I'm flying above the clouds. Ha! My body is going limp. Where am I? Who am I?" Althea, a smirk playing on her lips, watched as her plan unfolded.
Just as I planned, she thought, a triumphant glint in her eyes. The empty plate, stained with the remnants of her dish, sat on the table, a silent testament to the potent concoction she had served. The effects of Althea's dish were immediate and dramatic. Lord Romeo and head chef Rampage, along with several other nobles, experienced vivid hallucinations. Their reactions ranged from giddy laughter to terrified screams. System messages popped up, confirming Althea's notoriety for poisoning and her increased resistance to it. Althea, despite her success, seemed slightly surprised by the intensity of the reactions. She mused, okay, yeah, maybe I didn't expect this to happen. Meanwhile, the Spirit of Life's system message declared, you might as well be a demon. Althea, unfazed, continued to assess the situation. I came here to promote my flower shop. Things are in a bit of a mess, but is there a way to still promote it? Observing the chaos, Althea chuckled, hee hee hee. Who's that large buffoon? One of the affected nobles, eyes swirling, stammered, what? Who? Lord Romeo and head chef Rampage, still reeling from the effects of Althea's dish, exhibited extreme terror. Their hallucinations were so vivid that they appeared genuinely terrified, prompting them to flee in panic. Lord Romeo's hallucination manifested as a monstrous figure, causing him to cry out in fear. While others around him, equally affected by the hallucinogenic effects of the meal, dashed about in confusion, desperately searching for safety and questioning the whereabouts of the guards. Amidst the chaos, a terrified noble turned to Althea, seeking guidance and desperately asking for help. Althea, observing the scene with a smirk, revealed a cunning plan. She would use this opportunity to advertise her flower shop. Her grin widened as she revealed her intention to capitalize on the widespread panic and fear caused by her dish. The other nobles reacted with shock and disbelief to Althea's unexpected and opportunistic plan. Althea, a mischievous glint in her eyes, chuckled, hee hee hee. This is an excellent opportunity. Now listen up. Lord Romeo and head chef Rampage, along with several other nobles, experienced a sudden onset of vivid hallucinations, their faces contorted in fear. From this moment on, they would be forced to remember Alicia Flower Shop. As the hallucinations intensified, each noble repeating the phrase, Alicia. Althea, watching with amusement, instructed them to repeat, I love Alicia. The nobles, under the spell of the hallucination, continued to repeat the phrase, Alicia. One by one, each noble, completely under Althea's control, uttered the words, I love Alicia. Althea, however, deemed this insufficient. She mused, maybe this isn't enough. Let's make sure they really get it. Suddenly, the hallucinations shifted. The noble screamed, hey, you. If you get married? There's a funeral. News spread through the hall that someone had passed their LSAT, causing a ripple of excitement among the assembled nobles. Lord Romeo, the head chef, and others reacted with wide-eyed shock and cries of Alicia. One noble exclaimed that someone had become a certified accountant, while another declared that the light of the world appeared. Althea, observing the scene, chuckled to herself. Samantha, concerned, approached Althea, asking if she was all right. Althea, still amused, responded that she was fine, prompting further worried calls of Alicia. The next night, the festival of Unending Night began. The festival spanned 3 days and nights, with the nobility typically celebrating at private banquets, similar to the one held on the eve of the festival. Many nobles looked forward to this time of year, eagerly anticipating the festivities and the elegant attire of the noble ladies. Lord Romeo was among them, enjoying the lively atmosphere and the compliments on the success of the festival. However, a subtle change began to occur. Lord Romeo, along with the head chef Rampage, started muttering the name Alicia. Their eyes glazed over, replaced by a vacant stare as the name Alicia echoed in their minds. The muttering intensified, and a look of terror spread across their faces as they began to stumble. The nobles, with Alicia stuck in their minds, ran around the city for 3 nights, promoting it as if they were zombies. The only thing left was the lingering question of what Alicia truly meant and the impact of Althea's dish. A small, demonic creature with vibrant purple skin and horns materialized before a man in military attire.
This thing?
"Why aren't you going away?" the man exclaimed, clearly startled by the unexpected appearance.
The creature responded, "Because I was summoned using a formal ritual, and I have entered into a contract with you."
The man, perplexed, questioned the nature of the contract.
But I only appeared because you completed the Trinity.
"What is that exactly?" he inquired. The demon explained: 6 demonic plants, a high notoriety, and lastly, the honest desire to screw someone over. The man realized he had unwittingly fulfilled all 3 conditions. Resigned to his fate, the man sighed, "I guess I did kind of meet all 3 conditions.
So what now? Do I have to travel with a demon in tow?" The demon continued its explanation, revealing its knowledge of the man's inner thoughts.
"How did you know about the spirit of nagging?" the man asked, surprised. The demon explained that it was a greater spirit, bound to the man's mind due to the contract. The spirit of life, protesting its introduction, clarified that greater spirits can only take physical form if they have a bond.
The man, still confused, asked about the nature of greater spirits.
The demon compared them to nobility among spirits, practically equals with the spirit king.
The spirit of life interjected, correcting the demon's exaggeration.
The spirit of life scoffed at the demon's words, stating that the demon never listens.
The demon retorted that this is simply how all spirits act,
and continued by questioning why the spirit of life possesses skills and titles that only work on demons. The spirit of life insisted that it is, in fact, a spirit. But the demon remained unconvinced, pointing out the spirit of life's recent dishonesty and the resulting guilt.
The spirit of life dismissed this as a lie,
and wished the demon would leave. The demon, however, was surprised when the spirit of life seemed to read his mind, and questioned how this was even possible. The demon then explained that, due to their contract, the spirit of life could hear everything he said, even the thoughts he had while beating him up the previous night. A revelation that terrified the demon. He pleaded with the spirit of life to return to its world and never meet again. The spirit of life, however, was from the spirit world, not the demonic one, and mocked the demon for becoming Tinlight's toy due to his foolishness.
The spirit of life continued to mock the demon,
even as the demon begged to stay, fearing the spirit of life's mockery. The spirit of life, however, found this amusing. The spirit of life, a mischievous entity with vibrant pink hair and a mischievous grin, addressed the demon: "I'll tell you how to pull that little jerk out of you,
since you seem to be walking around in that state because you don't know what else to do." The demon, startled, exclaimed, "What?" A system notification appeared. "The spirit of life says?" The spirit of life continued its taunting, its words appearing as another system notification. The spirit of life's smirk was clearly visible, a clear sign of its amusement. The demon, desperate, agreed, "Of course I do." The spirit of life responded, "All right, then deal. For now."
The spirit of life, perched on the protagonist's shoulder, questioned his decision to listen to the demon, expressing its disbelief with a ding sound effect. The spirit of life continued its protest, claiming that the ritual might be for summoning demons, eliciting a dismissive "ha" from the protagonist, who countered that the ingredients were all flowers associated with life. Despite the spirit of life's objections, the protagonist stated that he would let the spirit of life come with him, but with one requirement. The protagonist agreed to the spirit of life's condition, to stay longer in mid-world in exchange for fulfilling the requirement. The spirit of life revealed the requirement: the protagonist must pretend to be the spirit of the hearth, not the spirit of demonic plants. Upon hearing this, the spirit of life burst into laughter. The spirit of life then offered to give the protagonist 2 nicknames. The spirit of life revealed the nicknames, Naggy and Whiny, causing the protagonist to look annoyed, while the spirit of life laughed. 2 voices argued, their words punctuated by a series of ding sounds. One voice declared, "Serves you right, Naggy." A third voice cut through the bickering, sharply commanding, "Be quiet, both of you."
Meanwhile, in Alicia, while Jeho was away,
a man, reflecting on a past humiliation, vowed, "I was thoroughly embarrassed last time, on livestream.
But it'll be different this time. I will make him pay for my disgrace. He had journeyed across the continent to find the man who had previously pursued him, only to discover that his target was nowhere to be found. I came all this way, to Alicia, but he's nowhere to be seen. Is he not here? The man, a first-class assassin, declared, I'm a first-class assassin. If the target cannot be seen, I will lie in wait until they appear. A few days later, a figure rushed past, pulling a cart. That guy is one of the people closest to Althea. A figure, cloaked and unseen, chuckled softly. I'll get it done this time. They'll pay for the things they put me through. The figure activated a skill, shadow infiltration. The assassin, using their shadow infiltration skill, moved silently through the desert landscape, leaving only a fleeting shadow as they approached their target. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting individual, pushing a wheelbarrow across the sand, paused. What is this strange feeling? I feel like someone is staring at me. Are there any elves nearby? The festival in Oto concluded without incident. Afterward, however, one word permeated the populace's consciousness, Alicia. Two figures, a man and a woman, conversed in the town square. The woman, a florist, explained her unique approach to the game, involving the operation of a flower shop. They discussed the woman's apparent success and the man expressed his satisfaction with the outcome, noting that it had exceeded his expectations. The conversation shifted to the challenges of selling goods through a trading corporation and the potential benefits of a designated transaction system. The woman pointed out the difficulties and costs associated with using a trading corporation, highlighting the advantages of a more streamlined system for selling flowers, but also acknowledged that such a system would render the merchant class largely pointless. They discussed the potential profits from the trading post and the woman's future plans. The man and woman concluded their meeting near the gate leading to Alicia. The woman expressed her enjoyment of the trip, while the man acknowledged its usefulness. They bid each other farewell, the woman expressing excitement for their next meeting. The man wished her a safe journey home. The unnamed man, having concluded his business meeting, issued a summons into the surrounding forest, "You can come out now." Two figures emerged from the undergrowth. One asked, "Oh, okay, are we gonna head to Alicia or whatever?" The other confirmed, "That's right." A small, flame-headed creature, identified as the spirit of the hearth, appeared, nervously agreeing, Yeah. The man inquired about the practical applications of his new companion, asking, "So where can I use a materialized spirit like you?" "Nagi helps me when I fight." The spirit of life, through a system notification, clarified its role, stating that it could assist in various ways. The man, however, was only interested in combat applications, responding, "No, not really." The spirit of the hearth countered, I can do that kind of stuff too. The contract gives you the right to borrow my powers." The man, surprised, exclaimed, "Oh, really?" He then chose to utilize the spirit of demonic plants to power his elbow, spirit attack skill, a choice immediately reflected in his system notification. The system notification detailed the skill's attributes, attacks imbued with demonic damage and the application of demonic addiction, followed by a description of the demonic explosion, an area of effect explosion triggered by fear, inflicting great damage and applying a fear effect for 3 seconds. The unnamed man questioned the spirit of the hearth, expressing uncertainty about its demonic appearance. The spirit of the hearth clarified its origin and nature, emphasizing its benevolent intentions, but acknowledged that its attributes might appear demonic to others, prompting the man to question its usefulness, leading to a discussion about the spirit's attributes and their effectiveness against different targets, and a playful exchange between the man and the spirit, with the man testing the spirit's abilities, revealing a more efficient way for the spirit to manifest, integrating directly into the man's mind. However, this action caused the spirit to inadvertently reveal a secret to the mother tree, a development that concerned the spirit, leading to a tense moment as the spirit expressed its concern. The unnamed man, now integrated with the spirit of the hearth, was suddenly attacked. A figure, enraged, shouted, "Arghhh! You bastard!
He reacted swiftly, parrying a blow with his shield as the attacker swung a hammer.
The impact echoed with a whap and a ding.
Seizing the opportunity, the unnamed man countered with a powerful sword strike, sending his attacker sprawling with a hoa. The attacker, groaning in pain, stumbled back, his movement described as a slide. A system message appeared: "You have equipped Tinlight's trowel." He then lunged forward, brandishing a trowel, and questioned his opponent, "Are you one of those grizzly bear people?" The attacker, clearly offended, retorted, "Don't you dare lump me in with those pieces of trash." "Really? But those are the only people who'd attack me like this." The unnamed man, realizing he was at a disadvantage, desperately cried out, "Shield, damn it!" He then recognized his attacker, a look of dawning recognition on his face. He exclaimed, "Oh,
that's right. Do you remember me now?"
The unnamed man, still recovering from his earlier fight, questioned his attacker, so who are you again?" The attacker, Wooster, introduced himself, explaining, "I'm Wooster.
Wooster is my name. I was in episode 8.
I lived a life of disgrace for the last few months after losing my shield." He continued, venting his frustrations. "Samantha and the others in Prime Guild keep saying they have to maintain friendly relations with Alicia or whatever. And no one's on my side.
I've been following you for..."
Wooster's emotional state intensified as he recalled his past struggles.
He then displayed a new skill, Storm Rush.
With a determined expression, Wooster launched a powerful attack, shouting, "Here we go." The unnamed man reacted swiftly, dodging Wooster's initial strike. The impact of the attack was depicted with the word bolt. Wooster's attack continued, forcing the unnamed man into a defensive maneuver, depicted with the word dodge.
Wooster, analyzing the fight, thought, "That kind of straightforward attack is too slow compared to the movement of the elves." Then, Wooster, revealing his identity, unleashed his new combo skill, Shockwave Storm, a powerful attack,
sending a devastating shockwave that shattered the ground around the unnamed man.
The force of the blast throwing the unnamed man into the air.
The unnamed man, caught in the attack, cried out in pain as the shockwaves continued to batter him. Observing that the shockwaves were coming in waves, he realized he needed to dodge, and activated his Selbo Spirit Attack and Spirit of the Boulder Flower skills, creating a protective shield. Wooster, seeing the shield, dashed forward,
lunging with his sword, attempting to break through the unnamed man's defenses. Clang!
Wooster unleashed his Shockwave Storm, the attack impacting the unnamed man. "Let's see how long you last," he taunted. The unnamed man, despite the force of the attack, managed to deflect the blow with his blade, scraping against the energy field. The impact causing cracks to spread across the energy field.
"Arf!"
Wooster grunted in exertion. The unnamed man felt the strain of the attack, his body throbbing with pain. "And no, I won't last like this," he thought, realizing the danger of his current situation. At this distance, he wouldn't be able to dodge Wooster's sword once his shield broke. If that's the case, he resolved. With a burst of speed, the unnamed man deactivated his shield, closing the distance between himself and Wooster.
"I have to get closer to him,
so I can get him in range of the trowel," he thought, his plan forming. Wooster, surprised by the sudden movement, could only watch as the unnamed man approached.
"Why, you monster!"
Wooster's eyes widened in disbelief. "How are you so fast?" The unnamed man grinned, a wicked glint in his eyes. His skill, a Selbo Spirit Attack, combined with the spirit of demonic plants, was a devastating combo skill.
He unleashed the ginseng picking technique,
a powerful blow that sent Wooster reeling, the impact echoing with a resounding POW. The Spirit of Life, witnessing the attack, was shocked.
"Did you just use that on a human?"
Wooster, dazed but defiant, muttered, "All right. I didn't know if that would work, but it did."
The unnamed man, observing Wooster's reaction, smirked. "This kind of damage is nothing. Come on, then."
The unnamed man, confident and anticipating his next move, smirked slightly as he registered the effects of his ginseng picking combo. A system message appeared, confirming that a fear effect had been applied to Wooster, freezing his movements for the next 3 seconds. Wooster, his movements frozen, could only watch in horror as the unnamed man prepared to strike again.
He stammered, "Could we talk this out?"
The unnamed man ignored Wooster's plea, initiating a brutal flurry of attacks.
3, 4, 5, 6. Each stab landed with sickening precision. 7, 8, 9. Wooster, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, fell into shock.
Wooster, eyes wide with terror, cried out, "Please, stop." The unnamed man continued his attack, ignoring Wooster's pleas.
A final, decisive stab.
A system notification appeared, demonic addiction has reached 11 stacks.
You may now use demonic explosion nut.
The unnamed man's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint appearing within them. A cruel smile spreading across his face as he prepared to unleash his power.
He muttered, "Demonic explosion."
Wooster, still reeling from the previous attack, watched in horror as the unnamed man's demonic energy erupted in a blinding flash,
resulting in a devastating explosion that engulfed Wooster in a purple inferno. Wooster screamed in agony, "No!"
The unnamed man watched the destruction with a cold satisfaction, stating, "Goodbye, Mustard, or whatever your name is." Another system message appeared, "Your opponent has died.
You have killed someone."
Back in Mbe Forest, a group of fire elves explained their unique nature. They are different from the elves of Luxie Forest, and commune with fire spirits. One elf offered to teach the unnamed man how to use a spirit sword, a skill best suited for bodyguards protecting the grower of life.
A task he found far more appealing than shoveling manure in Alicia.
A class quest notification appeared, mastering the spirit sword is the ultimate skill for elven knights, however, for a human, it will be an extremely difficult journey. The unnamed man reflected on the rarity of his class as a spirit knight of the desert. The elf continued, explaining that if he kept working at this skill, he would receive a class promotion and no longer need a title. Spirits are playful beings, pure forces of nature, and therefore, mortal standards do not apply to them. Communing with spirits is difficult, but the unnamed man will be able to borrow their powers. The elf noted that the unnamed man has the heat of the desert in his heart. Rather than trying to commune with one type of spirit, it would be better to focus on fire spirits. The unnamed man enthusiastically agreed to the training, despite the elf's warning that it would not be easy. He resolutely committed to the arduous training. The unnamed man successfully learned the spirit sword skill from the fire elves. A system notification appeared, confirming the acquisition of the new skill. A fire elf commented that it was a great skill to have and instructed him to rest before beginning his training. The unnamed man, Althea, pondered the possibilities of rapidly leveling up the spirit sword skill. Suddenly, she received a whispered message from a player named Croissant. The message was urgent, there was a huge problem.
Althea questioned what was going on.
Croissant explained that Wooster had lost his shield, a loss that deeply affected him. Wooster, in a desperate attempt to recover his shield, had gone to fight Odok. Althea reacted with shock and disbelief to this news. The unnamed man's face contorted in worry.
"Damn it! Wooster's done it now. I have to go."
Samantha, also known as Croissant, was urgently trying to leave, but another man stopped her.
"Hey, Samantha. Where are you going? Stop."
The unnamed man and another man reacted to Croissant's sudden departure.
"Oh. Althea. I just heard Althea was attacked and have to go." Who?
Croissant and the other man exchanged worried glances.
The other man offered a guess. "I'm not sure what's going on, but is everything okay?
I bet training with the elves is really tough."
Croissant's expression shifted to concern. Althea.
Croissant, did Wooster die?
Whisper. Ding. Obviously.
Just look at Althea, he must be at a super high level.
How is Wooster supposed to win against him?
The other man pondered.
Judging by his personality, I don't think Althea would lie about his level.
Or maybe he's a natural-born fighter with exceptional skill.
Croissant continued her departure, the other man watching her go. You know that mustard guy or whatever?
Oh. Well. The red-haired man, his expression serious, declared that he could no longer postpone the conversation. He needed to explain to Althea the nature of his relationship with Wooster in the Prime Guild, and why he initially approached Wooster.
He continued, stating his intention to be honest with Althea.
The other man responded with a casual "oh, really," implying a lack of concern. He added that it didn't matter to him, he was happy to work with the Prime Guild if it benefited them. Althea questioned her comfort level with Wooster, admitting discomfort but acknowledging the necessity of their collaboration. She also noted that Wooster would be less likely to cause trouble with the elves present. She then commented on Wooster's surprisingly kind nature. The conversation shifted as Althea noticed a small creature on the man's shoulder, asking if he had found a pet in Odok. The man explained that a lot happened in Odok, vaguely stating that he met the creature purely by accident. Althea found the creature cute, prompting the man to question why it was hiding. The creature, identifying itself as the spirit of life, retorted that it was not hiding, but rather always busy whenever it sees a spirit of fire. Althea expressed surprise at the talking pet, while the man glared at the creature, revealing his fear of the spirit of the hearth. Althea questioned the nature of the spirit of the hearth, a cute creature, while a man explained that spirits of fire are among the most powerful in the demonic world, and that he's been teaching Samantha to harness their power.
Samantha, possessing natural talent, shows potential to become a powerful spirit knight.
The man expressed relief that she's befriended the elves, and they agreed to train her together.
Meanwhile, Althea learned that the demons had been occupied purifying the forest, a process that doesn't kill them but prevents them from leaving their demonic biome.
The man explained that this was a strategic move,
because the forest's purification also traps the demons in a state of torture.
He then proposed that Althea examine the demon's storage, which contained a lot of wealth contaminated with demonic energy, but assured her that, thanks to her spirit of demonic plants, she wouldn't be affected. The elf expressed surprise at the spirit's appearance, and the man explained that all spirits originate from the spirit world, and anything can become imbued with a spirit. The elf, however, noted that the spirit of demonic plants looks like a demon. The elf continued, emphasizing that a spirit remains a spirit regardless of its origin, and that the man shouldn't hate it. The man agreed, relieved to have someone understand his perspective. The spirit of life, however, made a comment about all spirits being equal, prompting the man to express his relief at having someone to talk to, and suggesting they keep the spirit of the hearth hidden when meeting new people. The unnamed man explained to Althea, "That's because I'm sure they'll get the wrong idea if we tell them you're the spirit of demonic plants."
He added with a sigh, "Humph."
The elf pointed towards a cave, saying, "It's this cave over here." Approaching the cave, the unnamed man expressed doubt, muttering,
I doubt there would be anything of value in here."
Peering inside, the unnamed man saw supplies and stated, "It's mostly food, but I'll take what I can." Upon retrieving items, a system message appeared, "You have obtained the title of Safe Burglar. You have the ability to find hidden things." The unnamed man reacted with surprise, commenting, "It's a bit weird that they put this stuff in a safe."
Demonic green onion and chicken feet. Further exploration revealed a tomb, prompting an exclamation from the unnamed man, "This is a grave? They stored food in a tomb?"
A system message then appeared, "You have obtained the title of Grave Robber. When there's a grave or tomb nearby, you will gain a boost in movement speed and agility." The spirit of life commented, "The spirit of life says, but you're still taking all that stuff. This stuff is contaminated with demonic energy, so taking it all is probably better for the inhabitant of this tomb."
The unnamed man responded, "Whiny's right.
It's not like this is a king or a noble's tomb. I doubt there's buried treasure here."
The unnamed man pondered, "I bet it's mostly just junk, huh?" A system message appeared, "Due to your title." Having successfully infiltrated the hidden location, the unnamed man exclaimed, "Whoa! I see something over there." He noticed a peculiar button-like object.
The elf, observing him, commented, "Wow, it looks like some sort of button.
Should I press it?" "Ah, don't worry, you have me." The unnamed man, reassured by the elf's presence, thought, "That's true.
What is there to fear?
I have the elves with me."
With a decisive press of the button, a rumbling sound echoed through the cave,
revealing a large tunnel. The elf gasped, "Ooh. Ooh.
Door. This is a really large tunnel." As they ventured deeper, the unnamed man observed, "The demonic energy is becoming weaker the deeper we go. Where does this lead?" A system message appeared, "You have discovered the mountain hermit's mine."
The unnamed man reacted with surprise, "A mine? Awesome. If this is a mine, there might be valuables in here."
The unnamed man, excited by the prospect of riches within the mountain hermit's mine, declared that this was not a dungeon, and that he might not have enough time to explore it fully during his current game access session. He decided to return later with Samantha and 100 other elves, anticipating a substantial haul. Suddenly, a notification pinged on his device, prompting a puzzled expression.
The notification was a whispered message, "I've been kidnapped." "Where are you?" The unnamed man's face registered shock and confusion as he questioned, "What do you mean?"